flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the code, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solid to a neon tracks. Zero also is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Welcome, dudes. Welcome, everybody. It's almost Friday, right? Fucking cheers. Fuck. I had to get a couple beer. I couldn't help myself. Oh God, I just needed it. I just needed just a couple, you know? Yeah, strawberry smoothie. That sounds good. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, More Drinker, Wayne, Peach, Shadows, Pambo, Digi. Welcome. Yes, Digi, I got them working. I can see them now. I think they may still be overlapped. I don't know if it actually shut the other ones off, but we'll find out. So, yeah, thanks, man. But, yeah. Hey, how's everybody doing? Earthquakes continue around Area 51. Brother. New Science of UAP. It's a new paper that was put out. I don't know what journal, but thought I'd read it. And then fucking Chud Bluski taught a guy physics. Blue Alien. It's a video that Jesse Michaels just dropped. Man, that guy is he's just killing it. It's incredible. His discipline. His resources. Unbelievable. He's going out there too. He's not afraid to fucking go out in those deep waters and put his head under. I respect that. I love that. That's what I love to do. We love those deep waters, you know. I've been drinking that water for years. Fucked, you know. I don't know if it's done me any good, but yeah. I'll let you know when it fades away probably next week. Are you tracking the roses to my cheeks? Yes, I noticed there slightly. That could also be due to, Wayne, the dryness in the air here. I don't know. But I am slowly recovering. I've only had a couple sips of this as well. So hopefully I'm not developing rosacea. Or what the fuck's that disease called where you get rosy cheeks? It's not called rosacea. It's called rosaria or something, right? Yeah. All right, let me pull this shit up here. Oh, that's not what I should have clicked on. Fuck. Hold on. Man, this fucking thing. There we go. Oh, fuck. Look at this. Hold on, I should have played with the sound. Guy opens up his fucking fridge.
Surprise, motherfucker.
I love this. I love this. He got confirmed. Better throw out all your Twinkies right now. Uh-oh. Good Lord. Fudge rounds are all going in the garbage right this fucking second. Yeah. Rosacea. Shadows. There we go. Okay. I prefer Rosaria. But yeah, that's the correct way. Why can't I open this fucking link? What is this? I think about this comment a lot. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I don't like Flint's character, but I do feel bad. People just like roasting the fuck out of him. Like, Jamie, pull up Flint Dibble sleeves. Oh man, it's a beautiful thing about the internet, but it's also the dark side. It's like, man, I've seen some bad fucking roasts, like just fucking cooking people, like beyond imagining. It's the dark side of exposing yourself, right? You just gotta watch. You gotta watch your back. Fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, yeah. I saw 20k likes. Yeah, holy fucking Christ. Jesus. Anyway, yeah, this just happened today. Pretty big deal. You gotta watch yourselves now. There was another funny one. It's Buddy from The Walking Dead. It was walking like with a bat, all covered in fucking like barbed wire. He's walking. It's like a security camera footage of him walking. It says fucking RFK Jr. walking towards the FDA tomorrow morning. Oh God. I was like, well, I mean, yeah, this is going to be spicy meat. I mean, and I just saw that Kash Patel had like a 98% chance of being confirmed too. Man, you know, I mean, my big concern is that some motherfuckers don't go and do something really dirty, you know, like disruptive. Like, I'm not even gonna say the word, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully there's no terrorist attacks or anything or accidents that happen in the next couple weeks, because the shakeup that's about to happen, man. For better or for worse. I think for better, honestly. Although in the chaos, who knows? You know why nobody trusts the media? Example number, yeah. This is the Julian Dory guy. The Republicans confirm anti-vax conspiracy theorists to run that nation's health. Should we pull up who was running it before? I don't think they want us to do that. Come on, man. They're fucking idiots, man. You know, like all that he's done is he's called these pharmaceutical companies to be regulated further, and for some of these vaccines to go through further testing. Now, if you have a problem with that, you're fucking stupid. Now, I should say that there's definitely some shit that's coming to his mouth that's like, I just saw a couple posts today, but that's not even it. That's not the problem. He was talking about how the COVID virus seemed to not affect people who were Jewish as much. And I was like, brother, I've known a couple people who are Jewish who got sick as fuck. What are you talking about? So it's like, that's the concerning part, right? Of him. And then we saw him recently putting all that menthol blue in his fucking cop. It's like, oh my God, man. Like, anyway. Yeah, he isn't anti-vax if so he purged himself. Yeah, he will get commission off vaccine lawsuit, said he will lose. I don't think, he definitely is impeached. I've watched all his interviews, and again, anyone that's watched him talking about this knows that he definitely isn't. He's just very suspect of the pharmaceutical industrial complex, as I think everybody probably should be right about now. And it needs to be regulated properly, or at least needs to be exhumed. All the bullshit that they've been involved with for years. It's horrific. Horrible shit. You know, like Pfizer in particular has been sued into fucking oblivion over the last 2 decades. They're a lot of them. It's terrible because there's a lot of good science, right? And they're just it's the business of it that's the problem. So hopefully they're able to dig into the rot and get it out. Yeah. Oh, he's been to your headquarters multiple times. Have you met him? Like, what's the opinion of him in person? Because I'm curious. Yeah, he's not a bad guy. He's just a politician. Is that the case? Yeah. Yeah, I've heard differing opinions. I don't know anyone that's run into him, but I've heard some people say he used to be like quite a psychopath when he was a hard drug user. But it's, you know, I think anybody strung out on fucking heroin is going to be a bit of a psychopath. So I don't know. Yeah. Do you have an audiobook of Methanol Blue? Do you really, Shadows? Yeah. I don't know enough about it. It supposedly helps with like radiation exposure if you fly a lot. If you fly a lot, you are exposed to more radiation. So supposedly it can help with it, but holy fuck, he put a lot of it in his cup. I think the recommended dosage is like a couple drops, and he put 2 full eyedroppers in his fucking cup. I was like, oh my God, man. Jesus Christ. He's very pro-environment. He speaks more like a leftist and Republican. Oh, 100%. Oh my God, yeah. Well, just look at his fitness, right? They were posting pictures of him like at Muscle Beach, you know, and I mean, that's the other concerning part you could get into in a little bit, where he's pro-health, but man, he's on TRT at, how old is he? How old is he anyway? RFK Jr. How fucking... He's born 1954, so he'd be 70, right? He'd be around there. He's 71. Brother's probably gonna lay off the TRT anytime now, because his prostate's gonna be the size of a basketball if he doesn't, right? But you know, he did that because he was trying to run for president, and he blasted that shit, and there's consequences for doing that. But anyway, it is what it is, I guess, you know? Yeah. Use methanol blue on your fish when they had a fungus. Interesting. Well, now he's using it. Now he's drinking it. Yeah, this is not correct. I think labeling someone, and you know, I don't even get me started. I'm not even gonna get onto it because it just pisses me the fuck off. But anyway. Just a bunch of imbeciles that probably are involved with people that are involved in the pharmaceutical industrial complex, and just a bunch of nonsense, right? And there's a lot of people kind of running scared right now. As I would expect there would be with what's been coming out. Now, I was listening through this conversation that Joe was having with Mike. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. Unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. I mean, you know, and it's one of those things, like, it shouldn't surprise me, but then it still does when you hear it. Anyway, I don't know where the fuck to start with this. I wanted to pull up a couple clips here. This is an interesting one. Yeah. Here, I'll just play it.
December 2023. National Endowment for Democracy, the CIA publishes this think piece, How to Dismantle in a Liberal Democracy. And again, I think formally, you know, what's published here is supposed to, you know, not technically, it's published in the NED publication. Doesn't mean it's NED foreign policy, but this is what they're publishing and you're paying for. So they're saying, listen, it's not an autocracy in Poland. Unfortunately, we can't call it a dictator like Putin or the CCP. It's democracy because the people voted for it and they won fair and square, but it's illiberal democracy because the democratic institutions, don't you know, are not having their way. But here's what it says. Poland may be setting on its first steps in, quote, stamping out populism and holding those responsible for the worst violations of rule of law. That means the criminal justice system. Now get to the next one. Next slide. Poland's new government must, therefore, do more than just return to liberal democracy. It must address transitional justice, the same thing, which is all over every U.S. aid operation. It has to arrest the people from the government we just transitioned from. Prime Minister Tusk and his coalition must, again, not should, not maybe should consider, maybe if there's something there, must stabilize the political system, ensure the reign against losing in the next election, to ensure that populism does not return in the next election. Donald Trump is a populist president.
Yeah.
Bolsonaro is a populist president. Marine Le Pen is populist in France. Matteo Salvini is populist in Italy. The Vox Party is
it challenges the global rule here, right? Because we've had and there were a couple of these people. What's her name? Arnick, is that her name? Out of New Zealand. And then also Trudeau were two prime examples of leaders that were groomed and were heavily involved with the WEF and Klaus Schwab's Young Leader Program. I mean, Trudeau's whole cabinet was, because a lot of them stepped down now. But there was clearly an agenda here, which is very concerning to unearth. But again, shouldn't necessarily be surprising considering, what's going on. Yeah, I don't like him overall because he's comfortable using deceitful tactics for his political agenda. Is he? To be fair, I don't really know enough about him. I've heard his message. His message sounds good, which is the first person ever to really honestly focus on health. And it's quite a contradiction because, Trump just fucking eats McDonald's every day. But actually addressing the crisis that's happening in the U.S. with obesity, not just obesity, but this is another crisis that's happening in the West with shitty food. And there's a couple problems, and I know a little bit about this because I've had an interest over my adult life in health and fitness and nutrition, and there's a huge problem with how much nutrition is actually in our food now, like the meat and the vegetables, and it's like a tenth in some instances of what it was like 150 years ago. Obviously, there's benefits, like people aren't getting sick as much, but from the foods. But that on top of pesticides and preservatives, right? And things like fast foods, and that people give this shit to their kids. And now people are getting in their 30s, colon cancer, bowel cancer, and it's all related to this shitty fucking food, essentially. And it's just gone unaddressed. No one's even brought it up. So it's good to see somebody draw attention to this and to focus on this, because there are people every day dealing with these problems and you don't really hear them. They fall by the wayside. But I've heard of this constantly because I've looked for it the last decade of these instances of people going through this shit. And it's sad and it's terrible, and it's just down to greed again, right? Where these things got passed, they shouldn't have. They should have been more heavily regulated. And the companies like McDonald's or X, Y, and Z fast food companies that use these preservatives and foods are covered in pesticides, they just didn't give a fuck, right? Same thing that happened recently with pharmaceutical industries, right? Things got rushed through. Nobody gave a fuck. It was a payday. Fuck everybody. Oh shit. Issues everywhere, right? So anyway, I like that he's addressing that. That's the thing, though. Like, I don't know this guy, really. I'm not even the fucking U.S., so how well do we actually know these people? Are they going to stick to these promises? That's the problem, right, Peach? It sounds great, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. Prime Minister Tusk, is that like an Elon Tusk from Ricky and Morty reference? Yeah, I don't know. This is, where the fuck is he out of again? They just had it up here. Poland, yeah. Yeah. Supposed to have your soil reset every 7 years. I've heard that, man. Yeah. I watched a documentary. It may have been a foodie, like a chef documentary. I can't remember. I don't know if it was like with Action Bronson. It was somebody like that, but they were down, I think, in Texas, and they were talking about like the dire straits that some of these farmers are in. And they've been trying to regulate, and there's been pressure from these fucking psychopaths like out of the WEF to regulate the meat consumption of these Western democracies, right? Because their concern is the environment. No, it's not. They're fucking, give me a fucking break, right? Like in the Netherlands, trying to take the nitrogen of the fertilizer. It's like, oh, it's affecting the environment. Shut the fuck up. These dickheads flying around in their private jets every day, putting out 300 times the CO2 your average fucking family would put out with two small SUVs. And it's for the environment. No, it's not. They're trying to cut down the fucking food supply. Because when you cut down on the food supplies, what happens is you're ultimately going to cut down on population. Same thing with rampant inflation, right? It's going to cut down on the population. People aren't going to be able to have kids. So in Texas, they were talking about this where what they did before is cattle actually can be used as a way to refertilize the soil in an area, but it's just all fucked up, and that they've maybe got like another, like, it was pretty scary, like 10 to 20 years. And then after that, all the soil's gonna be fucked. And then we're gonna be completely dependent on imports from other countries. Like, that's not gonna fucking work here in North America. So it's been in dire straits, man. That's the thing. It's like, this has been heading at light speed for a wall, and on every front for like the last decade. And all of these other politicians that have come in are just trying to keep the status quo going. And if it had gone that way, we would have just hit the fucking wall one day. And it would have been a fucking nightmare. And we were about to hit the wall right before the flu happened. There's some other research people have done to suggest that maybe if that was done to do a little bit of a reset to keep things going again for another 5 to 10 years. But say what you want about Trump and how much of a dingus he is, but man, like what they're doing right now, at least they're addressing these problems. But fuck, it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation. Like, yeah. Yeah. I thought of rotations and no growth for a season now. Interesting. Yeah. Edge, what's up, man? Anyway, I'll continue this little clip. Yeah.
State Department and USAID policy everywhere. And this is a direct order that in order to make sure you win the next election, and we don't need to keep funding you or lending our soft power apparatus to prop you up, arrest these people so they can't run against you again. Go to the next one. It's not just telling them that you must do it if you want to get U.S. aid support, like the Ukraine, Ukraine Burisma loan type thing. But here's what it says. The new government should therefore focus attention on whether and how suspected criminals can be punished. At present, there are a number of cases that should be tried immediately. The chutzpah, the frigging chutzpah. This is a foreign, as far as the Polish people are concerned, this is a foreign government. It's foreign CIA front apparatus imploring their own elected government about which citizens there that they need to arrest those citizens, and even giving them the list of targets. Imagine if the Russian Ministry of Affairs sent Donald Trump, said not only do you have to arrest the remnants of the Kamala Harris-Joe Biden campaign, but we're giving you the list of target names. Here's who Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, must file criminal indictment.
And I mean, not, again, this rhetoric, and they're not explicitly demanding this, but it's just implied that there might be a problem. So, I mean, just to Mike's point, I mean, it's still really problematic, right? That they're expressing this. Well, for whatever fucking reason, giving Poland aid. I mean, like, what? Man, this is why Mike was posting on his Twitter that if he just randomly disappears one day, I'm not suicidal. Christ, man. The influence that they're having, not just over developing nations, but Poland's not a fucking developing nation. Poland's a first world country now. Like, what the fuck? Like, from a utilitarian perspective, in value neutral judgment, does it make sense to optimize the economy so that only middle class people can have kids? Is that the idiocracy theory real? Man, I mean, well, right now it's it's the opposite, right? Because the middle class isn't. I mean, me and my partner, when I was working, we're the middle class. I mean, I don't know what we were probably with our income like a little bit upper middle class, but it was still a problem. When you think about that for a second, though, that we would be considered across Canada with the combined income upper middle class, and we looked at the financials and we're like, kid's gonna be a fucking problem, because again, and this is due to my own stupidity through COVID, but also the housing market where we didn't have a house, we were in an apartment. And at the time I was fighting with the landlord there because they were about to jack the rent up, which is why we're in the situation we're in right now. And I was like, fuck, we've got a 100-pound dog. We can really only afford with both of our car payments at that time. Well, I guess I had sold my car, but with the car that we had, I mean, we could afford a small bedroom, a single small bedroom apartment, like a singular bedroom. And it's like, that's not really conducive for a kid, right? Like, you've got a 100-pound dog. You've got one bedroom on the bottom floor, of an apartment complex with a newborn baby. Like, give me a fucking break, right? And then to get into a house was minimum at this time, or you're talking like, even for a shit. Well, this is the thing though. It's like you want the square footage of the house to be bigger than the apartment you're currently in. And the square footage is where you're over $350,000, probably $400,000 for something bigger than our apartment. And the area we're in is not hyper well. We were in our city area in New Brunswick. Crazy shit. Yeah. Maybe they overdid the regulation and hit middle class people with a single income by mistake. Yeah, brother. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. That's why we call them townhomes. You're not supposed to raise your kids in it. That's exactly it, Peach. But that's the situation people are finding themselves in, where post-COVID, you didn't have a choice, right? So anyway, and then at the business I was managing, I got laid off. Effectively what happened, I'm not going to go into detail where it was, or what it was, or even what I was doing, right, to dox myself, but it was a small business that was run by a couple, and they were both hardworking people, and they had a passion, and they started it a decade before I came on, and it kind of started to come apart, and I came on to manage it for them, and essentially through COVID, it just absolutely crippled them. And it killed their spirit too. That's the other thing. And they just wanted to get the fuck out. And when they got out, I got laid off in the consequence of it, because another company was coming in, and they were going to essentially get a whole different group of people. Like they were bone people. So anyway, so the ramifications are still affecting small business today even, right? So anyway, yeah. A townhouse where I live is about $100K US on average. Is it really, man? Isn't that fucking crazy? A townhouse, well, if you mean like a duplex, like something that's like split in half. Oh fuck, they'd probably be 300,000 here, at least Canadian, at least. Yeah. Compete, put us to work. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, anyway, man, it's fucking crazy. This is just again, it's interference by this entity that is the military industrial complex and the intelligence complex. It's involved in there too, clearly with the CIA. I mean, it's like, that this shit is probably happening, but where it gets more disturbing is you see that there's a push to try and get rid of these populist picks, right? This just happened in fucking, I think, Romania? I don't know, Pixel's probably not in here, but he's from Romania. He was telling me this, but a lot of people, I believe it was Romania, voted for this other populist president because he was like, everything's fucked. Like, that's what he ran on. Same kind of with Trump. He's like, everything's fucked. Like, we need to fix this. And they fucking, what was the court struck him down or some shit? His win. There was huge riots, and the EU was threatening them. Like, they literally have an agenda, and they do not want people rocking the boat right now. It's fucking terrifying. Yeah. Master Mason's type, like a full brick house in a backyard. Holy fuck, that sounds nice. Yeah. This is a hobby, but I put people into houses. It's very doable. You just have to cut off a finger and chant a spell. Holy fuck. There you go. Beach. That's literally it, though, isn't it? Yeah. That's literally it. Anyway, it's just fucking, it's just craziness. It's just craziness. The craziness continues. Yeah. Just play this clip, dude. I mean, it's another.
For example, when I draw, this is what's coming.
Pour myself another beer.
President Trump tasked Elon Musk with sicking the Doge dogs on the Pentagon, and depending on how you measure it, the size of waste, fraud, and abuse of the Pentagon ranges from a couple $100 billion. They are the biggest federal agency in all of this. They have $900 billion budget compared to only $44 billion at USAID. And even less at CIA. So the Yahoo Finance, published this a couple years ago, a $35 trillion black hole. If you want to pull up that receipt on screen, just so I don't look like I'm saying this directly myself, but just type in 35 trillion Pentagon black hole. That's larger than the entire national debt, just the amount of, just the black hole in the size of the accounting budget of the Pentagon over the years from its continual.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Failing. This is on Yahoo Finance. This is what, 2020, I think. You have.
What does that really mean? When you think about it for just a fucking second. Like, what does that really fucking mean? Holy fuck. Like, you got to build some lumber house in Canada, I reckon. Well, man, this is the thing, though. Okay, when my great-great-grandfather came over from Ireland, right? He left the potato famine. And when he came over in fucking whatever, on my dad's side, in 1850 or 60 or something, they were given land by the federal government in Canada. And he built the house that actually still standing. I almost said my last name, which I probably fucking shouldn't. It's still standing. The street actually is named after him and his farm. The house is still there. And they gave him all this land and he worked it and he started a farm and crazy shit. And my grandfather lived on it and then he moved off of it, but they gave him land to build on. Now, obviously now with like regulations and shit, like you can't just be any Jim Bob putting a house together, but he, with no training, built that fucking house, just him and his buddies, and it's still fucking standing. Whatever it is now, 100 and like 50-ish years, something along that, like probably around there. Because I don't know if he built it when he right when he came over. But just think about that for a second, right? They're like all the regulators coming in. I mean, I understand we need regulations, but like the house is still fucking there. Isn't that fucking a joke? Look how much land we have in Canada. But this is the problem too, right? It's like they don't want to do this. Like we could clear a fucking area and give in New Brunswick probably everybody over the age of 18 a piece of property. Why aren't we doing it? Oh, the environment. Fuck it. The trees grow back. What's more important than the environment? People. Right? We don't want to be throwing fucking toxic chemicals in the water. But you want to make sure that the people of your country are settled. Craziness. Like, hard to repurpose deficit soil into hops farms to restart your brewery business. Oh my God. This is the thing about breweries. I've learned, Peach. There aren't a lot of people that can do it right except for the Germans. Oh my God, that's fucking good. It's a good thing I only bought two because we would have got fucking sauteed here. Pauliner. No one's ever tried Pauliner beer. Fuck, is it ever? It's the best beer. It's up there with the best beer I've ever had. I wish they had it in the bottle because it like double ferments in the bottles, better for your gut. Anyway, yeah. When you tell me your last name isn't Russell, you've been bamboozled. No, it's actually not. No, it's a very Irish last name. Yeah, I'm sure I've doxed myself a couple times here. I'm sure a couple people know fucking what my last name is, but yeah. I'll give you a hint. It means Hound of the Sea. That's what it means. It stands for Hound of the Sea. That's what the last name means. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we earned fortune, if you ask me, built by the man himself. There you go. Yeah. Responded directly to your land thing. Back then, farming was in demand labor. Yeah. The government still today pays land equivalents in value to the in-demand labor today. Did they actually? Interesting. Yeah. I didn't understand. Well, I had a basic understanding of why they were doing it. And that's the other thing too. Like, you know, there was a reason why they were doing it. And obviously PTS, like it was to, some people would be growing food. He had a pig farm too. But maybe we could try and do something similar to like give people a helping hand who've been fucked, which is a lot of people. So yeah. And it's possible if the political, it's a great idea. It's possible if the political will is there, although the green fanatics will cry all the way. Man, listen, I am a very liberal person, as you know, Edge. I am, you know, I'm definitely for like respecting the environment. Stop spraying fucking Agent Orange all over the goddamn place. They did that in New Brunswick back in the 70s. You know, make sure the corporations are regulated so they're not dumping fucking waste products all over the goddamn place. In southern New Brunswick, there's a massive oil refinery. It's one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest one in North America. But at the same time, the trees fucking grow back, right? Like, you got to think that 12,000 years ago, everything north of New York was under an unimaginable amount of ice. There were no trees 12,000 years ago. Over all of Canada. Canada had no trees. Canada was covered in ice. There was no fucking trees anywhere. They were all fucking crushed to a pulp under all this ice. What happened when it melted? They fucking grew back. God damn it, yeah. Seahound got it. Turn on streamer mode in Discord. Do I need to do that? Why do I need to do that? It should be, I think. Yeah. Discord doesn't seem to show when you are streaming anymore. Really? Yeah, it is. It's showing right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at my name. Streamer mode is enabled. It's on right now. Yeah. I was very upset at the clearing company I hired to clear the spot for a house to build. They did not have to remove so many trees. Oh, really? They took too many. Oh my heavens. You can pay. Did you pay them, Peach? I hear in New Brunswick we have a company that's involved. Again, it's Irving Oil, but they have a lumber division too, and like they have a pulp mill, and they will come and clear lots actually if you know somebody that knows somebody for free, because they'll take the wood and they'll use it, which is interesting. But I did this. I almost built a house in 2018 when I actually had some money. I wasn't a fucking idiot. I had it all set up. I was going to go to the bank. I had the cash. I was going to do a construction mortgage. I had a lot that I was looking at. The problem is I had to put a septic tank and a well on the lot, which is about $30,000. Then I had to clear the lot, which thankfully I knew somebody who was going to do it. But I pulled out in the end because the bank was just being fucking obnoxious. And it's funny because my ex-partner at the time worked for TD Bank, and she'd worked there for many years. And they were just being dickheads. They, I had 20 grand cash, and they were telling me that, oh, well, you're probably going to need like maybe 30 grand, like just in case there's anything extra. Like they were fucking me around. They didn't want to give me the construction mortgage. And I was like, because I was going to use a contractor that like my dad knew, like, anyway, I didn't, probably best I didn't, because that relationship fell apart through COVID. But anyway, fucking, and now there's no hope in hell of doing that. Like, good fucking luck. Yeah. You need to share activity in Discord privacy so it shows that you're streaming. Yeah, it should right now. Anybody in the Discord, if they look at my name, will say that I'm streaming. There is an alert that says that I'm streaming. You click on my name, it says when I'm streaming right now. It should all be on there. Yeah. Dr. Crendel, you gotta look. Yeah. Rabbit, what's up, man? Anyway, this is what it is. This is I mean, this is going to be the fireworks show when they dig into the Pentagon. And this is where things are probably going to get dangerous. And I really hope we don't have another JFK style event that happens to some of these people. Because when you look at that, let me just play the last couple seconds.
When America was born in 1789 in the first meeting of Congress, there were only 3 agencies that were created in the beginning of time, shall we say. The first act of Congress was to create the Department of State, the Department of Treasury, and the Department of War. And the Defense Department became the Department of War in the Department of War became the Department of Defense in 1948. What people, even now, they're seeing these USAID scandals with funding to the Democrats, or funding to some of these blob internationalist Republicans, or funding to these media institutions. You ain't seen nothing yet when you get to the Pentagon stuff, because USAID was created effectively in part to assist Pentagon activity under humanitarian front.
I mean, man, they dig into that. Like, this is really the rabbit hole. It's like, what does this even fucking mean? And I don't know if anybody actually fucking knows until they dig into it. I mean, you got to think that the U.S. is right now almost $37 trillion in debt. A lot of that debt has been accumulated from military spending, right? So the Pentagon's at the helm of this, and then they got a $35 trillion accounting black hole. Like, what the fuck? Who is in charge, man? Like, Who's sailing? This is what Plato would ask, right? Bring it back to philosophy. Who's sailing this ship of state? Really? Because it's been a bunch of bureaucrats. Who's been sailing the ship of state? And where has it been headed? And for how long has it been headed in this particular direction? And why? Revelations that will come do not come. We might not want them to come, but they're going to come one way or the other. So, yeah. When you become the king, PM, yeah, my first act will be to revert the liberal defense ministry to the war ministry, brother. Start the Stormcloak army, Edge. Start the rebellion against the empire, brother. Literally. You're literally in that part of the world. Fuck. So I wanted to pull this up just because, again, for people that haven't been following, there's a lot, people get better things to do for the most part, right? People's lives are busy, but for people that haven't been following this. Now, this is a bit of an inconsistency though, right? So as much as I've been on board with what they're doing and I've been following this fucking train wreck, look, Elon's a busy guy, clearly, and sometimes he just memes and doesn't think before he memes. We already looked into this, so this is all over X. I mean, well, it just got 23 million views in like a couple hours here, right? Because Elon reposted it. But he says Reuters is paid millions of dollars by the U.S. government for large-scale social deception. That is literally what it says in the purchase order. They are total scam. Okay, so we'll go to this. Well, DARPA claims it was for cyber defense. Questions swirl about why a news agency received millions for social engineering. So you can see here, this is a definitive contract here, includes flu spending, to Reuters from the DoD awarding agency. But you can see down in the description, it says active social engineering defense, large scale social deception. So that's important to note, and we fed this through ChatGPT and elaborated on this a little bit. So, what took fucking literally 5 seconds. You feed this in. I didn't even say anything. I did this on stream the other day. I literally just fed this fucking contract to ChatGPT, and it went on about active social engineering defense and large-scale social deception. And effectively, this is counteracting influences from foreign adversaries like Russia and China. Russia and China are regularly engaged in this kind of behavior here in the West, right? Whether they're involved in promoting Putin and turning Putin into this like super guy, because there's these movements you find with like, oh, Putin's like a badass and he's a great guy, and he's our. This is something that's out there in this space. They're constantly trying to talk. Same with China, right? And so this is. I don't think this is a problem. It's just people aren't actively critically thinking about what this could mean. They say active social engineering and they think, oh my God, they're purporting a psyop onto the general public. It's like, well, they could be, and it looks like they fucking are, but not in this instance necessarily. So yeah, the nerds and conspiracy theorists right along. Well, that's the thing, man. I mean, it's... In this instance, are they? I think more generally, yes. That's what this is starting to look like. When you look at what Mike was just going over, like in Poland, for instance, the CIA was using the aid to essentially harass the government, the new government, and be like, you better deal with the populist element there, because we really don't want a situation like what happened here a couple years ago there, because it might be bad for you because we're giving you aid, right? Because ultimately there's an agenda, broader agenda that's at play here. And there are these hyper wealthy people puppeting all of these, politicians in Western democracies. And our masters don't really like the sound of that. So you better get your shit together and you better start, ostracizing that, whatever they are. They're not always necessarily right wing, right? But they're just opposition to this kind of, left-wing agenda, I guess. But some of these people weren't always, like, look at some of the people in Trump's cabinet, like Tulsi and RFK and even Elon. These are very liberal people. It's just there's this element involved here that does not have good intentions for people, ultimately, right? It's an elite element, I think, which is the problem. Anyway, that's a separate discussion. But, yeah. It's just there's miscommunication, I guess is why I brought this up. And then it's like they have to be more specific, and Elon isn't really hyper specific at times. He's more just kind of like flamboyant with this stuff and just throws stuff off, and when it makes him look good, he's like yeah. But it's like no, you got to be like really locked in here to like what you're promoting, because you don't want to just flippantly promote shit that isn't correct, because you've got a lot of enemies, right? Like if I pull up Drudge Report again right now, I'm assuming it's going to say something about him and Trump being fucking yeah, literally, yeah. Trump calls with Putin alarms for Europe and Ukraine. I mean, it just at any chance they can get, they're trying to drag their balls through the glass. So I mean, like they've got to really be on top of this. Yeah, they made a backdoor in the system too, so more people could have the same social security number, which enabled to pay out to many of the same number, and allowed 27,000 illegals to vote in 2020. Yeah, I saw that, man. Yeah. Oh, there's so much information that has come out in the last week. I mean, this Mike, whatever his figure his last name again is here, but he's a journalist, investigative journalist. He was just on Sean Ryan and Joe Rogan, and people want to watch through his interviews. It's too much information to go through. And I mean, Elon's got these young fucking Zoomers, memers, digging this shit up. Like, man, it's they need a bigger team, honestly. They need more people. Because somebody, because Trump and Elon are they're too, not just audacious, but they're too polarizing, both of them as figures. They really need somebody else to lay this down for people properly. Like for the general population that's honestly, again, too busy because you got their head down working, a lot of them. And just educate them as to like what this all means, because a lot of people will see Trump or Elon talking about this and they don't like them because they're audacious characters. They need somebody to lay down just the data. And this is supposed to be the job of the mainstream media, but unfortunately there are elements of the mainstream media that have been implicated in all this. So they're obfuscating it. They need somebody to lay it down for people and pick through it and give them a TLDR, but also provide them with enough receipts so they understand that this isn't just some kind of talking point or political agenda from Trump, that this is actually something that's terrible. So anyway, fun times. Man, yeah. I'm getting like legitimately nervous as they edge towards the Pentagon that we're going to see something happen. Because you've got to think, and this is a conspiratorial side of me, right? Which is like fucking 70% of me, I guess. You've got to think that as they begin to shine this spotlight, right, in the darkest corner of the room, that somebody's going to try and throw a rock at the fucking light at some point, right? Someone's going to try and put the light out. How do you do that? Well, there's a bunch of ways you can do this, right? I mean, look what happened. I hate to bring this up, back in 2001, right? Where probably some element in military industrial complex was looking over to the Middle East being like, Desert Storm didn't quite do what we wanted it to, you know? And that's that dark conspiracy potentially as well, where there might be, I hope that something doesn't happen, but that's the concerning part, where you start to shine light on some of this stuff and like, man, the mess you might make, like, fuck, just say it, just say it. Yeah. It's corruption, and you can see the Democrats are in panic trying to stop them from revealing their scams, man. Well, that's the thing. It's everybody too. There's Republican people that have been implicated in this to some degree. Now, the Democratic Party, for whatever reason, in the last decade has been more implicated than the Republicans. But across the whole political spectrum, there's a fucking problem here. The corruption's run rampant. Yeah. Some folks are going to fall in Windows disco. That's exactly it, Nick. I mean, like, we were just reading Mike, we just watched on Joe Rogan here a minute ago, was going through the CIA's assassination handbook. And we just watched that last night, where he was talking again about, holy shit, hopefully they don't employ this on me. But it was this whole, he highlighted the part where they're explaining like how to get rid of somebody from throwing them off from a high place, right? Because that's a perfect way to assassinate somebody, because you can just it just looks like an accident. They're like, he jumped. Like if you toss somebody, right, out of a window, like fucking 100 stories up, right? How do they know that he didn't just jump out the window, right? The forensics is going to go in there. We had a murder here a couple years ago, right? It must have been probably 10 years ago now, with a very influential person in the capital city of St. John. And what happened, they think, was his son of this wealthy businessman beat him to death with a hammer over the head. Now, you'd think if you kill someone like that with a hammer and you beat them to death with it, your DNA is going to be everywhere, right? The guy who did that is still walking around right now. His name's Dennis Oland. He's still walking around. He's free. Do you know why? Because when the police came in and the forensics team came in, you know what they did? They went in, they all took a piss in the guy's toilet while his head was all over his fucking desk. Fucking boys came in, the forensics team, and we're all pissing in the toilet, walking around with their shoes. They fucked up the crime scene because they're much dinguses. There's the reality of like, oh, well, I guess it just was ruled as a suicide. Who ruled it? And why? Did they do a good job? Right? Are they prepared to deal with these kinds of fucking intricate assassinations? Probably not, right? Fuck me, man. Anyway, we're getting into territory here where it's like, probably just gonna shut the fuck up. But yeah. Frank Olson? No, it was Dennis Oland. You can read about that on the news if you want. You can Google Dennis Oland and read about that whole case. But oh man, was that ever a eye-opening situation, right? If you were a psychopath in St. John, man, oh man, at that time, the shit you could have gotten away with because the police department's so fucking stupid. Probably still are. Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk has contracts with the Department of Defense, a lot of them, and he's the largest single shareholder benefiting from the Department of Defense contracts, and he's leading the spotlight. Well, Peach, we'll see what happens, right? I mean, ultimately, they'll write that hole, though, we just looked at. So that's a good point, though, because that's conflict of interest to some degree. Now, when you look at that hole, though, of $35 trillion, that's been there for a long time, long before Elon got involved with them. So they've been losing, what was it, right before 9/11, Rumsfeld was on TV telling everybody that they essentially couldn't track 1.2 trillion. I think it was from the Pentagon. So that hole is something that I think hopefully he just shines a light on it, right? I mean, irregardless, I mean, he's got the contracts, but at the end of the day, I mean, he didn't put them in that hole. Like, and what's the hole? Where's all the money gone? Like, what's going on there, right? He may be real curious too, as somebody involved in this new space race to Mars, right? Because there's really him and Bezos, and then you've got the European Space Agency, you got China, and you've got the US, right, with NASA. But if there's been, and this is where we tie this into what I usually talk about here, which is ufology, if there's been back engineering programs and they have tech from another civilization that's employing some kind of advanced propulsion system, right, with some kind of advanced way of generating energy that allows for advanced propulsion, and they've been tinkering around with this trying to figure it out, and we're still using rockets, that's a fucking problem, right? And so there might be ulterior motives here as well, which is very interesting. So I'm hoping, because people have been bugging him for years about this. They're like, Elon, what do you know about aliens? He's like, nothing. They haven't told me anything. And it wouldn't surprise me they haven't told me anything because of his character and that he'll go on X and just meme. His name for like 2 days recently was Harry Balls. His name was Harry Balls. Harry B-O-L-Z on Twitter. Like, I can understand why these bureaucrats and these people in the deep state don't want to fucking tell Elon about aliens, because fuck only knows what he would do. But when he shines that light, he might be real interested to think, and this is another thing people tagged him in recently, is this conversation about what's on Mars, right? And listen, the Pentagon would know this. What's on Mars? What was on Mars? What might still be on Mars, right? He wants to go to Mars. What's on Mars? What about Cydonia? Oh, it was nothing. And they're like, no, it wasn't. We've got a couple people that were involved intimately with what happened there that have spoken pretty liberally that there was something that went on. And it's like, he might want to shine that light, right? We might all want to see. So in my opinion, I hope that it's revealing, and I hope that maybe, and this is my hope out of all of this, is that we get some light on some of these dark programs, or even some of this information, right? What have they been sitting on? And it could be ontologically shocking, right? Which is, again, why I have conversations on the internet like this, because I've been following this for decades now. And the Mars thing is something I brought up before. Again, not that I'm the expert. I'm not at all, right? I'm just asking questions about these things, ultimately, right? Because it's what I've been trained in to do. But that's another very interesting area. And I think, Elon is right now one of the only people addressing this problem of we could be eliminated at any point in time. We had an event back in the 50s, the Carrington event, that if what happened right now with the sun would absolutely obliterate our modern civilization. And that, listen, like those things, there's probably some kind of cyclical nature to them we don't understand with the sun cycles, and with sunspots. So we've got to prepare to possibly have other places that we can go to if Earth, for whatever reason, becomes unlivable for a portion of time, which in the past, it looks like it has been. We go back to 70, 80,000 years ago. There was a massive extinction level event that may have brought the human population down to 11,000 people, right? Which is insane to think about. And we had another one 12,000 years ago that was almost equally as apocalyptic, that wiped out all of the megafauna, which essentially is anything bigger than us, anything bigger than a dog in North America. And we don't know what happened there. There was some kind of cataclysm that occurred that also melted all the ice sheets rapidly. So we have to focus our attentions on maybe getting off the planet and having the ability to. And Elon is really, for as much as he does seem like a bit of an insecure guy, right, with some other fucking issues, the only person that's been properly pushing for this and has the resources to push for it. So if the Defense Department, the Pentagon, elements of these programs have intimate knowledge about what's going on these other planets, or we might not even be alone, and this is separate from little gray men from Zeta Reticuli, by the way, in the solar system, then we better get that shit out on the table right fucking now, because them sitting on it thinking, oh, they can't handle it. What we all can't handle is some piece of space junk that we couldn't track, because there's tons of shit every day that they have no idea about that flies by the planet, hitting one of our major cities and absolutely obliterating it, or the sun letting off another Carrington type event and absolutely decimating our entire civilization, right? Knocking out the power, erasing all of our data, right? So, I mean, it's pretty serious every fucking day. And this is the thing that, a lot of these people just don't want to bring this to the attention of the general public, because it's hysteria inducing, right? It's some mass formation event. People, if they really understood day to day, if we all, because I don't either, like I don't think about this every day, but like it's a reality for some people that are engaged looking to stuff. The potential is there. So anyway, I mean, I won't ramble. I'll get back on track here, but yeah, I would love for some of this stuff to come to light, because there are some indications potentially, which is a schizo woo-woo thing to say, as I do say this stuff quite a bit, that there might be another group of people out in our solar system, right, that we haven't really been educated on properly. And there's been some indications maybe that some people, whether it's within the space program or within this deep state, whatever that really is, that are aware of this. And we should be aware of that immediately, because we're planning to go to these other places. And if these aren't our friends and they're hostile, that's a huge problem, because then we got to rethink everything, because the only person right now, again, addressing this problem wants to go to Mars. So if that's not a viable option, we've got to figure out another way to like either back up all our data or get some kind of space defense going for asteroids. So anyway, this is just fucking, anyways.
Musk comes knocking at the Fed's door. You gonna let him in?
I don't have anything for you on that.
Would you like to tell us today that you won't let Doge into the Federal Reserve or have access to the systems and the data?
So I don't have any, we've had no contact, and I don't really have have nothing for you to report today on that.
Well, you know what happened at Treasury, and you know what happened over at the CFPB, and the people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us, our bank accounts, everything that in our lives. So I want to protect.
Oh my God, sweetheart. You know, you hate her so much. I mean, I get the concern a little bit, but at the same time, like, do you not know what happened, Maxine? Like, fucking, when did Snowden come out? A decade ago? Right? There are people within the government, and we have no idea who the fuck they are, who have had all this information for a long time anyway, probably. And then there's been data breaches, and it's just, they're worried. Clearly, there are people who've been embedded within the government and this bureaucracy for a while who are worried what they're going to find is shit that implicates them to something where they could go to jail. You followed her back during the GameStop hearings and she's such a dumb fuck. There's a lot of people like that bred in government. It's the sad. I mean, even Jerome here. I mean, like, it's, although, you know, a competent person, but it's, what are their intentions, really? That's the meme, right? What are their intentions ultimately, right? And it's so easy to virtue signal shit, right? It's like, I'm so worried about all of your information and your bank accounts. Like, what could happen to your bank accounts? When meanwhile, it's like, what the fuck's gonna happen to my goddamn bank account? Like, am I going to fucking jail? Like, what's happened to my bank? Like, it's that's really what the problem is here, right? That's where the focus is ultimately. And not that we know that for sure, but I mean, man, it's such a fucking snake pit. Anyway, I'm just enjoying the memes that are coming out of all this. Listen, I mean, people know here, I'm not a fan of Trump's character, right? I'm not a fan, like, overall. I mean, I think he showed courage when he got shot in the head. That was pretty revealing, I think, right? But because we don't see that a lot in our modern society now, right? Where everything's very soft and easy and there isn't a lot of real challenges, you know, you're facing death daily like people used to, right? Like, so that was pretty revealing. But Elon too is another, fuck man, there's a vibe off him that I don't like it. And this is very woo, but there's been some viewers who have looked at him too that have said the same thing, which I find to be interesting. So both of those characters I'm very suspicious of. But what I'm more suspicious of is the corruption that's gone through the government here in the West, all these governments, but specifically the government, right? The biggest dick on the block here, which fucking hangs over all the other dicks on the block, which is the United States. So, I mean, anything to crack the egg open. That's my take. Like, I'm just like, listen, anything to crack it open. Let's see what the fuck happens. I mean, man. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Me ignoring the Kraken inside the 7-Eleven. I don't know a lot of her lore. I think I vaguely remember, yeah, she was involved with the GameStop stuff, man. But these are elected officials, right? What was that guy from fucking, where was he from? Tennessee? What was that guy's name during the hearing with Lula Elizondo? Holy fuck, man. Like, unbelievable. I forget what his fucking name was, where he was from, but like, scary that he won that election and got in there. Like, there are some people sitting in Congress, it's usually just Congress right now, that are fucking terrifying that they're in there. But that's democracy for everybody, right? It's for everybody, but as it should be, I think, ultimately, right? That's reality. You've got to deal with a whole different cast of characters, and some people ask better questions than others, but that's reality. You have to be diplomatic and you have to deal with people, and I would rather it be that way. I don't want some kind of fucking, caste system like Plato suggested with philosopher kings. That's not reality, and that's not fair to everybody else, because this isn't just their world, it's everyone's world. So You got to deal with some people that are a little bit smooth sometimes, and it's frustrating because those people are very resistant to criticism and any form of critical thinking as well. But anyway, there's a lot of competent people too, which I think is what gives me a little bit of faith, but not a lot. This is another thing. Twitch isn't going to like this one. Any mention of this, man, Twitch is still very hesitant. Every time I say COVID, there's a fucking algorithm, I'm pretty sure, that fucking filters this stream out of any kind of, like, all my clips just disappear off of any hope they had of the front page. Like, Ned, yeah, man, well, it's, you got to be careful what you say, right? I do love Twitch. I love the cast of characters on Twitch. But which is funny because Jeff Bezos owns it, and Jeff's pretty liberal. Fuck, his wife had her tits out at Trump's inauguration. So, I mean, you know, Jeff seems to be into the Cole Cuck situation. So, Jeff, brother, why do you have a problem with fucking us talking about the flu? Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Like, this is a Disney production. Did you, brother? It kind of is, isn't it, though, when you look at all the management companies involved with the streamers, right? That's another fucking, go down that rabbit hole one day. See, I'll probably end up there at some point, right? If they dangle enough money in front of Papa's face, yeah. You're my DEI princess? Oh my heavens. Thank you. I'll grow my goatee out long, right? Long enough that it gets greasy, and yeah. This is a meme. Elon posted this.
The darkest of conspiracy theories. The darkest of
Oh, Joe, brother. Come on now. We've talked about much darker ones here.
conspiracy theories was that the leak was intentional.
Yeah.
The darkest of conspiracy theories is that this was planned. They knew this is going to be a financial windfall. It is the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of the United States by far, from
Was that all it was about? Yeah.
the working class to the elite. It's like $3+ trillion or something crazy like that.
Yep.
We've already established that it was created in a lab. We already established that USAID funded it. We already established that Fauci et al. Lied about gain-of-function research, what they were doing. The worst theory possible is that this was released on purpose.
Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario. Yeah.
Have you ever danced that one around your head? Because that's where we know they're willing to do horrible, evil shit. But, like, is there a ceiling on that?
Even now to this day, having spent so much of my life in it, I try to just pursue the leads that I have and then try to let the conclusions come to me. Certainly the fact that they funded
cheers.
the capacity to do this, they work directly with all the networks that were both doing it and censoring it, puts you pretty much as, you know, they created it and they covered up at least the leak. In terms of the intentionality for doing it,
there's no way to ascertain that for sure.
That is a really dark scenario. You know, there are a lot of things in American history that have that same, you know, Miha-Liha distinction. You know, did they make it happen or did they let it happen? Did they let it happen or did they make it happen? And both of them are major scandals that completely change the legitimacy and credibility of policy changes in response to the crisis, for example. Like, you know, take something like Pearl Harbor, right? It's been declassified now. The McCollum memo, the 8 action plan. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. You know, and this was, you know, written before the bombing, and it was 8 ways to get Japan to attack us because, you know, we don't have diplomatic cover to declare war on them. But if we get them to attack us, and we can then spiral that into.
I saw that. We're gonna go over that here, Bones. Yeah, I'm gonna. Did you watch it already? I'm gonna watch it here later. Yeah.
To a war predicate. I mean, they're the same thing. For example, with the Northwoods memo, with, you know, pretext to war with Cuba and cooking up all these, you know, hijacking our own planes, sinking our own ships, doing, you know, riots on the streets of Miami, and then saying that it was, you know, the Cuban government behind it. Same thing with Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin. You know, same thing with you with the weapons of mass destruction predicate for invading Iraq. Did we know that were we duped and the crime was negligence for letting our national security state believe the New York Times reporting?
And then no one was ever held accountable for that either, right? That's the other, just trying to think about this stuff day to day, but, George W. was still walks around, drives around in his fucking, King Ranch fucking F-150. Lives a high life still, right? After all of the poor little kids that fucking died in the Middle East. Brutally murdered, blown into a million pieces, like... It's evil shit, right? It's out there in the world, and they're out there in the world, and they're sick fucks. And they walk around, they're not held accountable for any of it, But the COVID shit, listen, I have an interest in woo, right? And I know a guy who remote viewed it. And the results were interesting. Now, do I trust them? How the fuck do they trust them? No, you're remote viewing anything like that, you're not going to come back with anything fucking definitive, right? Because there's no way to corroborate any of the information. It's not like you have a target that that they're going to get data on. You're remote viewing the woo, right? So it's woo on woo, right? But I've mentioned it here before, and as someone who has an interest in catastrophism, right? It was interesting. And it's what made me reach out to this person, right? Although he didn't want to work with me in the end, because to be fair to him, I wasn't going to pay him. So I just wanted to have a conversation, but it is what it is, right? It's reality. You got to make money, and he had to focus on things that were going to make him money, I think. But anyway, John Vivanco remote viewed it back in April of 2020, right when it was starting to really ramp up. And his team saw, I should say, blind. And I don't know that they were blind, right? That's the other problem too. I know that he's a fairly reputable person in the community, but anyway, I'll stop those disclaimers. They remote viewed the virus, and the origins of the virus effectively were out of a lab. And the deeper story there that they got, which freaked the fuck into the viewers, as it probably should, was that there was a hierarchical structure involved, power structure from the West, that was involved in manufacturing the virus and releasing it. And they had an intention behind the release. The intention behind the release was effectively to cause chaos, financial chaos. But there was a deeper intention behind it, that they were trying to corral the world in anticipation of an unstoppable natural event, which piqued my ears up a little bit, not just a little bit, a lot, when I heard that. And John, I emailed John, I talked with John a little bit, and now because he didn't want to go further with this, I'm mentioning this, otherwise I would keep it in confidence, but he and his team remote viewed what the unstoppable natural event was, and it was some kind of encounter with some celestial force, object, something that caused some atmospheric effect on Earth. Now, the preface to all this is deep woo, right? But they got all this blind. And so there's some group of ruling elite here in the West that are pulling strings that were involved in releasing this. The intention was to cause financial chaos generally, but what they were doing was trying to corral the world in anticipation of this event. They have some foreknowledge of some event that's impending. And they were desperately trying to get the world ready for it. They didn't necessarily have evil intentions, although ultimately it would be considered evil, but they were desperately trying to remain in control, essentially, ahead of this happening. And so that was a remote viewing on it, which is very interesting. Now, you don't take that to the bank, right? And even they know that when you're looking at targets like that. You don't, there's no base, you don't have any way to go back and corroborate any of the information that's said. Although there is somebody, and I've tied this together, and I know probably John and his team have tied this together too, that there was somebody who came to Project Camelot back 20 plus years ago, who was a well-to-do person in the financial district in London, who was a Freemason, who heard a similar narrative from the ruling elite there. and they were involved in Freemasonry, and they called themselves the Anglo-Saxons, and they had an Anglo-Saxon mission, which was effectively to try and make sure that the ruling elite in the West, right, the Anglo-Saxons, the white Western men, stay in control. And they were going to facilitate catastrophes. They were trying to ferment wars in the Middle East. They were trying to ferment a war between Russia and the West. And all of this was in anticipation of some unstoppable natural event as well. So what it speaks to is that there's a group of people, whatever you want to call them, a cult, an organization, some kind of hierarchy, right, that is aware of something, information that the general public has not been privy to, and that they are making moves behind the scene. This is a conspiracy, I should say. They're making moves behind the scene to facilitate these things to happen in anticipation of this event happening, because ultimately they want to stay on top of the pyramid, and they're desperately trying to stay there. Right, and there's other powers vying for control, like from the East, like China and Russia and fuck knows who else, right? So probably the Saudis. I mean, there's tons of different power structures out there. So anyway, not a fun thing to think about right now. Just trying to stay positive. Unstoppable events are nice because knowing that you can't stop, it frees you up to just clarity to go about your business. For us, Wayne, it does, yeah. Keep calm and carry on. That's exactly it, man. Now, if you're somebody that wants to stay on top of the heap after whatever this is, and I'm not going to presume to know what it is, although I put forward my own interpretations of that before, of what it could be. Yeah, it's one of those things that you just don't freak yourself out about it too much. This has circulated behind the scenes, and I know that. And I know that it's come in many forms. And it's partially why I started doing this in a way, because I started streaming around COVID, and this is, again, this an amateur philosopher, because I was not associated with any university, right? If I was associated with the university, they would never sponsor this research to begin with, but I was concerned that there was something like this maybe in history, but I didn't have the resources and the tools and knowledge base to really know with any conviction. But I've heard this behind the scenes, that there are people in these different communities, whether it be in ufology, because ufology contactees, the woo there has talked about some event happening. Remote viewing communities. I know people in remote viewing communities have run into this information before as well. And what do you do with it? You don't do anything with it. You just kind of ignore it. And I know there's people in some academic circles too that have researched into catastrophism and Velikovsky's narratives that have also run into this information. Graham's touched on this, which is why I wanted to start having this conversation. And not just in regards to this, there's another narrative, broader narrative too about, ufology and the epistemological, metaphysical, ontological consequences of disclosure, which is something I was going to maybe do a dissertation on at some point, but life happens, right? So anyway, yeah. Did you see the YouTube video that I linked on Discord? Maybe, Bones? It's a weird rabbit hole. Somebody made a subreddit for it. I got a notification for the channel yesterday. Randomly, a bunch of people did. Oh, what is it? Was it in Forbidden Knowledge? I pulled a bunch of shit up that everybody posted again. Oh, I see your post here. I did see that. Did I pull it up? What was it about? Like, what's the link for it specifically? Yeah. All right, the new thinking or no? What was it about specifically? Billionaires preparing for the event. Yeah, which channel? Yeah, I was putting stuff in community. Is there a better channel? Any kind of stuff like this, Wayne. Usually, again, the Discord is kind of a mess sometimes, but just throw it in Forbidden Knowledge is where all like the woo stuff goes. Yeah, but anywhere, man. Yeah, I mean, I try and post stuff as much as I can on all the other channels too. Yeah, it's in the Forbidden Knowledge. It's the channel name. It's just a bunch of random characters and numbers. Nothing specific. It may just be an ARG, but it's got to do with the woo. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, but like for reals, why can't you just abuse our labor to your advantage and get us to help you start up your company again? No, sorry, it wasn't my company, Peach, either. It was another person's company, yeah. We're talking about why the elite wouldn't just use us as slaves, still wage slaves, because that's what a lot of us ended up being anyway. Maybe more mouths to feed. Oh, I see, Pambo, you just said that, not in streamer mode. That's fucking weird. Because I can see on my own thing that I am. That's weird, huh? Is that still showing? If anybody's in the Discord, can you see if it shows my stream running? That's very weird. I pay for this Discord, by the way. I pay fucking Discord like $20 a month right now for the advanced features. So these motherfuckers, it said that it's enabled right now. That's very obnoxious. It should be, yeah. Yeah. Second his message, yeah. Anyway, trying not to get too catastrophist here, but then look what we run into next. Oh my heavens. There's no getting away from it. Yeah. It's still the same for you. That pisses me off because it should absolutely be. I can see my own name as and I'm streaming. Isn't that fucking weird? I'll have to figure this out tomorrow morning. Oh my god. Oh god. And God bless Digi as well for all the other things too with the emotes. And man, there's so much shit you have to stay on top of. Like, it's absolutely insane with streaming. It's just, I don't think anybody does it by themselves anyway, but like, I'm particularly inept when it comes to these things. Yeah. His company, their company, they's company, who cares? Compete. There is no NDA. We're gonna create a commune? Is that what we're gonna fucking do? We're gonna be called communists now. Oh my god. We're gonna create a commune together. We're just gonna like live off of like lettuce and stuff and spinach, and once in a while we'll sacrifice a cow, do some blood ritual, we'll have steak and stuff, and that'd be fucking great, you know. Yeah. Woo to whoop. Oh fuck yeah, man. Yeah. Interesting. This is the thing about this, right? This is the thing about remote viewing. When you do stuff like that, right? Like, it's in the woo, but, and this is why I thought it was interesting, especially in regards to things like, you know, information the elite have accumulated through their vast wealth that we have not. If there's any way to level the fucking playing field, let's just do it, right? And that's why I had an interest in it, because if we can infer that that's happening, and there are people that know, and this is, you know, I put this out here all the time. Now I got 20 viewers. Now, if I had 2,000 viewers, I probably wouldn't be talking about this publicly because there's a concerning element involved with this narrative. There are bits, I'm not going to get into other bits and pieces of it, but there are other pieces of the puzzle that fit together a little bit too neatly, where there might be something real about this. Again, I don't claim to know. Ultimately, I don't know. I know that I don't know, but this is a real thing behind the scenes. It started to bubble up in ufology, which is interesting, which is why I've covered it. That there are people within government that have heard this as well. That there's something that's going to happen. Something's going to happen to people, to our civilization more specifically, not just people. And you know, if it's anything to do with the remote viewing, I see that people are building bunkers, but anyway, yeah. Tell us the juicy stuff before we're famous, Jim. I talk about it probably off stream, man. I've mentioned it to people. There's some people here and some of the other boys. I know I've mentioned them before, but there's some other stuff. And, you know, I'm not completely convicted on it, I should say, but there's other bits and pieces to this. It ties in with the idea, essentially the TLDR, is that there might be something to this idea that this other planet in our solar system they're looking for may actually have a legitimate effect on the inner solar system, which includes us. And that might be a part of this broader conspiracy. Now, it's not necessarily a Zachariah Sitchin scenario where the Nibiru flies right by Earth, but it's, and I think I've talked with some people that are involved in looking for this right now that were like, oh shit. And I was like, oh, this could be a thing. And they're like, well, yeah. And I was like, fuck. You know, I'd be careful what I have to say because I'm not a complete idiot. I know that even talking about this stuff on the internet might be problematic. Like, because I'm in Canada and I know CSIS undoubtedly listens to things or could be flagged with things like this. Especially when you're talking with people in fucking Beijing, right? That are involved in astrophysics. So I do get slightly nervous about these scenarios. And this is not a joke, because if there's something to do with cycles and we're approaching a cycle again, I'm getting nervous right now. I'm talking about it, honestly. And they're aware of this. They don't want people mentioning this publicly because it could legitimately start to cause some form of panic. I don't think I know it's not going to be. Thankfully, I'm not an accredited person. I didn't pay the money to go and get accredited. So people will take me less seriously, which is good. But there are other people out there that would be taken more seriously, maybe who I've talked to, who have been made aware of the possibilities, and we're aware to begin with. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I live in a bunker with a bunch of survival shit. I don't know if I would, man, because if something happened, especially if it's in a rural area, I'd be worried about people trying to come and take the stuff. Yeah. Relax. As long as I'm here, you'll at least have top corporate lawyers to your defense. Thanks, Beach. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's just one of those things that, you talk shit on the internet and then you never know who's listening. And at the end of the day, it's something that affects all of us is humanity. It's why I'd love to talk to Randall Carlson about this too, because he's there's not a lot of people that kind of have this perspective that we're in a shooting gallery and we're slowly coming to realize that there may be some periodicity to this shooting gallery in these shots that are taken. And that, again, like in times past, it was bad, but it'd be particularly bad now because in times past, there were maybe 1 billion people at most. That'd be even an exaggeration, maybe 500 million people. We've got 8 billion on the planet now. We've got a highly susceptible population as well, where any form of disruption is going to put them into a fucking chaos. And then you start to understand why the global elite are very worried about these scenarios and take them very seriously and have their own psionic assets, probably, I should mention as well, who have looked into these things. And that's where you get a little bit are they actively looking for people talking about this shit? There are some things that you can bring up in conversation that might be legitimately dangerous to bring up. And I don't want to sound audacious, right? Because I'm not the guy, but this is one of the things. I'll say that definitively. This is one of the things you're going to be careful with bringing up because this is a potential threat to your existence. Because what you're fucking with is a power structure. And if they're trying to keep something on the DL and you're coming in and you're saying, hey, what's all this stuff? What's all this mean? It's not a whole lot for you to just have a slip on the sidewalk one day. And, again, it's like, I don't want to sound audacious, but it's something that is, it's in the back of my mind. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. With the FBI, sounds perfect for a lawyer firm. Fuck yeah. Yeah. You're always going to die, though. Wayne, that's true, brother. Listen, there are forces beyond us involved with what's happening here. I'm going to bet that. I'm going to bet there are forces beyond humans that are involved right now with whatever the fuck's going on. And I don't know how much power they have or when and if they ever decide to intervene or if they have. But, I mean, this would be one of those scenarios that if this is something that's going to play out in our lifetimes. And if you look at the abduction phenomena, they, whoever they are, have literally told people this to their face. They had to go get regressions to realize these conversations even occurred. But they've said as much to people face to face and afterwards fucked around with their memories so they didn't remember it. That, in your lifetime, you're going to live through a cataclysm. It's like, guys. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. You found the perfect place for a commune. Oh, did you actually? All right. Colorado's up there. What's that? What's the military place in Colorado again? Is it Mount Cheyenne or Cheyenne Mountain? Is that in Colorado? Yeah. Under the Colorado airport there too. Is it in Boulder? Where is it? No, it's in Denver. And under the Denver airport, there's a continuation of government site, likely. There's a deep underground military base, but it's a continuation of government site under Denver Airport. And yeah, that's a good pick. It's a good spot. actually. Yeah. Why did it pull up there? Press and hold. Press to confirm you're a human. I have to press and hold. It's under the screen. Sorry, I'm just gonna pull it over here in a second. I don't know why it got pulled up on the other fucking screen. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, but there we go. Check mark. Oh my heavens, a lot of land. There you go. Oh, only 7 million. Oh, it's in Utah. Yeah, it's not a bad spot, probably. Right by Skinwalker Ranch. There you go. It's only 7 million. There you go. Oh, it's a bit of a rough unit there, but holy fuck. That's where the butlers will live. That's where the butlers will live, right? That's where they'll hang out, right? That's not where we're going to live. We're going to live in a nice spot. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, bud. Yeah, like it's a beautiful spot, though. I mean, now, is that farmable land? Probably not, judging by all the sand, but we can eat the butlers. We'll fatten the butlers up off of bugs, and then we'll eat them. Yeah, plenty of wood. Yeah, that's true, though, brother. They got a silo there, too. I mean, maybe you can grow, like, chia seeds or some shit, you know? We can do rice pudding or something. Yeah. But we gotta get meat. That's the only problem. So we gotta fatten the butlers up. There'd be tons of bugs out there in the desert. Like, are those dandelions? We can make a tea out of that, right? No pine trees, though. Fuck, no vitamin C. That's the only problem. I'm not seeing any vitamin C or kicking around. Maybe there's some pine. The thing up in the Northeast here in North America, when all the immigrants came over initially, right, from Europe, they were all dying of scurvy. And the Native Americans were just fucking fine. They were just chilling. And they were like, how are you guys not suffering from these effects? And they were like, oh, we drink pine tea. Right? You ever had pine tea before? It's actually really fucking good. I've made it before. I literally just went out back and grabbed some pine needles. But you do pine needles in water, you boil it, and pine needles are full of vitamin C. And that's how they conquered scurvy through the winters. Because the pine trees, you know, they have the pine needle saved, and you can pull them off the trees in some instances too, right? And they'd make pine needle tea. Yeah, but there's no pine here, so I don't know what the fuck we would do yet. The half crops are what concerns you. Hey, brother, what does that mean? See, they're growing something. What is it, right? Is it rice? What's it all about? Oh my God, there you go. Yeah, 7.5 million. Get it now while it's hot. Now, once everybody comes up from Salt Lake, though, what are you going to do? You're going to have more than just butlers. You're going to have some mercenaries on the land too to make sure that you collect all the meat from the people coming from the major city centers, right? So you have to also arm them with more than just like shovels and whatnot. You'll have to give them weapons likely. So interesting touring this home? No. Interesting though, yeah. Very beautiful place. Well, it's not too far away from Nevada, which is what I was going to talk about next, actually. Area 51 has been rocked by serious, or I'm supposed to say series of earthquakes here, misspelling, as seismic activity around mysterious testing site ramps up. A series of earthquakes has struck near the secretive Area 51 military testing base outside Las Vegas. The U.S. Geological Survey recorded a 2.8 magnitude tremor near the highly classified site in Nevada, long associated with rumors of alien research. The quake occurred east of Armagosa Valley, close to the infamous Air Force facility known for UFO-related conspiracy theories. Brother. There you go. There's a bunch of them that have happened. This is in the testing range where they used to just, willy-nilly throw down nuclear weapons. Yeah. So, yeah. How to lead men. Wayne, that's the thing. You let them get thirsty enough, right? And then you tell them this is where the water is. And then you lead them to water. But first they got to get thirsty or hungry, right? Right? You got to say, oh, it's been a while since I've had a cheeseburger. And they're like, oh, fuck, I'd kill for a cheeseburger right now. And you say, yeah. You say, there's all those people over there, right, that are trying to come onto our land. You'd say, oh, yeah, there is. You say, yeah, it's meat's meat. We're not going to waste all that meat, are we? You just got to know what to say. Yeah. This is where the beer is. Yeah. You get one of those sticks with a fork in it. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Big stick with a nail in it, maybe. And then that'll lead them to the cheeseburgers. Fuck. Yeah. God damn it. Didn't a bunch of people try to storm Area 51 once? Jim, was I there? No, I was not there. I did contemplate going, but I didn't fancy being shot in the head by special ops soldiers. So I did not participate. But yes, I was waiting with bated breath as to what was going to happen. And thankfully, everyone that showed up were a bunch of betas and did nothing as anticipated. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna, where the fuck is USGS? I just look at the earthquake map periodically because I find it interesting. I get the borders turned off for some reason. I'm concerned about this earthquake along the New Madrid fault line. All the psychics have talked about it for years. Still, we're waiting. Hopefully, we wait a bit longer. If anyone's in the New Madrid area, up along this fault line here, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. Why are the fucking borders all shut off? Hold on. Search the catalog. We're going for custom. We're going for 1.0 over the last 30 days. We're going to draw a custom rectangle down in Nevada. And we're going to see how bad these earthquakes really were. Use this region and search. Oh, heavens. That's a lot, actually. Tom's place. Where's Tom's place? Oh, Hawthorne. Oh my heavens. There's quite a bit of seismic activity going on in this area over the last month. Strange. What does it all mean? Yeah. Why is your Discord not set to streamer mode so that everyone in Discord sees you're streaming? It is. That's what I see. Someone just messaged me as well. It is. I don't know why the fuck it's not. That's what I was saying. It is set to streamer mode right now. It's enabled. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was just told this by Pambo I saw posted. I have no fucking idea. I paid Discord all this money. Why are they cucking me? On my Discord, it says I'm streaming right now. How do you turn it on officially? Security actions. That's a waste of time. I don't know. It's pretty fucking lame. I know that much. I don't know why it's enabled right now. Yeah. I said I have to figure that out tomorrow. Yeah, it is a faux pas. I don't understand. Yeah, there's quite a few people in here now. Actually, I see. I think we're almost up to 100. We're close. Yeah. When it cracks 1,000, that's when I'll start actually managing it properly. I have to share activity. Oh, really? Edit profile. Hold on. Yeah. User settings. Ooh. Am I not? Share your detected activities with others. I don't know why that was even fucking turned off. Can you see it now? Oh. Maybe it's showing now. I don't know. I have no idea why that was turned off. That's interesting. Is that when I'm gaming too? You can't see like what games I'm playing? Intriguing. Oh, it's showing now. Peach, thank you. Yeah, now it's working. Isn't that strange? I don't know why I shut that off. Maybe I was playing a game with someone and I didn't want them to see how I was playing. I don't recall. I don't really give a fuck, so I don't know why that would have got shut off, but... What the fuck? Map data not available. Classified area. Well, there we go. We figured it out. So now everyone can see that I'm streaming. So, yeah. Interesting. Black vertical, miss anything? Oh, back. Anything interesting? Well, that's a good question. I was just looking at these earthquakes in Nevada. Because people were speculating that maybe they're doing these deep underground nuclear tests again, which is interesting. Maybe they are. Who the fuck knows? There's a lot of activity, though. This is what I was kind of getting to, that there's a lot of activity around the area right now. Like a lot. So, unrelated. Like if you were to go, let's see across the entire US actually. Let's go custom 1 past 30 days, continental US. There you go. Use this region. Yeah, I don't know. That's not too bad though, is it? I don't know. I mean, it seems like a lot, but that's 1.0 earthquakes. Like that's like somebody dumping a big load in a fucking truck or something, or even possibly in a Taco Bell. So yeah, this last month. Yeah. I wonder if it's all the nuclear blasts they did in the past disturbed the deep crust. Maybe, man. Yeah. It could be they're doing more nuclear tests, which they shouldn't be, but they could very well be testing explosives. Yeah. See, Trump he's asking Russia and China to stop spending money on nukes a few seconds ago. Oh, did he? Interesting. He's saying that with all these earthquakes going on around Area 51. Which is, again, people that don't know, we've gone here before, but you can go to, you can see the testing areas they used to test at. So, like, it's not going to take me right there, is it? Oh, fucking, actually, it's actually Google Earth. It's literally right around where they were testing the nukes back in the day. So all these holes in the ground here, for people that don't know, on Google Earth, you can go look at, were all nuclear detonations. Now, most of them were done under the ground, but there are a couple that were done above ground. Like there's a big fucking one right there, but they did these blasts underground. And this whole area still has remnants of the radiation. But this is almost exactly where the earthquakes are happening. FYI. So, I just lost where I was. Anyway. Here, reorient us here. Here we are. But this is literally where the earthquakes are literally happening under here. So people were thinking like, what's happening? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Fuck. Dirty nuke friends, brother.
Greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two. And I'm going to say, there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at 400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say, we can settle this we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military and I'm going to be meeting with China. We were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
Make the deal, Don. Just be careful, brother. They're not our friends. Yeah. Not friends. Oh, yeah, not friends. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah, ultimately, they're not our friends. But maybe someday they will. I don't know. Buffett's $277 billion warning. Shield your savings now. Surprise, brother. I don't have much at all. So there you go. Savers of the Earth are playing 40 chess to get them to let their guard down and fuck them up. Oh, wouldn't that be dirty? Oh, my God. Conquer them. I mean, ultimately, that's the name of the game, right? So, man, what a greasy play that would be. Fuck the Flint Dibble thing. Holy fuck. I got a lot of shit up here that I still have to go over. But you know what I was going to get to, because I want to go, I'm going to go eat my sketty there in a minute. Where the fuck did I put it now? There's a little clip it that I have right here. Jesse Michaels just posted this. Dave Rossi was a blue-collar construction worker until a life-altering encounter with a blue plasma-like being awakened in him an obsessive drive to explore quantum physics, high-voltage experiments, and the hidden potentials of extended electrodynamics. He soon caught the attention of defense insiders, including figures affiliated with Health Putoff and Eric Davis, who recognized the apparent validity of Rossi's theories on negative energy and inertial mass reduction. Rossi contends that tapping the scalar and vector potentials of the quantum vacuum could yield breakthroughs like cold electricity over unity energy devices and even time displacement. Yet he warns these discoveries can be weaponized to devastating effect. Urging a balance of moral responsibility with scientific curiosity, he believes that consciousness and spirituality must evolve alongside any new physics if humanity is to avoid catastrophic misuse of next-level technologies.
amazing blue being experience that prompts you to get into quantum physics.
Because of what this being had showed me, I started looking into this notion of longitudinal scalar waves. Now, these were shown to me by this being as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us. You can use the potentials that...
Brother, what in the fuck? Is this who showed him? Is this who fucking showed him right here? Or never feel space funk? Oh my heavens. Is this who did it? This is what we have to ask ourselves, yeah. According to the Hopi prophecies, the land near the four corners will be the utopia after the day of purification. Fuck. Wait, that's not good. We could talk about this later too, actually, because I have something up that's somewhat relevant to that. This prophecy is very interesting. And it's not just the Hopis that speak of it, yeah. Why can't a blue plasma-like being insert itself into me to make me smarter? Smarter? Yeah. Brother, that's what I was asking myself. I'm like, where did he fucking... He's got Chud Bluski on fucking speed dial. Like, what in the fuck? Get us on that goddamn space suite. Get us on that goddamn space suite already. Yeah. Oh my God. How would you have done it? There's only one way to find out. And that way is to listen to this shit. So we'll pull this up too, actually. Hendrix will watch this. Let me go throw my Sketty in the microwave, guys. And I'm going to watch this documentary. Or this interview, I guess, with this guy who supposedly talked with Chud. And Chud gave him all this physics. So what does it all fucking mean? We'll be back in a minute. yes, I'm here. Skinny Bob did get my anus, so yeah, he did get it. He can have it any night that he wants, but they haven't taken it yet, so yeah. Well, just we're still waiting, patiently waiting, gooning for it. Speaking of which, Chud showed up and got this guy's butt. There was actually a meme about this, the alien touched his butt actually or something. I guess we'll find out, but he was a construction worker and then he got into physics. Now, there are competent people who love physics who end up doing shitty day jobs. So, I mean, he could have been a guy who loved physics and ended up doing physics who happened to be doing construction work. Does it mean an alien fucking gave him information on how to do it? No. Things are complicated. I'm very curious to see what happened, his story, his journey, and how he summoned them and how they enlightened him. So I guess we'll just fucking get into it.
Amazing blue being experience that prompts you to get into quantum physics.
Because of what this being had showed me, I started looking into this notion of longitudinal scalar waves. Now, these were shown to me by this being as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us. You can use the potentials that exist all around us right now in the quantum vacuum to surveil an entire room.
How would you do that?
I don't want to say because it starts to overlap into stuff that's sensitive. I know a group that is working in the government that has been working on this since the 90s, and they've had massive success. There are things that I've seen in private laboratories that are undeniable and verified by people other than myself in those facilities. A UAP was hovering near some plants, and as an individual approached the UAP shot off, as many people have experienced.
We're gonna find out, I guess, man. I don't know.
Plants that were close to the UAP were analyzed, they had aged 10 years within X amount of hours. We're dealing with multiple factions or elements of both government and private industry that have vast influence on what could or could not be revealed, and no one really knows what to do. If you reveal some, then people are going to take it and run with it, and then that's going to open up a whole other avenue of research that can be weaponized pretty easily if someone has a nefarious mindset. We have mutual friends that are privately working on some of these things where 6-7 months worth of work in the lab, all of a sudden it's a weapon now. And if someone gets a hold of that weapon, it's game over.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
Well, you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
This interview was one of the most baffling and intriguing I've ever done on this show. Today, we will talk to a former construction worker. He was down and out and just scraping by. He then developed an interest in UFOs. Then, he had an interaction with a blue alien being that, according to him, caused him to do a deep dive into quantum physics. All of this sounded pretty crazy when I first heard about it. But since meeting this next guest, I've introduced him to a Navy scientist who's worked at the highest levels of government. Even he was extremely impressed and intrigued by this former construction worker's findings. I know all of this sounds insane, but it's true. Our next guest was also spotted by the legendary Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, who have also noted his impressive knowledge in areas of unorthodox science.
Dr. Davis, thank you so very much for being here today.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
A lot of this guest's interests in physics are in a special branch of it called extended electrodynamics. We recorded this interview in early December of 24. And at the time of its recording, extended electrodynamics was considered quackery, something you might hear at a zero-point energy conference somewhere in the Southwest from a crystal healer. But right after we recorded this podcast, the National Science Foundation and NASA co-sponsored a podcast with some elite scientists and engineers with serious credentials claiming to investigate, you guessed it, extended electrodynamics. I've also heard from multiple other Navy whistleblowers that this framework is very, very real and useful.
When you introduce the scalar field, you now have the possibility of at least 3 completely new kinds of waves.
Okay, so a construction worker with no formal schooling downloads exotic physics from a blue alien being, and that physics is now being vindicated at the highest levels of government and aerospace. Sounds about right for 2025.
we listened to a little bit of that podcast too, so I got caught people off guard. I mean, listen, there's tons of like woo theories and all these different disciplines and all these intricate little corners of all of physics, but same thing with other disciplines like philosophy. But I guess we'll have to give this guy. We'll give him our judgment and see what we think.
But this former construction worker hasn't only agreed to come on my show. He's agreed to speak with any scientist at any level about his theories on my show as a follow-up. I thought that was a pretty decent show of confidence. So without further ado, please enjoy this special sit-down with this week's American alchemist, the scientific savant himself, David Rossi. I'm here with Dave Rossi, and I couldn't be more excited to have this conversation because we've had a lot of offline conversations over the last couple of years or year or so. And I'm always wildly impressed at your knowledge of physics, experimentally and theoretically. And you kind of came out of the blue and had like this extremely interesting origin story when it came to how you acquired such esoteric knowledge of physics. And so it's an honor to have you here, man.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Like you said, we've spoken for quite a while over the years, and I'm very excited to be on the show. I really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely, man. No, the honor is mine. And you have a really great podcast everybody should check out as well. It's called Generation Z. And so we're going to go to the limits of my knowledge and ability to understand this stuff. But if we ever exceed that, you can just go watch Zed's channel, and it's great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, of course. So I know you to be somebody extremely knowledgeable, not only about UFOs from like an investigative lens, which, you know, a lot of journalists out there know a lot about, like, you know, UFOs and the history of the government vis-a-vis UFOs.
Right.
You know about it from a scientific perspective. And I think a lot of what you get into is actually just man-made, prosaic, human, exotic technology.
Correct.
That sort of mimics UFOs. Maybe it's inspired by UFOs. I don't know.
Right.
But
yeah, if I can give a little background as to how I got into this, basically. So it was around the time that COVID had hit, and I decided to start a small podcast. And I didn't think at the time, about 4 years ago, that I would be where I am currently. And so what happened essentially was I decided to start looking into the UFO topic in general, UAPs and all that. But then after a couple of years of doing the show, I started to say to myself, well, I'm very interested in learning about it and making videos on it. And I was gracious enough to have a small audience that supported me. But I said to myself, well, what if I can actually try and build something? And so I tried to first dive into the theory of things like, Maxwell's equations and so on and so forth. And throughout that process, I recall a very spiritual experience. Going to sleep one evening, and it felt like, I don't want to use the word abducted because I think that implies that there was some negative connotation to the experience, which in this case for me, graciously, there wasn't. But I remember essentially being, I guess you could say, taken by a blue energy type humanoid, if you will. There were no physical characteristics. It was just pure blue energy. And I really couldn't tell.
Why do you say humanoid when you say?
Well, because it had 2 arms, 2 legs. It was just significantly taller than you or I, for example, height-wise. And so...
And when you say no physical characteristics, it was like you could move right through it with your hand or something.
Essentially, yes.
Like a plasma being or something.
Basically, very not really dense whatsoever, sort of like, right, a plasma, electric plasma type being. And I recall, I can't say for certain because I don't know if it was a physical experience or a purely energetic or spiritual one, but sure. I recall opening my eyes and I saw all this basically white light around me, but it seemed like it was a very convex type structure. And then I recall I felt like I was very drowsy, and I recalled seeing this blue being basically standing very close to my head. And then next thing I knew, I basically closed my eyes, and I woke up the next morning, and I had all of a sudden this extreme drive and inclination to study electrical engineering and quantum physics in particular. And I knew absolutely nothing about it. I failed math, I think, almost every year of high school. And so I spent the first 2 years from there basically learning. I had made some videos where I had discussed these type of concepts on my channel. Without getting into specifics name-wise, I was noticed by a handful of very nice gentlemen that that seemingly saw some potential to what I was saying from a physics and engineering perspective, gave some presentations to those individuals, and since then continue to learn many.
I just want to say it's important to recognize that, you know, the educational system that many of us came up in wasn't really conducive to people's passions. And, you know, he could have had shitty fucking math teachers his whole way along that didn't really get him genuinely interested in it. And he could have had huge potential as someone in mathematics, and who failed him really wasn't himself, it was his teachers. So, you know, it's perfectly possible. You could have these savant-like people that just have been shit on by the system and thrown to the side, who have great potential. And, you know, everything you've seen so far jive with it. Jim, what's your opinion on Jesse? For me, it doesn't feel like he's the same intentions per se as Corbell or even YouTube UFO dudes. Seems genuinely curious. I feel the same way, man. Yeah. He seems like somebody, he's clearly a very resourceful guy. He's worked with Peter Thiel for many years. So, you know, very competent, resourceful, very highly knowledgeable. I mean, he knows so much about the phenomena and specific bits and pieces about the conspiracy behind the cover-up, which I think Dave Grush probably helped him with a bit. But I think he's got pretty good intentions. I mean, his intentions, especially exploring these more woo sides of these stories, which is important because there's tons of people that have moved this forward in different disciplines who, you know, had metaphysical experiences, and it's not something I think we should be ignorant to. And I'm glad that he's had the courage to go and share these stuff, regardless of people's opinions of, oh, you're going off the rails. But shut the fuck up. Like, you know, the world's a strange place, and Jesse doesn't care. I like that about him. Yeah. My previous life at university, pedagogy and learning how people learn is so lost on a lot of people. Absolutely, Bones. Yeah. That's the thing. And going through the basic educational system too, right? You know, it's these curriculums that are developed, they're just not conducive to everybody. And there's a lot of people who get thrown to the side. I felt the same way. As a young kid, I did very well in school. And as I get older, I mean, I had other interests in music, and no one really facilitated that. I had one music teacher that did, but I didn't know philosophy at that time. But I felt like I got thrown to the wayside too, and was just one of these outcasts. And so I vibe with this idea that, you know, and I had many friends like that too, who were really like way smarter than me. They were brilliant people and just didn't have the resources to go to university, and didn't really get along with their teachers either because they're a bit more rebellious. And anyway, it's, you know, there's tons of people out there that have a lot to give, and not to let the system fucking crush you and push you down and think that you're worthless because you didn't do well in high school. Fuck them. Yeah. Our current curriculum is designed around the Industrial Revolution and what you get a job in that time. That's exactly it, man. It's pushing people to do jobs and work for corporations. That's precise. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah.
Many cups of coffees later, many late nights spent just reading papers, you know, the Soviet papers, the older North American papers, which is, I think, in terms of zero-point energy tech, a lot of stuff is in the older literature more so than the modern literature. And then from there, I built a handful of different devices that had some interesting effects that seemed to substantiate what a lot of the theory that people like Dr. Pudov, Dr. Davis, and others have discussed. However, I must say that there were people going all the way back to the early 1900s, going back to, Nikola Tesla, people, for example, like Gabriel Krohn and E.T. Whittaker and so on, that seemed to substantiate certain experiments that I was doing with a partner of mine, using things like, for example, ring superconductors and looking into the notion of magnetism and so on. And then from there, I continued to network and meet more people, both in the defense industry as well as in the private sector. And there seemed to be more and more validity to what I was looking into. And I don't claim I was the first one to discover this by any stretch.
What were you, before you had your experience, you had a podcast where you're covering UFOs, is that right?
Correct.
And so you were already somewhat interested in kind of out there subjects, but nothing from a scientific perspective.
Nothing. Since I was young, I always had an interest in, the paranormal and things like that. Nothing from the scientific aspect. Before the podcast, I was in construction. It was pretty straightforward. There was no, I don't have any formal
So
degrees.
what inspired you to start a UFO podcast as a construction worker?
Well, what happened was COVID had hit, and this was during the time when people had, 2-3 months off where they were staying home. And I said to myself, I looked around at the time at the UFO podcasting field from what I could find at least. And I could, with all due respect to the shows out there, I couldn't find a show that seemed to be very unbiased and neutral and just looked at evidence rather than implementing a certain biased perspective. And I thought maybe I could contribute to the field by just applying an open mind to it. Now, granted, with that said, that has significantly changed because of fantastic shows like yourself and some others. But at the time, that's what I was doing. And so there came a point where I just kind of got bored, and I said, I want to try and, make something and see what I could do dealing with electromagnetism in particular, what that could potentially lead to.
And how far into doing the podcast do you have this amazing blue being experience that prompts you to get into quantum physics?
Probably about just over a year in, maybe a year and a half.
Okay.
So going to 2021 now, give or take.
Is there anything that happened before?
I've been doing this for 5 years. What the fuck are they doing? They haven't come to me. They're like, Jim, you're too fucking dumb for that stuff, bud. You just got to meme for us. You got to meme. Be our little memer and dance. Fuck. I had the same experience, though. I was managing a little business again, an area of a business. And COVID hit. It was in the tourism industry, and my hours got cut severely. And I was just sitting around being like, what the fuck am I going to do? And me and my buddy, Leaky Pipes, said, well, fuck, let's just start talking about all this dumb shit. And I wanted an outlet to talk about the woos too. So we started a little podcast called the Casual Cats Podcast. And then that grew from there into me doing my own thing, because he probably got sick of hearing me just ramble about UFOs all the time. Then I started doing this, but I haven't had any encounters with blue beings yet. Boys, fucking what? I'm just not good enough for you or what? Is that what it is? I'm not going to do the song and dance? Fuck. People having these, I saw UFOs, but you still have hair and the aliens are intimidated. They don't play around with that. Is that what it is? Should I shave my head, Peach? Is that going to be more cult-like? Do you want me to start a cult? Like, what the fuck? What do they want from me?
For that experience, or it just seemed like out of the blue, no pun intended?
But literally, no pun intended, out of the blue entirely.
Wow.
Nothing preliminary that was before that.
That's amazing. Okay,
yes,
so you're
how did you
prompted to
know?
look into both electrical engineering and
Right.
kind of some more experimental stuff,
ED
but also
Enterprises.
some of the theory
Right.
behind some of these more exotic,
Right.
lineages in
Right.
science, if you will.
Right.
And you say you get noticed. Can you say anything more about that? And no worries if you can't. But
Certain individuals that you've interviewed on your show noticed me and asked me to present a couple of times over, and they were very interested in what I had to say, and that told me, well, if I'm onto something, I clearly must be onto something semi-feasible at least, because if not, why would there be this show of interest?
yeah.
And then from there, essentially, I began networking more and more, meeting with different groups of people in the private military contractor field, meeting with people inside, the Defense Department, and officially, there was no way that they could support me, but privately, they were encouraging me significantly to continue pursuing what I was doing. And so, at this point in time now, what I essentially do is I consult for private groups as well as for, in some cases, other. We'll just say private groups for.
Can you fucking imagine, man? One day you're like putting like fucking concrete sidewalks in. The next day, Chud Bluski shows up in your fucking bedroom. Is like, you're gonna talk about electromagnetism for me. Then you're consulting for like private fucking, special access programs. What the fuck? You never know what's gonna happen though, right? Hail Chud Bluski, space weed. Fucking, he came. You take a toke of his space weed, and then you just see the light. You're like, holy fuck! It's the scalar fields. It's scalar waves. Sorry, that's it. And then you're an expert overnight. It's power that they have though to enlighten you. Why haven't they come to see me yet? You motherfuckers. Not good enough, I guess. That's just it. Yeah, it's an announcement. Yeah. Yeah. One of the plants are real? Yeah. Probably not. Sorry. There we go.
different aspects of physics, and I don't claim to know a lot by any means compared to certain individuals out there with regards to zero-point energy, but I think in a certain capacity I could probably hold my own, and so that's led me to where I am now, and I'm very, very fortunate and very grateful. So,
well, I'll just say the reason we're even doing this is because I don't feel super equipped. I mean, we had an initial conversation. A lot of what you said resonated on some instinctive level with me.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, this guy seems, pretty legit. Like this seems awesome. Like what he's into seems directionally exactly aligned with a lot of intuitions I've had, or even stuff I've discovered just from a historical perspective when it comes to Townsend Brown or high energy physics or certain anomalies with consciousness or whatever. Right. You were kind of saying a lot of this stuff, but taking it a little deeper as far as the math and theory of it. But really what convinced me is, I don't know if you remember this, but I was like, oh, okay, I appreciate, meeting you, Zed. This is amazing. But like, you were a construction worker 4 years ago and you just got prompted by a blue beam to get into this.
I will say that this will be controversial. However, I know that you're not afraid of any of that. I started looking into, because of what this being had showed me during that one evening experience in a visual sense, I started looking into this notion of what people call longitudinal waves or longitudinal scalar waves. Now, I know there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there about it. I know that we have mutual friends that are currently conducting experiments looking into basically proving its feasibility and what it could lead to and so on.
And just for the audience, so this is this idea of, sometimes it's called scalar physics, other times it's called extended electrodynamics. It's the idea that classical electrodynamics, as we currently hold it, which only allows for the, your typical transverse Hertzian electromagnetic wave, which attenuates over space-time, electrons pair off, that sort of thing.
Right.
You actually have this other thing called the scalar field, which allows for all sorts of exotic wave types where in the transverse Hertzian wave, you have electric field, a magnetic field, and wave propagation, and all three are perpendicular to one another.
Right.
And in this case, you could have, a magnetic field
party in the back.
Wave propagation. They're parallel. And so it could, all the, attenuation over normal distances in space-time, that sort of thing, might get kind of negated by these exotic wave types.
Correct. And so to your point, very well said, by the way, these longitudinal waves were shown to me by this being basically as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us. But because of the way that quantum theory explains it, they're or would explain it if there was any official way to that would be allowed through the system to explain it. They exist all around us in what we call, I guess you could say, the quantum vacuum, or what was once called the luminiferous ether many years ago, I think over 100 years ago. They exist all around us, but they also don't simultaneously. So you need to, in other words, curve space-time itself in order to tap these type of waves. So you use the traditional Hertzian transverse waves that we're used to and accustomed to, but you apply certain conditions in an engineering sense to them, in which will allow space-time to curve. Now,
how do you do that?
This is where it's interesting, and
smoke space weed. That's how you do it, brother. That's how he summoned them to begin with. He hasn't got to the summoning ritual yet. That's what I'm most excited about, because I'd love to speak to the blue man, not about scalar waves, but other things. Yeah, they're going deep here. I mean, clearly this gentleman is a fairly competent person intellectually. You can just tell by how he's having this conversation. So, I mean, there's tons of people out there who have just got fucked over by the system and had to do shitty jobs. And it doesn't mean that he's not a smart guy. It just means that, he had a bad hand dealt to him. Maybe the blue being said, well, who out of all of these monkeys in the woods is going to enlighten them to scalar waves and how they actually work? And they're going to be like, this gentleman here, they don't give a fuck that he was working in construction. Like, they're looking at his potential, right? And it's interesting when who was that mathematician we were talking about the other day? Who did Zoes bring that up, or someone brought up that mathematician from India who made waves like 100 years ago in the field? And he attributed all of the knowledge. He wasn't like formally trained initially. He attributed all these breakthroughs. Oh, Calbron, it was you. Ramanujan, however you say his name. Yeah, he was talking to the gods. How many other fucking breakthroughs have come through these communications? I don't know. There might be a lot. Are we ready to hear this shit? Yeah. Make sure you wear a blue shirt in the interview. If they come at night in the middle of the night, I'm going to be completely naked. So maybe I'm going to start wearing pajama pants to bed. Maybe that's what's throwing them off. Like, holy fuck.
We'll get into that. So essentially, if I may start with a very basic foundation here, everything that is taught, to my understanding, within particle physics, electrical engineering on a basic level have to do with what are called U1 models that essentially assume a flat space-time. So in other words, in the condition of a flat space-time, you cannot get these effects. And if you begin to curve space-time itself, which I'll explain practically, you can start to see this certain type of phenomenology that you otherwise would not see. So what do I mean by that? For example, the Aronoff-Bohm effect shows essentially that potentials themselves, more formally called the four-vector potentials, are actually more fundamental than physical fields. And I know there's a lot of people privately that grasp it even better than I do, but I think publicly there are a lot of people that truly don't see that because it maybe seems too esoteric or too magical or what have you. But the idea here is that essentially the electromagnetic vector potential can allow for the essentially the curving of space-time in a topological sense. So in the laboratory, you energetically start to get these caduceus-like waves that occur longitudinally that initially start off in a transverse sense. Now, in a very simple regard, one way that
the caduceus, again, for people, I brought that up multiple times, but what he's referring to here in regards to these waves and how they move is what the fuck am I clicking on, and why did this do this now? Hold on a second here, I'll show you. Just so we can visualize what he's talking about here. Oh shit, that's why I fucking threw everything in a goddamn folder recently called stuff. There we go. There, this thing here. That's the caduceus, right? And so the entwining of the serpents around the caduceus. So it's just kind of like, which might make sense because again, we see that there's this theme, like if you look at the golden ratio, this as above, so below kind of deal where, and this is what Sitchin thought this represented the structure of DNA, but there are other forces that resemble this kind of vortex-like feature. So interesting, yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah. Around us and not around us, a shadow realm, brother. Fucking Kaiba. Is Kaiba now? Yeah. Yeah. He just means imagine a 3D environment instead of a flat plane. Jimmy, you must organize yourself, replace stuff with stuff A, stuff B, stuff C. Oh, if only you guys could see all the stuff on my computer. It's just a cluster fuck.
Space-time itself could be curved, would be having to do with spinning, for example, a capacitor, if you will. Because what you're doing from a mechanical perspective is you're inducing curvature within that local vicinity of space-time. Now, I'm paraphrasing here, and forgive me for those that are watching this later on, where if you look up the actual quote, I may be a little bit wrong here, but Feynman said something peculiar, which is that when you are charging a capacitor, you start to see the sparks come in on the edges of the gap of the actual capacitor instead of where you're charging it from, which implies that there's some type of kinetic momentum, if you will, within the quantum vacuum or the ether that is right in front of us that we don't take a certain perspective in order to be able to see it for what it could be or what it could lead to. So, for example, people look at the Aronoff-Bohm effect and they think, well, what does this mean? Well, it's possible that by implementing a vector and scalar potentials electromagnetically, you can start to induce curved space-time phenomenologies topologically that otherwise you could not do with a flat space-time metric. So from if I may say from a chemistry perspective, say you have an acid and a hydroxide and you neutralize the two in the laboratory. But what happens is you don't get any exothermic reaction. In other words, you don't get any heat. The standard U1 model that assumes a flat space-time says you will always get heat. There's nothing wrong with that standard model under the assumption that space-time is always flat. But if space-time is curved, it's possible that you may start to deal with negative entropy or neg entropy rather than entropy or forward-moving entropy as we now know it to be. So what that means is we start getting these waves and phenomena that would otherwise not be realizable because when you curve space-time, you start to induce a caduceus-like effect.
What's caduceus?
Caduceus meaning essentially like two waves, like the serpent, the medical symbol, the serpent moving around a staff.
Yeah.
So the actual serpent itself would be representative of the waves, or the same way if you think of our DNA double helix, so to speak. And so what happens is that when you're in when you see these effects with this acid and hydroxide, it's possible that there may be a negative energy aspect that is occurring, which means that you may have electrical effects in that experiment where the electricity is cold instead of hot. And this also overlaps directly in to the field with low energy nuclear reactions, cold fusion. And so it gets very interesting because you start to realize that there are these vortex-like geometries in the laboratory, whether it's with chemistry, whether it's with electrical engineering or so on, or particle physics, that otherwise you would not get if you assumed a flat space-time. So what happens is if somebody says, a scientist may come in and say, oh, that's just sulfuric acid, I would beg to differ. It would be sulfuric acid if you unkinked the space-time topology that the curvature of space-time itself allowed you to induce. Now, if you unkinked it, if you think of basically just two, chains locking into each other, if you unkink those chains or those fields, if you will, now you're back to a flat space-time. But if you're dealing with curving space-time, you start to get these phenomena that otherwise you would not expect, and to my knowledge at least are not taught within certain schools and institutions. And so ideally,
as far as producing these effects, are you saying that space-time itself is actually curved, or are you saying that you can use high electromagnetism to curve space-time?
Space-time, it wants to be curved. So in other words, you have to mechanically or artificially induce curvature in it.
And you do that through electromagnetism?
You can.
I was talking to a scientist named Bob McGuire. Do you know him?
I've heard of him.
And he was talking about the stress energy tensor,
right,
in Einstein's equations,
right,
and how it sort of
it's okay if there's a bit of curve to it. All right, that's perfectly natural. There's nothing wrong with it if there's a bit of curve to it. All right, intriguing so far. This guy is, fucking, was it Brad? You said this guy was overqualified for his construction job. Yes, clearly. This is something that he has. It's one of those things. Is like people are like, oh, I'm gonna go research physics. Like if I was gonna be like, I'm gonna go research physics. You come back to me like 2 years later, I'd be like, oh yeah, there's like fucking stuff in quantum physics is crazy. They'd be like, oh yeah, Jim, how does that work? I'd be like, oh fuck, but I don't know. Fucking, it's just crazy though, I wouldn't get too far with it, right? If you can go and just research something and start to understand all of these nuanced problems and theories, and you have to get into the mathematics of it all, right? You've got a knack for it. So hence why I can see why people, like Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff probably looked at him and were like, oh, this guy's got a knack for this. He's acquainted with a lot of this stuff pretty intimately. Yeah. It's only mentioned concepts of negative entropy that he is claiming exists in a curved space-time setting. Well, maybe that's where we're going to be going with this. I've heard of him, but who's this? Oh, Salvatore Pi. Okay. Yeah. Right now, how else would you explain a blue being appearing? I mean, it's one of those things, like maybe it was only to him too. Maybe it was some kind of, they could say, oh, it's just a hallucination. Maybe it was a fucking hallucination. How do you know the hallucination wasn't involving some other consciousness though? You're not going to know that, right? It could still have been some being producing a hallucination in his mind, actually interacting with him. How complicated is reality? I mean,
conventionally,
we can cope all day long.
And
we can never stop coping.
If you have enough electromagnetism, you should be able to curve space-time. But we really just know that occurs through mass because you have planetary cosmology where there's sort of this inward gravitational force.
Right.
But it doesn't really feel like, from an engineering perspective, we have the ability to create, the enormous amount of electromagnetism in order to curve space-time What do you think?
This is a great question. I appreciate it. So I would say that we actually can, and we have privately, as humans, without even needing to look at any type of reverse engineered programs. Although I'm sure, if one is working on a project and they're given access to reverse engineered legacy programs, they'd be able to, cross-reference and make vast advancements.
Let's talk about a guilt-free alternative to alcohol that's perfect for your dry January or any time you want to.
Brother, fuck that. No, there.
So real quick, when you say legacy, so you think that we do have UFOs in our possession, and we've that's inspired a lot.
February, brother.
I'm certain that that there have been discoveries going back to the 50s that humans have conducted from an experimental standpoint that have at the very least provided a proof of concept that show that we can induce these effects without
And so, do you not believe whistleblowers like David Grush, Lou Elizondo, who say that we have reverse engineering efforts within the government?
I also believe that as well.
Okay.
I believe that as well. I believe we're dealing with a mixed bag, so to speak. Yeah, I don't take one avenue. I'm not narrow-minded with regards to what I believe versus don't believe.
Okay.
I think we're dealing with a mixed bag here.
And so you're getting into Sal Pais. Sal Pais, for the audience, is a Navy engineer who holds patents, 3 extremely interesting patents involving inertial mass reduction and exotic flight principles and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And I just interviewed him actually, and so.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. He's a great guy. He's a really good guy.
Awesome guy. I like him a lot. Yeah. Sensitive soul.
Oh, he's a very, very sweet guy. Yeah. Very sweet guy. I think that to your question, that we as humans have made advancements with regards to things like inertial mass reduction, with regards to things like the emission of high-frequency gravitational waves. And if I could say very quickly for the audience, inertial mass reduction means you're basically reducing the mass of an object. So it begins to essentially fall up instead of the way that you would drop an object. It begins to essentially fall upwards because you're biasing the potentials of the mass of that object itself.
And this is something that's been reported by Eugene Plekletnov, and it's also, and that goes back to Victor Schauberger because his dad was actually a Soviet agent that retrieved Victor Schauberger's files.
Yes.
But that also connects with this modern anti-gravity conspiracy. You have this woman named Ning Lee, who's at University of Alabama Huntsville.
Yep.
And she claims to have a mass reduction effect over a spinning superconductor. And so do you basically believe both of those accounts?
I think there may be something there with Podkletnov. Forgive me, I have to be careful with regards to what I say about Ning Lee, but what I can say about that is that there is evidence of which I'd be happy to provide to you afterwards, where in the early 2000s, she had sent an email to, I forgot who it was exactly, someone in the alternative propulsion community, where she claimed she had generated about 11 kilowatts of high-frequency gravitational waves.
Whoa.
The email messaging was then intercepted by an IP address from West Point, and then from there, you never heard from her again. I know
from there she wins this, top secret military contract. She gets a clearance.
Correct.
And she kind of falls off the face of the earth. She leaves the University of Alabama Huntsville.
Yep.
You could just say, oh, her work fell off, she was a quack or whatever, but then we found out since that Larry Smalley, who was the head of the physics department at University of Alabama Huntsville, goes and joins her. And Larry Smalley, his name is on a patent in 2004 that basically involves an asymmetric barrel-shaped capacitor, and it's for NASA.
Right.
And it connects all the way back to Townsend Brown's work, and that was like the original kind of anti-gravity guy who was using capacitors to maybe manipulate space-time.
Exactly. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ning Lee was actually more focused on superconductors in a solid-state sense.
Mm-hmm.
I know initially in the 90s she was collecting data on ring superconductors, but I believe the issue with spinning it after a certain threshold was that the disks, the rings would begin to break. So I know she was looking into a more solid state aspect. However, there is a paper that was released by Bob Baker under the MITRE Corporation for one of the high-frequency gravitational wave conferences, where you cannot actually access the entire paper, just the abstract introduction, where I'm paraphrasing, but Bob Baker talks about, he's now since deceased, but he talked about how Ning Lee was able to generate up to 11 kilowatts of gravitational waves, and essentially there were 2 types of gravity that she had discovered.
Sorry, I mean, I don't know what is the gravity of that amount. I mean, like, what can we move with that amount? Like, are we talking like Like a small drone? Are we talking like, you know, an X-Wing? Like, what are we talking about with that much? I have no idea. I have no... interesting. I mean, yeah. I've covered Hutchison before, yeah? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not too familiar with these. I'm not too familiar with this area of physics. So my understanding of this is very limited, yeah. He discovered oh, wait, is this Buddy? This is the fucking Woo guy, right? Okay, yes. Yeah. Buddy who said he was making shit float and stuff. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Written off as a crackpot. He admitted he didn't know how it worked. Yes. He just like figured something out and was able to make shit go weird. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, we played his stuff here before, yeah. Yeah, I think you showed his stuff, yeah. Do we have any idea, like, how much was he putting out? Comparatively, yeah. People in his apartment reporting that things were float up in the air of their coffee tables. He just stumbled across a video, like 2 hours of footage. Interesting, okay. Peach, yeah. Jim, not all energy is mass-induced. I can have an object that absorbs light when electrically conduced, and it will get heavier. Do this in reverse, and it does lose mass. Nothing spooky. Okay, Peach, interesting, yeah. You have an interest in this stuff too, Peach, clearly. You have knowledge in regards to this, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. When it comes to this kind of stuff, I have no basis, really. A very elementary basis, I guess, you know. Yeah. How heavy of an item can we move with 11 kilowatts? Sorry for yelling. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, so just a second here. So we get an idea, maybe. 11, what was it again? Kilowatts. Was it of mass displacement? Is that what it said? Displacement. Talking Ning Lee. Gravity. What can we move? I don't know if that's it exactly. This is the high-end ChatGPT, so maybe it'll be able to go and actually research this. I'm a bit puzzled. Yeah, it has no idea what we're talking about. Interesting. This isn't just a high version. Oh, this isn't just a high version of 03. Got it. Well, it's like it's the top tier model, I think, right now. You have to pay to access it. It's the highest reasoning they have available. So if it's failing to understand this, then we might just not have any hope of getting it to understand it. Yeah. To 03. Yeah. Well, this is 03 mini high. Oh, why? Do you have it? Have you paid for it too? Did you? We'll continue the discussion, I guess. Interesting. Oh, here it is right here. The actual paper. Yeah. Yeah. The model of smoking weed. Oh.
Which was AC gravity and DC gravity. So a static type of gravity and then an alternating current type of gravity under the notion that gravity comes from the topological displacement of matter topologies, meaning essentially you can use electromagnetism in a certain format in which would then, at the next level above, through the curving of space-time, allow you to control gravity electromagnetically.
Whoa, wait, explain that. And it's interesting you say the two types of gravity because that comes up a lot.
Well, you can also correlate that to, and this is for your viewers and yourself to decide for yourself, to Mr. Lazar's gravity A wave and B wave.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm beginning to understand where this is going, yeah. Where this is going to is to the Trump Tower guy that blew up the Cybertruck, that effectively, through electromagnetism, they were able to reduce the mass of an object like a drone, so that they were able to give these drones effectively some kind of anti-gravity, right? Not in the sense of like a Alcubierre warp bubble, right? Where you're warping space-time around an object and making it invulnerable, but you're effectively lessening the load of like an object down to like essentially nothing. So it's like a paperweight. So you still may need some form of propulsion, but maybe there's some form of propulsion in that. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, boom, overlap of pi, yeah. Well, this is getting into Lazar's claims as well. This is getting extremely interesting. I mean, again, like I don't have a background in physics. I usually defer to Mr. Drunk Physics about these kinds of things, like drunk is his woo. Or is it not? I had no fucking idea. Like,
AC gravity, DC gravity. It's possible.
Well, my take on Lazar is he was kind of a, it's Bob Lazar is, I mean, the audience is definitely going to know who he is,
Right.
but like, he claimed to have worked at S4 Area 51, reverse engineering UFOs.
Right.
And he also came out saying some interesting things about the flight principles that these, crafts used.
Right.
And he talks about two forms of gravity, gravity A and gravity B.
Right.
And I
Drug
kind
substitute.
of have come.
Well, did you're knowledgeable of this stuff too, though. Yeah, you are, though. You have a fairly diverse background when it comes to all of these different theories. I mean, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea
The
about any of
conclusion
it.
after researching Lazar for a while that he was a limited hangout of a person.
Right.
So like,
right.
I think this guy John Lear, who was CIA affiliated,
Right.
pushed him out to George Knapp, and that for whatever reason, the powers that be wanted Lazar out.
Right.
But they wanted him out because I don't think he had a super sophisticated theoretical physics understanding. I think he had like more of like a engineering topological physics.
I agree.
And so you have these, it's almost like gravity A, gravity B. That's not saying too much.
Right.
But if you're smart enough,
right,
maybe you can get initiated or something. Figure that out.
Right. And that's why I say again, I myself am still 50-50 as to where I stand with the entire story of Mr. Lazar.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that there are interesting correlations between what he claimed was the A and B wave and then Ning Li's AC and DC gravity waves.
So what are these two forms of gravity? How do they work?
So basically,
thank you, sir.
have a DC gravity that allegedly, at least according to the very general abstract of her report, and forgive me because I can't really expand past this point. However, the idea is that there's a static type of gravitational wave that does not depend on the square root of the electric permittivity, but rather depends on the strength of the source of the magnetostatic field in which it's coming from. And then there's AC gravity, which is far stronger and is not static in any capacity. It is something that you would utilize in a pulsed-based scenario, in which would actually, if you were to view its geometry, would emit the same way that in the same geometry that a caduceus or double helix would.
Interesting. And what, gravitons?
Gravitons, correct.
So gravity particles.
Right. Now, I say that because I think the term gravitons is still controversial in mainstream science. However, there are papers that were funded by the MITRE Corporation going back 20, 25 years that show that gravitons were both very high frequency and extremely low frequency gravitons were detectable near the Earth's atmosphere. Now, why that hasn't been more publicly stated, I don't know.
Interesting.
I'd be happy to provide you the documents
Please.
privately. I also know that the Soviets, before the Soviet Union fell, were looking into essentially the notion that Einstein's general relativity was a very rudimentary static understanding of space-time itself. I know Einstein himself flip-flopped on the notion of the quantum vacuum or the ether.
Yeah.
I think he was for it, then he was against it, then for it, then against it. And I'm not sure, there's rumors that he worked with Nikola Tesla before he passed. As to whether that could be substantiated or not, I don't know. I wasn't around at the time.
Well, he definitely, I think early on with special relativity, he was like, relativity is not compatible with the ether. And then I think in 1921-ish time frame.
Right.
This guy, for people that don't know, was a construction worker who a blue alien visited him in the middle of the night and talked to him about scalar waves and then got him down this rabbit hole of starting to understand modern physics. So, yeah, brother. How much did they tell him? I mean, like, what did they give him? And like, where do I get some? That's what I'm wondering. And why haven't they come and visited me? He started a podcast through COVID about aliens. And I was like, brother, I'm not the one. This guy's the chosen one, clearly. They've chosen him. Chud Bluski chose him to smoke the space weed with and peer beyond the veil. I mean, so far, yeah, I've read that piece. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess that's literally what it does, isn't it? So effectively, is this what he's getting to? He's getting to this idea that through electromagnetism, we can manipulate gravity to some degree. And this is what electrogravitic propulsion, what was mentioned by this Green Beret that blew up the Cybertruck outside Trump HQ in Las Vegas there. that they supposedly had achieved this propulsion with these drones. And that's what was allowing them to fly around almost indefinitely and at fairly high speeds. So, interesting. And he's been hesitant a couple times. He's consulting with some of these groups, he had said. I'm assuming that implies these people involved with these special access programs or WUSAPs or off the books type shit. Behind the scenes, people working classified projects.
And says actually general relativity is compatible with the ether, but it was sort of silent and people forgot about it.
Correct.
And then you have quantum electrodynamics and Feynman later, and like the vacuum of space is filled with energy, and so he's kind of like reinstantiating the ether, sort of.
I think so. Yeah.
But I want to get back to gravitons because there's a really interesting article from 1956 called "The G Engines Are Coming" or something like that. It's by this guy Michael Gladich, and it's all about how we have all these vital anti-gravity programs. Those anti-gravity programs are kind of analogous to our atomic programs, and we're going to beat gravity, and it's right around the bend. And in it is quoted, I believe, two scientists at Princeton, Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit.
Okay.
And it says these guys are working with, we figured out G particles, gravity particles.
Right.
And I find that to be such an interesting part of the article that like nobody really talks about, is like these guys are talking about gravity particles.
Right, exactly. All these publications and whether it was in the literature or newspapers going back to the 1950s all the way to the 70s, I've always said, as I've said to you privately, once the late 1970s hit, there are some papers still that came out in the 80s dealing with spinning gyroscopes with certain electrical and other components applied to them, where the spinning gyroscope would lose some of its mass, and then when the gyroscope was turned towards the Earth's axis or against the Earth's axis, depending which way you pointed it, it would gain some of the mass back. So in other words, it was conducted in magnetically shielded laboratories. It was shown, for example, that certain effects would occur that were not artifacts experimentally, that could not be ruled out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how does
I'm on the big screen, Wayne. Oh my God, sir, you honor me.
How does doing these experiments allow for mass reduction?
The idea is that you can exchange. Now, this is where it becomes very esoteric, but the idea is that you can exchange the internal mass of an object with the local environment or the local space-time itself. So the notion that energy cannot be created or destroyed would be correct. You're just basically cycling that energy in and out from the object because of spin coupled to an electromagnetic induction field combined with something else that I'll tell you off the air that would allegedly prove this to, or show at least proof of concept that there would be mass reduction.
And this is the work of Salvatore Pais, where he's saying that, like, if you couple spin.
So hold on, just let me digest this for a minute. This guy has no formal training in anything to do with physics. A blue alien came into his bedroom one night and talked to him about scalar waves. And now Sal Pai, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, and everybody else involved with this fucking classified research behind the scenes have told him classified things in regards to how this all works. It's just sinking in my head right now. Intradasting. It's very intradasting, yeah. We need to pull up a bicycle wheel experiment where a spinning one is lighter than a stationary wheel. Okay. Well, we'll continue this. We got the answer with the drones. They were U.S. drones and allowed to operate. How did they? Because in the same week, a law was changed to allow local law enforcement to prohibit drone use at their will. Man. Well, what about the drones over Lakenheath, though? Right? And were they all U.S. too, man? Yeah. That's a question. It would make sense, Golf, if they were, right? Because Lakenheath's a U.S. base, and then were they harassing Denmark and Germany too? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. We kind of were surmising this, that what foreign actor would have the audacity to just fly their shit into someone else's airspace unannounced and be like, let's see what they can do about it. The Americans, obviously it's the Americans. Fuck. Obviously the U.S. military, yeah.
And with these specific electromagnetic charges, you can break the Schwinger limit. You get this runaway.
Right now, the idea is with regard the Schwinger limit is essentially, very simply put, the notion that after a certain threshold of electromagnetically, the vacuum becomes nonlinear.
Yes,
so to speak. I think it was, I forgot what it was, 10 to the power of 8. I don't want to say.
And Hal Puthoff talks about electrically polarizable vacuums as well.
Yes,
so it's like,
I'm a big proponent of that.
And then you have this speech from Jim Ryder, who's a Lockheed Martin Space Systems guy, who we now know tried to transfer a quote unquote UFO to Bigelow Aerospace in 2008, according to Lou Elizondo, a bunch of other people.
Right.
And he talks about an electrically polarizable vacuum as well, and maybe an interesting analogy for the audience if you're like me and an idiot when it comes to this stuff. If you had like a plastic bag with water in it, and you were to like press down on one side, that would be sort of electrically polarizing the vacuum, and maybe you could surf space-time as a result.
The same way a surfer surfs on water, or water waves, correct. If we
say there's a little surfer figurine on the bag or whatever, it surfs down the
exactly. And now that would be using vacuum polarization, as Dr. Puthoff, I believe, has a fantastic paper on space-time metric engineering, that shows that. Now, if I could clarify, as I understand it, that is a little bit different than actually having a device that would emit through pulse-based systems high-frequency gravitational waves. However, the physics are indeed interconnected, very much so.
And
seems
how
like
do
it
you
might be.
get to a thing that emits high-frequency gravitational waves?
Well, there's speculation that very intense lasers could do it in what's considered.
The bot is sufficiently cringe.
Like a
Tell the bot I said that.
There's speculation that you can use, this is very controversial, but you can use superconductors to do it. There are speculation, for example, that you could use certain geometrical setup of superconductors that could induce these effects. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
So what?
I mean, the MH370 thing, the video is obviously fucking more than probably bullshit. But there is an interesting conundrum involved still with what the fuck happened to the plane and what was the connection between the superconductor team that run the plane. The plane still went missing, right? There's still probably a conspiracy there of sorts, right? What happened with those people? Like, why did the plane go missing? Like, why did it go down, possibly, right? Like, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Well, man, maybe it's only a matter of time if they build one in their backyard. I mean, yeah, Sussy has been removed from chat. Oh my heavens.
Useful stuff can you do it? Because we're speaking really abstractly
I cheers you bones,
now.
but
what can you do that changes the world with any of these things?
You can essentially, forgive me because this is where I'm going to have to be careful, but you can essentially do things, for example, from an energy perspective where maybe, and I say this speculatively, it's possible that you can output more energy in a device than you're inputting.
Okay.
Which would imply coefficient of performance over 1, which would violate the second law of thermodynamics, and there would need to be a readjustment to the law of conservation of energy, because you're dealing with a larger open system. So if you implement the vacuum and the vector and scalar potentials into your equations, it would actually be feasible. Second law of thermodynamics, it would be completely violated because, again, it's possible in these cases we would be dealing in some cases with electrical currents that are cold instead of hot, which is very controversial to say. That would be one aspect. Another aspect would be, for example, the ability, for example, as we see with Dr. Hal Puthoff's invention.
Sorry. I mean, this is straight up this is how Bob described the reactor, right? In the craft, how it worked. And the issues with the reactor and how it didn't make sense to anybody. So, I mean, he's 50-50 on him. I'm 51-49 on Bob still. Man. Fuck, yeah. Do you believe this guy's for real? I have no idea, Peach. I mean, it sounds interesting. I mean, I don't have the background to really understand the nuance of the discussion. I'm picking up on bits and pieces of this. Definitely. And I don't know. We need somebody to look at this who is an accredited physicist Maybe that person's here right now. Drunk, are you in here? You need to have someone, honestly, yeah, and a theoretical physicist, yes, who Drunk is. So to look through this, I mean, I understand some of the basics just with how they're related to ufology and the claims that have been made. And one of the big things that Bob talked about was that the generator violated the law of thermodynamics. I mean, there was no heat that came off it whatsoever. And it was running at 100% efficiency as well, which is why it's an impossibility. You'd always lose some energy out of it, right? Due to heat. There was none. So I think he's full of shit. I don't know. I don't know enough to ascertain that with 100% certainty. You'd need somebody who's involved in this conversation intimately to know. That's the problem when you're dealing with people that are talking like this, where now Jesse doesn't know either. Jesse's a smart guy. Jesse speaks very philosophically, but kind of a similar situation to myself. We just don't have the educational. Well, he's more educated than I am in regards to these conversations about quantum physics. I have a basic understanding and acquaintance of quantum physics, as it pertains to simulation theory and the nature of consciousness, right? Because I have an interest in those arguments in philosophy. But when it pertains to all of these other specific theories about scalar waves and gravity waves and gravitons and spin, and I have no fucking idea. Yeah. He sounds like Terrence Howard. He's definitely much more grounded than Terrence Howard, I think, Nick. Yeah. Terrence Howard, I'm able to ascertain from listening to Terrence Howard that he's had lunch. This guy is definitely a poll. Yeah, what is the phenomena? This guy's definitely fairly grounded in how he's explaining things. I think his alignment with some of these other people in the field is very interesting. If Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, and Sal Pai have had conversations with him and have brought him into the conversation, that's a pretty good indicator that he probably has some understanding of these concepts and might have some, his opinion might hold some weight. But it's hard to say. From just a practical standpoint, if we assume he's telling the truth, there is no way he could know it's the truth for sure, because what he speaks of requires complicated instruments and precise lab equipment to verify these kinds of measurements. Otherwise, it's all idea theory talk. Well, what would be implied by this, I guess, Peach, is that he's been privy to information from people that are involved with these instruments, performing these measurements, to come to a more definitive conclusion that they shared this information from him. So he's mentioned that 3 times already, where he's refusing to dig into some specifics because it involves classified information. So this is again one of the points I just brought up, which I find pretty incredible, that these lads have brought this guy who, again, he's not an accredited physicist, but he clearly has knowledge of physics, into the conversation based on his experience with a blue alien coming into his room and talking to him about scalar waves. Right. I mean, anyway, so he's implying that he's been told some specifics here from people that are doing this shit, which is what's very interesting. Again, there's an element of, trust me, bro, I've heard from the boys on the inside. They've told me some shit, bro. Just trust me, though. But it's a little bit beyond that. He's clearly acquainted with these ideas. I don't know. Well, this is one of these ones we're probably just going to watch through, because this is very interesting. Yeah. The trust me, it's verified part. Yeah. Well, so, I mean, yeah, well, I guess the blue alien is what led to him becoming involved with people on the inside that are looking into this, that have classified information in regards to these experiments. And he's been consulting. Listen, what's this guy's fucking name? Hold on. Dave. What's Chud Bluski's fucking phone number?
Where he's using vector and scalar potentials to communicate. That would be an extreme.
Trizzy,
that is
what's
an
up?
extreme breakthrough and revolution. Another example would be the work of Sal Paez, for example, in which you see that you could have craft that could basically be a transmedium type craft that could go through water, air, etc., without, as if the water, air didn't exist, because the field around the craft itself is voiding the reality of space-time itself, as controversial as that is.
So free energy, building real UFOs, basically,
Right.
like exotic propulsion to the limit,
Right.
and then exotic communications as well.
Correct.
That traverses space time and
even
Trizzy,
healing
yes,
medical
the,
aspect.
The snow's bad here. Are you in the? You're in Ontario or Quebec, Trizzy? You must be. Yeah, the snow's bad here too. The East Coast getting hit with it.
That are, again, for example, sorry to cut you off, but Luc Montagnier, his DNA
Ontario,
water
I think you told me before, didn't you?
Paper.
Do you believe that? Because I've always found that. So this is, by the way, French Nobel Prize winner who discovered the genome for HIV.
Right.
And so he was lauded for that. After that, in his career, he started getting into some really interesting, trippy ideas, one of which was that there are these aqueous nanostructures in DNA that involve communication, semantic communication, transfer, and storage, basically, of information.
Right.
And he was kind of laughed out of the room from a conventional science perspective, but you think there's something to it?
I'm not a gambler, but I would bet money there's something there.
I've always been sympathetic to it. Why do you think there's money there? And then I can tell you why I'm interested in it.
Experiments I've witnessed.
Interesting. Can you say anything more?
Unfortunately, no one. Forgive me, because I don't mean to be like I don't mean to be overly vague.
Well, I can speak for you. Have you heard of Konstantin Meil?
I have.
Okay, so he's in the Black Forest in Germany, and he deals with extended electrodynamics, but from a kind of biological systems perspective.
Right.
And he
Where are we
writes
going
about
here?
DNA resonance with specific longitudinal scalar longitudinal waves. Actually, one of the scalar waves is called heliocoidal.
Right.
And so you might think, if form follows function or function follows form, that, if you have these wave types that basically look like DNA, maybe they're meant for DNA to be the receivers.
Right.
And so there's also another guy named Andrei Puharich who was very interested in extended electrodynamics or extremely low frequencies and how they would affect kind of brain waves and even semantic information.
Right. And if I could say, I would dare to argue that all of what we've been discussing, from the propulsion aspect all the way to the communications, to the biological, to the energy aspect, all deal with these longitudinal waves in some capacity or another. There is a harmonic component. There's a sound component that has been completely removed from the teachings of electrical engineering, that in some aspects do exist in some institutions regarding particle physics, but
resonance?
It essentially deals with an asymmetry within space-time itself that you could induce through, for example, things like superconducting resonance circuits, the tank circuits as they're called. And certain avenues going down that road. Forgive me, I do have to be careful. But yes, there may be some resonance, may be a significant aspect to all of this.
There you go, Trizzy. Frequencies.
An aspect of this technology.
Holy fucking Christ. Oh, God. Where are we going with this now? I mean, I'm not even if I can say it. Are we all going to vibrate up to the fourth dimension soon? Is that what's going to fucking happen here? People don't know where some of this shit is referenced from. I mean, listen, my background's in philosophy. I just ask fucking questions from the corner of the room, and people laugh every time I do, right? I'm like, shut the fuck up. We got to ask the question, right? Has there been, listen, okay, this is my logic, right? I used to fight people in philosophy with this all the time. Anyway, asking questions about the woo. There are people who have been claiming that they're talking with fucking aliens, okay? These people, almost exclusively across the board, are pretty fucking out there, because to publicly declare that, you kind of have to be, right? Like, you don't really have that thing in the back of your head. You're like, I shouldn't say this. People might think I'm crazy. They're like, I don't give a fuck. I am crazy, right? But that doesn't mean they're not talking to aliens. They've been saying shit like this for a long time, that kind of similar to what Tesla was talking about with resonance and frequency. There's something to this idea. And then they go down a fucking woo schizo rabbit hole so goddamn deep that you're never going to get yourself out of there if you go down there with them. And it talks about these aliens existing in some higher physical dimension, and the way in which they got there was through increasing their frequency, right? Fucking around with resonance and vibration, matter. Anyway, it's kind of unrelated to what he was talking about, but it's the fundamental aspect of where they're going, where you could end up going with this. You take a hit of quartz crystal in the crack pipe, but anyway, yeah. Indians in India have been talking about vibrations and frequencies for thousands of years. Well, Wayne, that's another great point, man. What have they been fucking tapping into? What's consciousness? I mean, the yogis in India have been accessing the Akashic records. They've been smoking the shit, right? They've been doing out-of-body astral projection, all that fucking shit. Got brought over by the Theosophists here in the West back in the fucking early 20th century. I mean, they've been doing that shit for thousands of years. The Indians go back. They've got relics. They've got cities under the water off the coast of India that are unbelievably intricate that no one's really even fucking looked at, that might go back 12 plus thousand years. I mean, they're an old culture. I mean, who were they fucking talking to? Right? I mean, this is the whole meme here. Like, have some of the have the basics been communicated through to people that weren't complicated enough to get into the specifics for a long time, right? And this is the big awakening, maybe, right? Where it's like, oh, guess what? Alex was speaking with the Andromedans the whole time. You're like, oh, fuck. Right? Now, Alex didn't have understanding of physics, right? He couldn't talk to the degree that maybe, you know, Eric or Ed Whitten can, but was he? Right? And we just ignored all of it, thinking, oh, they're just fucking crazy. Right? Well, if you just listen to what they're saying, maybe. Anyway, maybe she just walk in the shoes and squirt the eye drop and sit on one drop after it's all clearly the gateway to the universe. Fucking do it. Just do it, you know? Yeah. So it's up. They're lying. The day I can astral project, I'll believe it from our dreams rather than a higher place. Brother, you got to eat enough mushrooms. No, don't do that. Jesus Christ, Twitch. I'm just joking. You got to believe enough. Yeah. Yeah, Jen, we went over that earlier. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll continue this.
That we can speak about that you think will help the most amount of people and be the least dangerous as far as describing the actual nuts and bolts components of how it works. Because
right, my God, brother, who's gonna be the guy or girl on here who has the balls to just be like, okay, here it is, here it is, right? And then they disappear afterwards. But anyway,
to get into like how some of these things work close to the metal, but I realize they're, you know, national security sensitivities. And what you haven't told me anything, but what I picked up from, you know, you came across, you know, certain people entered your life or you came on their radar or whatever, is that when maybe you got these interesting downloads around science, you were maybe tapped by people who are kind of in and around government circles.
Right.
Would be my guess, but
that is correct. Yes. Well, what's interesting is that I think, without bringing it up too often, I think that Sal Paez's patents and his work have been by far the most revealing aspect of what propulsion could be applied to with regards to essentially, again, reducing the mass of an object and so on. But I also think that, see, this is where I'll be very blunt. I believe that this talk of metamaterials, it's not that metamaterials are bad or don't work or are a psyop. Not at all. I think that they have a very fundamental place in the field of physics and materials engineering, absolutely. However, I think that there has been, and this is not towards any one individual in particular, but there has been a narrative pushed with respect to not discussing that you can use basic materials that we already have and have known about for decades, combined with electromagnetism to induce some of these effects effects, whether it's energy, communication, propulsion. I think it's because some of these solutions, again, taken with a certain perspective, with a different perspective on old physics, in some cases could be so simple to engineer. In some cases, if one had access to, a decent amount of funding, that it is threatening to people that are looking to suppress this.
So you think the alien narrative is sometimes tech protection?
I believe there is a legitimate aspect to it, but I think in some cases, yes.
So yeah, I hear that, and then it's just extremely confusing. Every time I'm like, maybe it's just anti-gravity shit.
Peach?
I'm like, I'll give you a good example. Okay,
Sure.
so Townsend Brown is this mid-century anti-gravity guy. I think he got like really far. Made a documentary about him.
Right.
And
which was great.
Oh, thank you, man. And he, talks about a couple of materials. So magnesium bismuth, barium titanate.
Right.
They're what's called high K dielectrics. So when you have a high K factor, you can store a lot of electromagnetic charge.
Right.
His experiment, which involves a capacitor, so negatively charged plate, positively charged plate.
Yep.
You have to put this neutral insulator in between.
Right.
And that has a high K. When it has a high K factor, you get more thrust. So you pump electromagnetism into the whole thing, and you get this thrust from negative to positive.
Right.
And so, that in a way that beats gravity. So it's this exciting thing. So he talks about magnesium bismuth, barium titanate, and then I interviewed Gary Nolan too, Stanford professor, and he, claims that he has UFO crash parts that he received from Jacques Vallée, and it's magnesium bismuth.
Right.
And so I'm like, well, maybe it's just anti-gravity or whatever.
Right.
But then you go deeper into Townsend Brown, you realize that he started NICAP, which is the first civilian UFO tracking program in 1956. You could say that was just, doing civilian counter intel for, like American anti-gravity crafts. But you learn about these early stories from around the time that DARPA formed, like the late 50s, early 60s, where he would go into the field and find stuff, flash his credentials, do crash retrievals, basically. And he found this green fireball thing, and it was losing mass, and apparently that was barium titanate. And then he himself had a UFO experience that inspired a lot of his work, kind of like your thing.
Interesting.
So the whole thing gets...
I like that we're going here now, though. I like that we're starting to talk about this. That there's more and more people who've had strange experiences, and that's influenced their work. We're going to get to the part soon, though, where they've been talking to everybody, and we just don't remember. That's the fun part, yeah. Yeah. Why we live stream Ukraine war? Why aren't we live streaming every sky, folks? We need a Web of UFOs live streaming. It's coming soon, Peach. The what's Buddy's name? Who's doing the fucking? You can buy it off Amazon. It's gonna be fairly cheap. It's a little camera system with a detector on it. So he's hoping to get a grid of thousands of people across North America, the world, that he can tap into, and we can track data going along up in the sky. We can get a grid going over vast areas of the sky, and we can track these UFOs at all times in multiple different wavelengths. I don't know how he's going to do this, what he's going to use, if it's a camera or it's some specialized camera, but you're essentially paying to be a part of an experiment. Yeah, I forget what his name is. We watched the video here. He's an inventor. He's invented a couple things that probably people would know. Yeah. Oh man, fucking Christ. I wonder if they're going to talk about the Cybertruck guy. Probably not. Probably not. The question is, when Steven says we've back engineered the crafts, what does Steven specifically mean? Does Steven mean we've been fucking around with warp bubbles that can draw us to Zeta Reticuli instantaneously? Or we've been able to infer from some of the crafts how we can more locally disrupt the mass, right? To produce some kind of anti-gravity, but not on the scale of an Alcubierre bubble. I'm thinking Steven had no fucking idea about the specifics, maybe. And that he may have been onto something when he was saying they back engineered shit. But he was assuming that it was on the level of the scale of the aliens, but it's not. Anyway, again, for people that don't know, that are coming in here, I think where this conversation is going is about us fucking around with some anti-grav tech, right? And it was called electrogravitic propulsion, was what this Green Beret talked about, who blew himself up in the Cybertruck outside Trump Tower. And that's what the drones that were sighted over New Jersey were using. And that supposedly he was involved with some engineering, right, to do with these drones that were out at Area 51. And he pin dropped the building where they were doing this stuff at. So, yeah, it's fucking, yeah.
It's weird. Where
Right.
the second
This is oddly enough, I was not expecting this kind of conversation with a title, Blue Aliens Taught a Construction Worker of Advanced Physics. I was not expecting to go here. But I don't know. Tomorrow we could wake up and Trump could literally be shaking hands with Skinny Bob. I don't know anymore. We're in that place now.
you're like, maybe it's just anti-gravity stuff. You trip out and you're like, I don't know. I think
it becomes, it starts to get very, very, to your point, it starts to get very, very interesting because I think that at this point in time, I think if there's a sighting of a UAP, I think that most of the time it's hard to tell if that is human made, whether the source of pure human ingenuity, or whether it's a little bit of that mixed with reverse engineering aspects, or if it's something or someone else entirely. What I will say though is I think we need to look into high voltage experiments that Tesla was playing with, that people these days seem to not be interested in. I think that
why
his name is Edgar. He's a St. Bernard Bernese mix.
High voltage.
I think high voltage induces a polarizable effect within the local vacuum, wherever that voltage is being applied. For example, there was something called the Ebner effect, I believe in the 1990s. I can send you the details to this afterwards, dealing with essentially, there was a small documentary put together, I forgot from which country in Europe, but essentially when extremely high voltage, it was like 500,000 volts or more, were applied to crops, they were growing in ways that the farmers had not seen ever. And so I think this is where it starts to get, again, very esoteric, but the notion is that the ether or the quantum vacuum has within it memory that are stored within these potentials. And these potentials, when practically induced using high voltage, could in fact enable a form of vacuum polarization that can apply to biological systems, propulsive systems, communication systems, and so on and so forth, in a way that we would not be able to detect or understand with our current means of technological development.
This is pretty freaky. It feels like playing.
Fuck, taking us down a goddamn. God, fucking Jesus. He must be a nice dog. No, he's a good guy. He's a bit of an asshole, actually. He's a good guy with us, but you don't want to be a mailman dropping a mail off when he's outside. Yeah. Fuck, yeah. Yeah. Some guy on YouTube said there was a guy, like one of those, I forget what project, he was people that are trained to be some type of agent. It was a movie with a guy that zombies make. Oh, I fuck Trizzy. MK Ultra, there you go. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Deep. It's getting deep, yeah. It's funny because, now, Jesse was trying to go to some of these places with Sel Pie in the interview, and he wouldn't touch them at all. Now, he has more on the line than this guy, right? But yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, I was not generally not expecting this level of conversation. I want him to get deeper into the whole Blue Aliens taught him shit, though. I desperately want to hear him talk about this. Yeah, loyal dog just protecting and loving his family. That's essentially what it is. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Except, when you're walking down the street with him, and some old lady gives him the wrong look, and he freaks the fuck out. That happened like a couple weeks ago. This isn't like our neighborhood. It's a neighborhood I grew up in as a kid, but like I don't know these people. And I was walking around, and this old lady just kind of giving us a dirty look, and he just looked over and like, and he's a big dog, like scared she probably pissed her pants. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And she just kind of just like scowled away. I was like, yeah, you better not look this way again. I was like, holy fucking Christ. Anyway, yeah. Oh, fuck. Man. They took children and fed them information subliminally, and as they grew up, would use hypnotic suggestion with several conditioning tactics. Yeah, MK Ultra was a real program. So, yeah. Yeah, for Trizzy that doesn't know as well, yeah, it's pretty fucked shit. Now, there's people out there who claim that I'm an MK Ultra victim and I can kill a man in 2 seconds with a piece of spaghetti. You know, it's like, there was a guy that Project Camelot had on years ago. I was like, oh, brother, shut the fuck up. Like, just complete horseshitter. But there was legitimately people involved with that, yeah. Yeah, there was a J-Rod documentary which was thought he worked on military new technology. Yeah, Sam, I know all about the J-Rod story. Yeah, it's a fucking, it's a funny one, yeah. She shouldn't have looked and felt that way around Edgar. That's true, though, yeah. Dogs are impasse. Maybe she's a piece of shit, yeah. She could very well. Actually, I went to school with her son. It's funny because she has always hated, I kind of knew who she was. I don't want to reveal too much about it, but I remember I did know who she was back in the day. She was really offended I didn't know who she was because I went to school with her son. I didn't know who she was, but she would always give me dirty looks whenever I was in the neighborhood before, like drop stuff off my mom's. And we've been here for like, well, a couple months, quite a few months now. And so I think she probably still hates me. And maybe Edgar picked up on that and said, I got to protect Papa. Like, I got to tear this woman into a million pieces. I said, no, please don't. So no, that's not how we handle things here. But anyway, yeah, no, but for the most part, he's a good boy. Yeah, yeah. Our dog knew though. It's true though. He knew that hate there was there. He's an empath. He really hates squirrels. It's his arch nemesis. Squirrels. Yeah, yeah. Baba Yaga. Yeah, the boogeyman Baba Yaga.
God a little bit because you're talking about how matter even comes to form or something in the first place. And like, it's interesting you say that about high voltages, 500,000 volts or whatever applied to plants. Townsend Brown was extremely interested in electroculture as well. He lived on Hawaii and would do all these experiments around, having plants grow in specific ways with electroculture.
Yes.
And I look at the work of Townsend Brown and Tesla, and they're very similar, like what Tesla was doing at Wardenclyffe, high voltages, short distances, where he's claiming to tap the ether for free energy.
My weakness of liquor, you mean?
Somewhat similar to what Townsend Brown
I agree, and I think one of the things, as we discussed earlier before we started recording, is that I think one of the concerns for groups or elements that don't want this to be discussed or come out is that, or be disclosed in any capacity, is that once you open this can of worms, it opens up a whole other set of discoveries that people would otherwise not know, that people would generally not notice unless they knew that there's a form of asymmetry in the vacuum using potentials that could be induced to create what is called higher symmetry electromagnetics using a vector and scalar potentials. And so I think that what starts happening is you start dealing with things like, again, negative energy, so cold electricity, so cold currents, for example, so you get frostbite. If you were to touch a wire with it with cold currents rather than, as normally now you get burned if you touch a wire that's got electrical currents.
Would that allow, because I think about extremely cold, circuits or materials.
Right.
And you hear this theory that maybe, UFOs or man-made, crafts or whatever that exhibit these exotic flight principles might be sort of acting like quantum macroscopic objects.
I agree.
As you know, I'm always on the hunt for things that help me stay sharp, focused, and full of energy while I'm diving into life's mysteries and making this show happen. And I've got to say, Mudwater has completely transformed
Oh, brother, get the fuck out of here. Mudwater. Oh, my God. Have a stiff drink, have a nice cup of coffee. Fucking Mudwater. Ah, fuck. There we go, yeah. Fuck, yeah. Saying I believe you now, please believe me. Grifter's Handbook. Do you think, man? I don't know, Aaron. Yeah. I mean, like, they're on the same page so far, I think, with what's being talked about. The cold current stuff's interesting. I've heard of it. I don't know, like, how do they facilitate that? I've heard of some of the potential implications of it. Man, it's one of those things. It's like, have some of these experiments, has some of this stuff been fucked around with behind the scenes, some of these classified programs, has been kept out of the public sector. has there been an effort intentionally to keep this out of the public sector since the 60s? And it was Eric Weinstein initially, who was Jesse and is, I believe, still Jesse's co-worker, who dug into this. But he was the first one who introduced it to me about these anti-grav experiments that were done, these programs back in the 60s. And I had offhand heard of them from like Stanton Friedman going through the history of ufology and cover-ups. And Stanton Friedman was big into the MJ-12, which was this group of government, bureaucrats, military scientists who covered up the UFO crashes and whatnot and materials programs after Roswell. But that there were these other programs that were going on that were a bit more public, involving some pretty big names, one of whom was Ed Witten, who's currently one of the smartest people on planet Earth, if not the smartest person, who's the leading theoretical physicist on planet Earth. His father was one of the head guys running these anti-grav programs. And they just they just dropped off. And the opinion in the public sector was, oh, well, they just couldn't really find anything. And then people behind the scenes have been thinking for a while, like Eric, oh, well, they probably just went dark. And they've been doing it ever since with a very selected group of people, but it's been off the books. So interesting to think about. It's not impossible, right? When you think about the Manhattan Project, and even today, nuclear weapons research and physics is all classified. As soon as you get to put a pen to paper and start writing down equations on how to make nuclear weapons, you're done. Like, you've just implicated yourself in something extremely illegal, right? All that stuff's classified. So all those physics are classified. So the equations are, everything about it is classified. So they could employ the same level of classification over this anti-grav research, right? Because it would be a huge advantage. It would be of huge advantage to the United States to figure this out first, because undoubtedly there are other foreign adversaries currently doing this as well. And so hence the secrecy. The idea there's been this Manhattan Project, this new Manhattan Project running behind the scenes for the last 70 years, probably, something along those lines. Like, crazy shit. I mean, when you really think about it, yeah. You're getting Lion vibes. Well, man, who knows, right? That's why we're listening to this. Yeah. I don't know either. Again, it's like, I know some of the basic arguments. I mean, he's getting pretty deep for a construction worker who talked to blue aliens. Again, like, is that the story? Is that the story? That's the story that we're being told, right? Is that the whole story? I'm becoming suspicious that this is the whole story. We use S&Ps all the time. We have some of that, use that iron in your blood to conduce a low electric current to shape into your body. Oh my heavens. Man.
Coherence, like, typically you need to be like, extremely cold or whatever.
Well, I'm a big proponent of the Niels Bohr model of the atom. Niels Bohr believed that superconductors were macroscopic atoms.
You told me that once and it blew my mind. What does that mean?
So it's possible that superconductors could exhibit very quantum coherence that otherwise would normally be observed at the Planck scale or slightly above. I think there's an entire aspect to superconductors, including things like the Meissner effect and flux pinning, that a lot of people just don't understand, that is right in their faces, that if they truly viewed it in a different way, could induce the type of effects that we're discussing, whether it's, again, the energy stuff, the communication stuff, the propulsion stuff, and so on and so forth. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to superconductors, the traditional theory that's referenced is the Barden-Cooper-Schaefer theory, called BCS theory. I believe all three of these gentlemen won a Nobel Prize for it. What that has left out, as to whether this was conspiratorial or not, I genuinely don't know. But what has been left out has been dealing with lattice holes within superconductors. So again, if you can polarize the lattice of a superconductor, again, we go back to polarization, Dr. Pudov's polarizable vacuum approach, and so on. If we polarize the lattice of a superconductor or of a metal of some sort, it's possible we can start to get effects that would, in fact, again, when other engineering conditions are applied to the superconductor, manipulate light, manipulate gravity, and so on. There was a paper from 1992 with Douglas Torr and Ning Lee that showed that the quantization for angular momentum in superconductors resides within the lattice holes of the superconductor and not the Cooper pairs. The Cooper pairs are attributed to the BCS, the Barton-Cooper-Schaeffer theory.
Wow.
And so there's an entire little thrown out pocket of this that I think should be looked at much more strongly.
And so how do you maintain coherence through the lattice holes? Because I think about low temperature superconductors and Cooper pairs, and there are ways to explain that. How do you explain that kind of deterministically?
Well, essentially, geometry. Well, you polarize the lattice, but then the superconductor itself, maybe it's conical, maybe it's cylindrical, maybe it's a ring, so to speak. If you were to engineer something that would match or fit or abide by the longitudinal waves, if you were to envision these slinkies all around us, it's possible you may start to see effects that you otherwise would not if you were dealing with just a square superconductor, for example. It's possible that these effects may... Geometry is everything, in my opinion. When it comes to materials engineering, geometry is everything. And so I think that you can witness certain effects in the laboratory with, $4,000 or $5,000 worth of experiment, worth of material, that if the superconductor was not a ring superconductor, if it was, say, a puck with no hole in it in the center, or it was a square superconductor, you would not see unless it were a ring superconductor. It's possible, again, that these longitudinal waves are vortex-like in nature as well. So we need to materially engineer something that would abide by the geometry of what this structure of these longitudinal waves are, so that these transverse Hertzian waves can then overlap with one another and then create, basically tap the vacuum fluctuations of the scalar field that otherwise you would not be able to do. If hopefully that's an adequate enough answer.
The lattice structures are like geometric inductors to convert electromagnetic waves to couple to the actual fabric of space-time.
Right, correct. So the idea is that, like, for generating high-frequency gravitational waves, for example, you need to oscillate the mass of a quadrupole. A quadrupole is when you have two dipoles. That a dipole is the space between two atoms with a positive and a negative charge. The idea is that a quadrupole, when you oscillate that, you can actually emit gravitational waves from it. Now, if you could do it using superconductors, and I say that carefully, it would be in a very low energy format, so you would not like induce emit gravitons that would break a door down or something. But if you could find a way to pair that with the strong nuclear force, then you may be able to. And I also again believe that's what Dr. Paez's some of his work was trying to allude to.
Wow. Okay, so you have these lattice structures,
right,
in these conductive materials,
right,
and that allows for electromagnetism to sort of interact with space-time in exotic ways?
Geometrically, right. So we initially talked about spinning, a capacitor, which would be a mechanical version, but a solid-state version would be using a superconductor in, for example, immersed in liquid helium, for example. Liquid helium is far more effective to induce these effects compared to liquid nitrogen. But the idea would be that the electrons move along a path that is asymmetrical because the lattice is asymmetrical. Because when you polarize the lattice, you break the symmetry of that lattice. So you get now these non-linear effects that, if we go back to when we first started talking, when a lattice is symmetrical, it is...
Are they polarizing the superconductor, or are they polarizing materials? So, Peach, I don't know. Is that a conundrum? Yeah, it's still connected at ends that are polarized. Okay. Jesus Christ, yeah. Man. You think there was an advanced civilization, there was some sort of cataclysm that's in the back to Stone Age, but a lot of the tech got buried and preserved in ice. That could be it, so who knows? Yeah, that could very well be the case. There's some people that think that. Yeah. Maybe this is where we inferred some of this. I mean, maybe it's from like the crashed crafts that come from other solar systems. I mean, interesting, yeah. Yeah, Pi talks about this in Michael's podcast. Oh, he does. He's speaking to it now, nonlinear effects because the lattice doing something at the molecular level to split particles or something in a way that causes a superconductivity. Something about how the lattice impacts particles that are larger than the pockets in the lattice or something. You have to dig, yeah, okay. The superconductors are part of a system as a whole. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. It's like millions of years right now. How the hell are they going to dig up something that deep? Well, Trizzy, it might only be 12,000 years. It might not be that long ago. It might only be 20,000. Antarctica's had some melting and cooling periods. So, yeah, it might not be that long ago. Yeah.
Basically abiding by a flat static space-time. When a lattice is now asymmetrical, you're curving space-time.
No worries.
The electrons start to move in a non-linear sense.
So when you break the lattice, then you're having the electrons move in this non-linear way.
When you break the symmetry of any particle field, no, I shouldn't say particle field. I have to watch my words here, forgive me. When you break the symmetry of space-time itself, and in some cases that would be polarizing the lattice of a superconductor, for example, you can get these non-linear effects that are the result of electromagnetic induction, but become something else entirely, topologically.
Fascinating. So what does it become that's different topologically?
At that point, you can start to bend light. You can start to have this pairing of electricity and gravity. This goes back to the missing Heaviside equations. I know there's a lot of controversy surrounding did Heaviside butcher Maxwell's equations or not. What I can say is that it is well known, to my knowledge, behind the scenes, that there's an entire Heaviside component that basically misses a circuit from an engineering aspect. Now, what I mean by that is, back in the early 1900s, Heinrich Lorentz, he did something that was called symmetrical regauging of Maxwell's quaternions, because Maxwell was told, you're not going to be able to get your quaternions across to the engineers at the time, which had the education of electricians today. So you have to chop it and get it simpler. You have to only deal with the right angle vector and nothing outside of that vector field, basically. And what's outside of that vector field? The scalar potentials. Now, essentially what happened was, Lorentz threw the baby out with the bathwater. Again, I don't know if this was a conspiracy or not. I wasn't there at the time, but the entire Lorentz regauging aspect has basically, how can I put it, stagnated the mainstream field of particle physics.
And for the audience, the Lorentz equation is the sum of the vector and scalar potentials, and Lorentz sets this to zero, right?
Correct. What he did was he played a clever trick. When he chopped up Maxwell's quaternions, and for the audience, if I may say, in a very simple manner, you say to me, Dave, let's order a pizza. The pizza comes, and I say to you, there's 12 slices, but I say to you, Jesse, there's only one slice. And you go, Dave, what do you mean there's another 11 slices? And I go, no, ignore the 11, there's just one. That's basically what Lorentz did.
Wow.
In a very simple regard, that's basically what Lorentz did. Now, by doing that, he played a clever trick. He said, and I quote, he didn't deny that the energy outside the vector field existed. He didn't deny that the scalar potentials existed. But what he said was, and I quote, they have no physical significance. That's basically, it's basically saying that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I know that there was, forgot who said this, but it's like saying we have a boat, right, on the water. And we have all this wind around the boat, but the wind is not touching our boat. It's not pushing our sail. It's a problem because theory is supposed to be a descriptor of ontological reality.
Right.
To the extent that it can be, and you believe science can be a descriptor of reality.
Right.
It's an attempt at that. It should never be narrowly confined to present engineering capabilities.
I agree.
Because in the future, engineering capabilities will always, get that much more amazing. So you do all these exotic things with materials in the 1970s and 80s that you couldn't, in the 1890s.
I couldn't agree more.
You don't want to constrain that within an equation.
Exactly. And I do believe, with the utmost respect to theorists, although I know for a fact behind the scenes the theory is well understood and top theorists understand this. With that said, I do believe that there are certain calculations within theoretical physics that may seem very minuscule or may seem like an artifact at first, but if you could take those equations and apply a form of practical engineering to it, you would get phenomena that would then force the theorists to readjust their model to the new phenomena that you see in the lab. Theory itself is not going to take, like Feynman said it best, and he was a theorist. He said, I don't care how beautiful your theory is, how eloquent it seems, if it can't be engineered, it's wrong.
Yep.
If it can't be experimentally verified, it's wrong. And so I think that, as we know, Richard Feynman and John Wheeler calculated there's enough energy inside the size of a coffee cup to evaporate all of the world's oceans if you could practically get it up in there. At first, they thought it was an artifact of the mathematics, but it turns out that it's not. And so basically, when Lorentz resymmetrized the Maxwell's quaternions, he completely removed all the potentials dealing with the outside of the right angle vector, the vector field itself. And so I think that this has to do with, for example, Dr. Puthoff's vector and scalar potential communication, where there are no E and B fields, but you have toroidal geometries that exist in which you can transmit information through topological infolding and outfolding, as David Bohm used to call it. Basically, the idea that if you have a particle, inside that particle is made up of smaller versions of the same particle. So in other words, fractals that tend to fold in and out geometrically if you could electromagnetically create such an effect in that regard. And these potentials may be able to enable that. There's a Lockheed Martin patent called a coherent matter wave beam.
Doesn't Eric Weinstein have a big toe about this? Is it geometric unity? He has a big theory of everything. Yeah. Chat says hello to Mr. Russell. What's up? Fuck, I mean, very interesting, yeah. As above, so below. Fuck me. Man. Dan Winter talks about toroidal collapse a lot. I don't even know who Dan Winter is, Aaron. Is he involved in this conversation? Yeah. To Mrs. Sorry, Mrs. Yes. Yeah, she is, she just her arm appeared, or probably just a T. Yes, yeah. Her name, she's in Discord. She used to stream a little bit until some guy creeped her out and found out where she worked. Yeah. Fucking incels. Fuck. You know? God damn. Fucking Madam Mukbang, yeah. God damn it, yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if I've told, I probably shouldn't even say that, but anyway, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. So she doesn't stream anymore. Some fucking creep. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It didn't take long. Man. I don't know how it's like some of the women that have huge followings on here. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they maintain their anonymity, because especially the ones that stream pretty liberally, you know, just out and about, you know, just on the deck of their house. Like, I'm like, man, there are motherfuckers out there that are doing some fucking trigonometry to figure out like where you are specifically. I mean, it's scary shit, man. Men can be really predatory when they don't have anything better to do. It's what men used to do out of the tribe. They were the hunters, right? And when they got nothing better to do, it can be some dark shit. Yeah. Yeah. They are everywhere, man. Yeah. Have you seen Rainbow? No. It's why you don't stream those. Is that actually why? Yeah. I think you're going to get fucking ganged up on? Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. It's why we own dogs. Yeah. That's literally it, man. Actually, yeah. That's quite literally it. Yeah. They have a special site with subscriptions. It's true. Yeah. Just sue. Yeah, Pete, it's hard to find these people though, right? It's not even like the fact that they would end up going to that degree and showing up. It's more like a form of psychological intimidation too, is what it can be. Like where you start just feeling unsettled that someone like actually got a hold of your personal details or something, or was able to infer from conversation like on my stream. You know, it's one of those things like that can be enough to just, like, you never actually be able to get to know who they are. They just fuck with you to that degree because they're just being dickheads. Yeah. Dan Winters is a physicist, electrical engineer, has developed theories about energy flow and consciousness. He's known for his lectures and conferences on the physics of ascension and the golden ratio. Ascension? Is he, oh shit. Is he on about like, okay, moving up to a higher ascending consciousness, Aaron? I'll have to check him out. Hold on. That's interesting. Yeah. There's so many fucking people out there, man. Like, it's hard to keep up with them all. Tom Campbell's a physicist that's into kind of the woo that I followed for a while. You know, again, these ideas about simulation theory, asking these questions about it, I usually deferred to him because he was a physicist. But yeah, fuck me. Rainbolt is like the best geoguesser in the world. Oh, okay. As in like just trying to find people. Yeah. Nick Fuentes. Yeah, those kinds of guys. Yeah. Holy fucking Christ. You meet strangers and they'll bring up things they shouldn't know for strangers. You have people following you already. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good. Yeah. Out of the woo comes greatness. Aaron, well, man, that's where the answers may lie. Man, listen, like, brother, when you're on the cutting edge, right? When you're in the cutting edge, things get weird. That's the thing. Like, if you're in the cutting edge and you're pushing forward, like, you're going into weird places sometimes. Like fucking Chud Bluski showing up and fucking talking to this guy in his sleep. Right, man? Brother, you fucking know. Like, that's what it is. Like, it is what it is. Some people don't like it, but you know, that's how the movement forward happens, right? They come and they talk to you in the night. They pick you up, and then however they get that information into us, right? We didn't Dave hasn't gotten to that part yet, and how the alien got that information inside of him. Where did the download specifically occur? Right? Doesn't matter. We don't talk about that part, I guess. It got in him somehow, right? And once it was in him, it didn't leave. Look how smart he is, right? Yeah. God damn it, yeah. Nanotech gets even deeper. We're bringing the dogs online with us, brother. Maybe, yeah. Proof remote viewing. Go to Twitch chat. There you go. It's a collective subconscious, the collective unconscious of humanity, Peach. The Jungian idea here. An example of it. Yeah. Michio is another great physicist. He is. Yeah. Who talks about UFOs? I have one of Michio's books. I thought he wrote about UFOs. I might get it confused with Stanton Friedman's Flying Saucers and Science sometimes. I thought there was it came out around the same time, but it was like a smooth brain version of his theories for smooth brains like myself. But I thought he had a book in regards to. He talked about the Planck scale, the Kardashev scale. He had a whole book about that. Anyway, I used to work at a bookstore when I was younger, and I picked it up. I saw it there. Yeah. The real question is, why did the aliens choose the construction worker? Well, brother, good question. Clearly, he has a lot of potential, I guess. That's the thing. It's all of these labels, right? Canadian, American, you know. Construction worker, homeless philosopher, whatever, you know, we're all just people at the end of the day, right? It doesn't matter, you know. I might be Canadian today, could be an American tomorrow, actually. I'll be like, I guess I'm an American now. You know, I'm not a very patriotic person. You know, I could be a fucking Chud Bluski tomorrow too. I mean, they could come pick me up. We go live in the moon with Chud. Fuck, let's do it. Get me the fuck out of here. You know, get us all the fuck out of here, right? Yeah. It's almost just a giant grift. Do you think, man? He's pretty intimately aware of all the theories, at least. We need to confirm without a doubt that he actually has connections to help put off in Eric Davis, but yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. I think we all tap into the shared human consciousness field. You're a musician, and the number of times the song has written itself through me in a creative capacity is tangible evidence of the woo. Same as Tesla. Tapped into it. Aaron, I'm also a musician. I was a singer-songwriter, and I know of the same field you speak of. Brother. I know the same field. It's you pull this, it's in philosophy, it's a subsect of it called aesthetics, but it's this idea of like, where does inspiration come from? Right? Where do you get these ideas, these song ideas, these lyrics, these riffs? Like it's a form of channeling in some sense, right? That artists engage in to make things, right? And yeah, man. Listen, I mean, not that I've written fucking any award-winning songs, but like, you know, when you engage with it at some point, if you ever try to create something. It can be anything. It can be comic. It can be, you know, a painting, but there's some form. It is a form of channeling. Now, we're not like trying to tap into, you know, Skinny Bob, insata reticuli, but we're trying to pull something from some higher portion of ourselves or from something, you know, some unknown portion of ourselves. But that's effectively what it is, right? And I guess all channelers are doing is they're just trying to talk to Skinny Bob. Or your grandpa or whatever, but someone's grandpa from some around, you know, whoever will pick up the phone, maybe. Yeah. Fuck. Is your partner okay with you choosing Skinny Bob over her? She knows that's why I sleep naked every night. Yeah. that it's because of Skinny Bob. Yeah, she's fully aware. They're going to take us together as a couple. Yeah. Yeah. She knows the whole deal, man. She's been brought up to speed. Yeah. It's funny because she's the one that's had all the weird shit happen to her, honestly, over her life. Even when we've been together, she's had like the weird woo-woo stuff. I haven't brought on anything. So if anything, they want her, not me. And that just makes me jealous, you know? So I'm just hoping that I don't wake up and see them like working on her, because I'm going to go for them. I'm going to go for their fucking legs. I'm going to see you motherfuckers. I've been waiting for you my whole life, and you fucking choose her over me. Right? And then they're just going to freeze me in place or something, you know? Yeah. You know, Skinny Bob's memes. Go on YouTube, Trizzy, and type in Skinny Bob. And you can see it's an alien video that's on YouTube that's very famous of this. People claimed there's all this debate. Is it real? Is it fake? It's probably fake, but I don't know ultimately. But it's this video of this alien, this guy released back like in 2011. And it's this little alien that like working on the computer, and it's supposedly the alien from Roswell. And the title of the video is called Skinny Bob. So they named him Skinny Bob. So that's how I refer to the aliens as Skinny Bob. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, laugh right now. Fuck, brother. Yeah. It would be fucked up, wouldn't it? Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Just on the knees, and they're shocked they couldn't abduct her. Fuck, man. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let Skinny bring a mean chorus. Well, maybe, Aaron, maybe he can, you know? Maybe they're involved with original ideas in music too, though. That's the thing. It's like people have these inspirations randomly that come into their heads sometimes, these song ideas, these riff ideas, right? Album ideas. And what are ideas? Where do ideas come from? What is consciousness? Where are we getting this information from at times? Right? Where's the epistemological source of it all? Where does it go to ultimately? How do we acquire these ideas, and where does the knowledge come from sometimes, you know, that guides us forward? I mean, things might get weird. I'm betting things inevitably are going to get weird when we get down to the root of these problems, right? And here we have this jump. I just want to get to the part where he goes over the meeting in the bedroom, because I want to like prep myself for when it happens to me, right? Because obviously, you know, I've been doing this for fucking like almost 5 years off and on, and I'm really excited for when they come and upload my brain with some really high level knowledge, right? It's not just all schizo woo-woo shit, right? Is that what they're leaving me with? It's all just all the schizo shit? Like this guy gets like high level physics concepts, and I just get like fucking like Phil Schneider and stuff, like in a hole, fucking in the ground, fighting with aliens. Like, is that all my brain can handle? Maybe that's the harsh reality, though. Maybe that's a harsh reality. It is all my brain can handle. It's like, Jim, all you get is the fucking crumbs. I'm like, well, it's better than bugs, right? Better than fucking bugs. Could be worse, you know? I'll take crumbs any day over bugs. Yeah. Anyway, I'll continue the fuck. I'll shut the fuck up.
That deals with using the Aronoff-Bohm effect, basically using the potentials themselves, not the fields, but the potentials to cohere matter itself in a way that would basically self-organize. The particles, So there's a lot there that
like program matter or something. Like, how do you do that?
Well, that's the thing. The idea is that space-time itself is I say this carefully, a living structure that has memory. And so what happens is if you can induce these vector and scalar potentials in an engineering sense, you start to witness geometries that would otherwise you would not be able to notice with the standard Hertzian waves in an engineering regard. I know that that's very controversial to theorists, although I know theorists behind the scenes that openly say, no, this has been known for decades in a very confidential regard.
So, okay, let's get really specific with the put-off stuff.
Sure.
He's talking about quantum communications via these scalar and vector potentials.
Correct.
So how do you do that? So I think about like a classic example with a limit to a transverse Hertzian wave is you're trying to do undersea communications. You have a perpendicular, magnetic field, a B field, And, as a result of that, you're going to get a lot of electron pair off and a, very fast decay function on any sort of signal sent out underwater.
Right.
How do you get around that with something like, put-offs?
It's possible, like we talked about voltage, focusing purely on voltage, focusing on acoustic resonance.
But specifically, like, what would you do? Like, how would you?
I think there are certain things that if you used voltage and pulsed a superconductor, for example, you would be able to transmit information in a nonlinear regard that otherwise would not be possible using E and B fields.
Okay. Speaking high level.
Yeah. I think that pulsing superconductors with pure voltage is very interesting.
Have you heard the term topological insulator?
Absolutely.
So this is something I'm just learning about because I have a friend who kind of works in some sensitive areas in national security. He goes pseudonymously by the name Jack. And we've started to interview, do technical series together and speak to people who are honestly above my pay grade when it comes to the science. Like he helped me out on the PIES interview, for example.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
And
that guy, yeah.
He talks about these topological insulators, these materials that...
You think he's bullshitting him because of his friends? Yeah. I mean, Jesse has friends too. He said he brought that guy on during the Cell Pi interview. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the tools to really know definitively whether or not he's full of shit. I mean, I've heard of some of these concepts, but yeah, it's a crazy story. You'd need almost just have Hal Puthoff on and be like, hey, are you working with this guy? And if Hal said yes, and you'd be like, oh my fucking Christ. Like, then that's what I would want to hear. Really, that's all we would need is we'd need, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, Salvatore Pi to be like, hey, do you know this guy? This Dan guy got uploaded from the Blue Guys. We're like, oh yeah, we talk to him all the time. We're like, oh fuck. All right, yeah. I mean, a lot of this shit, I think we can probably all agree is way above all of our pay grades here. It's definitely above mine. There's a particular man that if I could summon him could probably listen to this and maybe give us some insight if to any of this drives with reality. But I have no fucking idea, man. He's clearly very knowledgeable. I mean, one way or another, Jesse, although he's not a physicist, has a basic understanding of physics and theories in physics. And so Jesse's coworker and good friend is also Eric Weinstein. And Eric is a Harvard-trained mathematician and physicist. So if he's in conversation with this gentleman, if this guy had the audacity to speak to someone like Jesse, I don't think he'd be bullshitting for very long, is the only thing. So just because Jesse has too many people that are intimately involved with all of this information the guy is supposedly speaking to. So yeah, if he was legit, he'd say, like my friend X, whom says Zid Y, he's obfuscating for dramatic effect, would be generous, or he's lying. Well, we don't know that though. Or he's obfuscating them because he doesn't want to implicate them in the conversation. This stuff's undoubtedly all classified. I mean, there's classified elements like Cell Pi, for instance, who Jesse just interviewed a week or 3 weeks ago. He premiered it. He's involved in classified areas. I mean, his patents, all of that speaks to that. He works for the Navy. So some of this stuff is not public available knowledge. So if these people find him interesting and they happen to also be involved in classified, there's tons of shit that's classified. Yeah. He would not just use him because Jesse does. You don't think so? I don't know, man. I don't know if I would agree. Yeah, I think I would think just because of Jesse's knowledge about physics, because of his relationship with Eric, that, but then there was that guy on. Who was that guy that, thanks for coming by, Peace. What the fuck was that guy's name? He was that CIA contractor who was just like out to lunch, but he brought his buddy on too that supposedly works with the Skunk Works, I think is where he works, because he had a fucking Skunk Works t-shirt on when, or a hat, when he was interviewing Salvatore Pi. Like, he kind of implied where he worked. I was like, he probably works for fucking Skunk Works, for Christ's sake. He just doesn't want to say it explicitly, but he was wearing their merch. I mean, that might be one area where he was in, but I don't know, man. This stuff's very complicated, and undoubtedly all of this meme with superconductor research, I mean, it's classified stuff. I don't know. To me, I don't get bullshit vibes off him personally, not yet. But again, you need to have somebody who's aware of these theories kind of dig into it a bit more. But Jesse is fairly acquainted with them too, right?
Titanate, magnesium, bismuth are examples of.
Yep.
Is that the type of superconductor that if you pulse, you might be able to engage in some sort of quantum comms with?
And also there are multiple ways to skin this cat. That's the thing. Everything we've been talking about, there are multiple ways to pursue this. However, I think whether it's barium titanate, whether it's yttrium, barium, copper oxide, there's a couple of low temperature superconductors with high temperature combinations using voltage and acoustic resonance could in fact be able to transmit information that never decays. That would, I don't mean, for the record, I don't mean to speak for Dr. Pudov, but I find his work absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
His entire set of papers on his Earth Tech website is acted as a.
I guess the point would be, if his friend's saying, what he's saying, surely his friend will want us to know what they're saying openly. Well, but they might not. They may not be able to. I mean, some of these people may not be in the public eye. They might be working in classified programs. I mean, if he's speaking with people like Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, I mean, they're involved. They've got a bunch of different security clearances. I mean, they cannot speak openly about things. They've got NDAs out their ass. So, yeah. So they're not open about it after all. Oh, they're open. Oh, you're saying he's open about what they're talking about. Well, not with the general public, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
A mentor.
Yeah. Have I been to Kanye's site? Yes, I have been. Interesting. We were there. Yeah.
There are things there that are revolutionary in a way that is like it would break people's minds with regards to, wait, you're telling me that this type of approach can be taken, and all of a sudden we get these effects that are considered beyond the pale. From a mainstream sense.
How should we view this from a pure science and civilian sector?
Right.
You know, you're telling me that you have these quantum comms that don't decay over space time.
Oh my God, man. It's like thing after thing after thing here. Oh, I'm going through what they're talking about next. Here, ethics of sharing knowledge. There you go, Edge. Consciousness and time perception. I mean, I don't want to stay. I want to stay on this for too long. We've been on watch this for an hour now. Holy fuck. The third strand of DNA. I mean, this is gonna get
up. I believe it's called linguisticwavegenetics.com, I believe. If you Google it, it's in Russian, but you can translate it. There is an English version of the website, and you have all of his papers with all of his engineering methodologies, and he was healing people inside of pyramids, wooden pyramids that were. And this is not me.
You want to know something trippy? Do you know Brian Marescu is by any chance?
I've heard the name.
He's he wrote a book called The Immortality Keys.
Hold on, step that back just a minute there, brother. What? He knew what? He's healing people within what? Wooden pyramids. I don't know if anyone else here knows that reference. There's a man named Billy Meyer. Billy lives in Switzerland. Billy supposedly had connections with human aliens from the Pleiadian star system. Billy then proceeded to take a bunch of photographs of their crafts, which turned out to be trash can lids decorated with dollar store decorations. Billy then continued, and some people believed him. And Billy then started a cult. And one of the things that they told Billy was that if you sit within a pyramidal structure, it will have natural healing properties. And so Billy would build these like gold pyramids out of like probably copper or some shit, like, you know, just metal framed that you could get inside and sit within. And he would encourage people to sit within these little golden pyramids and they would heal you. Sacred geometry. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're getting off down the rabbit hole here now, so fuck. Yeah. There was that guy living in the desert spinning dome in the U.S., Arizona, Nevada, healing people with his frequency house, got shut down by the feds. There might be something to frequencies. I mean, there might be something to sound. I mean, whether shapes heal people, I don't know. You know, there's all kinds of people out there who are accredited that go down these rabbit holes. They put papers out. They get a cult following because, you know, they explain the stuff in a fairly complicated manner, which impresses people. But ultimately, there's nothing of any real substance, right, in their theories at the end of the day. Its basis is just kind of like woo, you could say. So that's a problem. Okay, I'm going to play this for a couple seconds and see what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah.
He texted me earlier today because he's like, man, I've just been getting into the work of this guy, Constantine Mile.
Right.
And it explains a lot of my work around, like, you know, scalar and vector potentials and its effect on the human body.
Right.
I've been interested in this for a while, and it's
is this the pyramid guy?
A lot of things seem to be convergent. So this guy was treating people with pyramids.
Pyramids. He was having them go inside these pyramids that were the frame was wooden. However, he was using vector and scalar potentials, using electronic circuits, lasers, semiconductors, and so on.
Oh, fuck, brother. That's whole different. I thought it was just shape for a second. He's bombarding them with all this energy. Constantine Miles? Hold on. We got to fucking see this. Hold the fucking on here. Constantine Miles pyramids. I don't see fuck all here. I probably misspelled his name. Of course, they didn't put his name as that part of the segment. Constantine Miles healing with pyramids. The healing power of pyramids, exploring scalar energy forms. Brother, we found him. Joseph Marcello. Dr. Patrick Flanagan. Didn't they just mention his name a second ago here? A landmark work in the field of sacred geometry and healing. Revelation's new book, The Healing Power of Pyramids. You mean I can just eat like shit all day and just like sit in my pyramid house? Is that what you fucking mean? You mean I can just eat cheeseburgers all day and fucking sit in a pyramid house and I won't have to worry about anything? Writing errors make this book difficult to read. 2 stars. All I can say is meh. Looked bootleg. Fuck. Elixirs of the Ageless. You are what you drank. Ooh, a nice Hefeweizen. Oh man, out of this. Fuck this. Appeared over America, yeah, brother. Yeah. Okay. Well, we got something, so that's weird. Constantine Miles healing the pyramids. I don't see anybody under that name. Oh, here they are right here. Here's probably some images of them. That's it. That's a bill he would have on his property. Crystal people do this too. I mean, they're all pretty similar. But they sit inside these like pyramid constructions and apparently it like balances your energy. I have no fucking idea, man. I mean, listen, I can't imagine that's going to do a lot if you have like stage 4 cancer, but I don't know. Who knows? I mean, listen, the ancients clearly had an obsession with geometry. There is he's got the Pyramid of Giza on his fucking book, I guess. But there's something to this. There is a sacred geometry at Giza. I mean, they had advanced knowledge in mathematics. There's an anomaly there with how advanced they were in constructing that. I mean, it's not implying aliens, but it definitely implies some advanced knowledge of geometry, right? So, and mathematics. So was there something to the shape? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be healing, but it could be in regards to resonance. I know, what's his fucking name again? The Giza power plant. Christopher Dunn. Christopher Dunn is convinced that there's resonance involved with the Great Pyramid at Giza, that it was some kind of a machine that functioned for resonance, which is an interesting idea. And there's some supporting evidence to suggest that it may have been true. I mean, we'd have to go and try and conduct the experiment with it now, and good luck allowing the Egyptian government to do that, because you did to fill it with water. Anyway, interesting ideas. I mean, it's all fun, you know. Yeah, pyramids are an energy battery, might have an effect on the light body needs, fixed gaps. The field around the body wasn't designed for that. It's clearly Atlantean. You think it's Atlantean, Aaron? I have no fucking idea who built it. I mean, whoever was, I don't know, maybe they're there before the Egyptians, who knows? I don't think they really know with a lot of conviction when they were built. There's a cartouche in the King's Chamber that is suspicious, and there has been some radiocarbon dating done between some of the blocks that suggest it may be 4,500 years old, but it's hard to know with complete conviction because there could have been reconstruction projects on it too, similar to the Sphinx. So who knows? I don't think they really know definitively. There are they call them strong indicators, but there's debate around them as well. So anyway, they're an enigma one way or the other. They're unbelievably massive and incredibly precise construction that was from a civilization that was not that precise. And there's other anomalies around Egypt. I mean, some of the temple complexes, some of the artwork, the statues are incredibly precise. That's another thing Christopher Dunn had highlighted that was very interesting. Oh, like your crystal pyramids. Oh my God, brother. I would kill to have these in my fucking desk, actually. I love rocks, but like, you know. Chris Dunn had done some interesting theory comparisons with, I forget who it was. It may have even been Khufu, who I think was attributed to the building of the Giza Plateau, if I recall correctly, whose cartouche was found in the King's Chamber. But that it was a perfect mirror. The face on both sides was literally identical. And all Chris did, which I don't know if they didn't want to get into this or not, or they thought they could do this, which they probably fucking couldn't, was he split the face completely in half, and he mirror imaged it onto the other side, and it was identical. I lined up identically, which is an incredible level of precision to do by hand. It's really an impossible feat. It's bordering on literally fucking impossible. And that's the same level of precision they found with some of these vases that they pulled out of another smaller pier for a pyramid. So, you know, there's some anomalous shit that's gone on there, but it's still a mystery, right? It's not necessarily aliens. Maybe it was a lost civilization. That's a legit point, Aaron, that might be, I mean, listen, they even meant, this is the thing about Egyptology and a lot of people in these different archaeological disciplines when they go into these sites of these ancient peoples, is they kind of disregard any of the claims on the walls as just fantasy, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, you know, those are the gods they made up that came and showed them how to do everything, and you're like, fuck, really? It's just all made up story? Yeah. And you're like, oh well, you know, how did they cut all that fucking how did they cut all that granite with copper tools? And they're like, oh well, they just figured it out. It's like, well, you can't efficiently cut granite with copper tools. So they're in the Bronze Age? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And like, oh well, it's like, no, it doesn't. Yeah. So I mean, it's like, maybe we should go back to that story again, guys. Right? It's like, oh well, they just figured it out. It's like, oh, but the sky beings, like the gods in Septepi the time before that were here that influenced them, and no, they just made that up. I'm like, did they make it up? Did they make it up? That's the question, right? That I'm asking, among other people asking it. So anyway, yeah. When the Nile was closer, filling the aquiferius underneath the pyramids, this is the energy source amplified by the pyramids. Done is right. Yeah, Aaron, there's the other, yeah, well, you know the theory, right? So, you know, you've read the Giza power plant. So they had an obelisk powered tools. Man, who fucking knows? I mean, there's other supporting evidence for Dunn's theory aside from there being evidence of water erosion under the pyramid, that this is something that they were doing. I think it's into the king and the queen's chamber. There's 2 shafts, and Chris thought on top of that they were using a chemical solution to create and generate energy. And they found remnants of both of these chemicals that, when combined and fed into one area, have create a chemical reaction, right? Not unlike like baking soda and vinegar. I think it's a similar kind of concoction. But the idea is that the king's and queen's chambers are not tombs, but they're some kind of machine. So when you feed this chemical reaction in, combined with resonance created by letting the water into the bottom of the pyramid, it facilitates some kind of, it could have been somewhat of an explosive reaction, but that it would generate energy somehow. Yeah. Hydrogen reactor. Is that what it was, Aaron? Yeah. I can't remember exactly what the 2 chemicals were that they found, but they found remnants of both of them in each shaft. So the idea is that these were being fed through these shafts into the pyramid, which again just highlights that it may have been a machine, right? And it looks like a machine when you look at it, really. And that's what some engineers and machinists involved with Chris Dunn thought as well, where they're like, holy fuck, like this does kind of look like the level of precision employed is suspicious, where it's like that level of precision isn't necessary really to create a tomb. There are other tombs all over Egypt that they found with these pharaohs, and they're nowhere nearly as precise or on that scale as the Giza Plateau. So why would you need that level of precision? Well, you'd need it for a machine, right? Just like today, like in aerospace and whatnot, which is where Chris Dunn works. So it follows logically. I mean, it brings you to a place logically where it probably wasn't the Egyptians that did this, at least by themselves. It may have been in concert with another group of people that were advanced. But the compression of high density quartz, it has a piezoelectricity. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So there's some kind of chain reaction that occurs when you do all that together. So yeah, it's incredibly interesting theory. It's a full-blown theory. Yeah. If aliens revealed themselves to the world and told us they had a hand in building the pyramids, archaeologists would call them white supremacists. Golf? Yes. Yes, they probably would. Well, don't bring up the giants. I don't know if you've looked on the walls of a lot of these different Egyptian temples, but the people look very similar to the people depicted throughout Mesopotamia. And it's just a fucking coincidence, I guess, right? Harkening back to this idea that there may be this lost civilization that was this different group of people altogether that maybe were on the planet in the past. Maybe there weren't, and I'm assuming there weren't very many of them in comparison to like ourselves now, because we're not finding them everywhere anymore. Although we were finding them everywhere for a while in America. But yeah. And it's I've just asked the question about this again. I ask it ad nauseum here all the time, but it's a legitimately interesting one because, and listen, we're still in our infancy here in understanding the planet. We're not that far along. I mean, in terms of technological civilization, we're still very much in our infancy. I mean, we're in our infancy and even understanding all of the history that's been collected. We have yet, what I've been able to ascertain, I think, is that we still have not properly synthesized all of these different narratives across the globe from all these ancient cultures. Nobody has properly gone through and synthesized all of these ancient people's stories, histories, etc. And they should be doing it more because there could be these correlations drawn and it could point towards some lost group of people. That's all Graham Hancock did. He's a fucking journalist. He was doing his job. He was collecting these stories and he was looking at them and saying there may be a greater narrative here. Is he necessarily qualified to make that ultimate determination? No, but he's asking the question. He's raising the problem, right? And these people in archaeology should not be this resistant to this idea, right? Because ultimately they have their little nooks and corners that they are involved in, but the bigger picture is something that we as a species has not reckoned with yet. And I think that's the TLDR on it that I've been able to ascertain so far. And I don't know where it goes. I mean, you could point into some of these other areas like the giants, but when you have people in archaeology just steadfast, they're all in that it's white supremacy. I'm like, oh my fucking God, guys. Like, yeah. Maybe we should give it a go, Jim. Oh man, you could write a whole book, do courses, university speeches, and such. Man, I don't know. Not to appeal to authority, but that's not my background. That's not what I have a degree in. That's not what I want to go and specialize in further. I mean, I'm just asking questions about it, right? Which is what I'm supposed to be doing, I guess, right? My place in the world. But I would really like to have other people in these disciplines approach it with less hubris, some of these questions. So they're depicted as giants because back then kings were considered gods and gods are giants. That's the narrative, Zos, yeah. They weren't actually giants, yeah. Well, that's the official narrative, yeah. That's the official narrative. Yeah. Now, again, the question that I asked was, there's a degree of specificity here in some of these cylinder seals that you can actually calculate for yourself if you assume an average height of a person about 4,500 to 5,000 years ago. And what you'll find is that these people depicted are in almost all instances around 7.5 to 8 feet tall, maybe 9 feet at most, but they got hats on. So and then we happen to find bodies all over the US, not just in the US, but all over the globe, of these people that have red hair that were not Native Americans that are about this height. And if people know anything about some of the histories of these god pantheons, a lot of them are depicted as being fair-haired people. At least the Tuatha Dé Danann definitely were, out of Ireland, however you fucking pronounce their name. Even some of the Mediterranean pantheon as well. So, and same with the Nordic pantheon. So, I don't know. That's what we need to figure. And there's a lot of enigmas and anomalies around. And the narrative, the prevailing narrative right now from a lot of these mainstream sources is there are no anomalies. We've figured it all out, right? Because this is what they want people to believe, that they've figured it out, right? Same with Giza. We've figured it out. No, we fucking haven't, you idiots. That's the point. That's the TLDR. Because there's not enough evidence at Giza to support those theories. Same with the construction method theories. I mean, the moving of the stones, the constructing of the places. I mean, no one really knows. There's theories out there, but it involves a ridiculously large workforce, which they could have had access to. But it's also, when you get into the mathematics, it's fairly advanced. And it one way or the other, it rewrites history. The Sphinx is really the linchpin in that whole area at Giza because it ultimately displays strong scientific evidence that its age predates all the dating they thought they had. So they, from their scholarly work, came to the conclusion the Sphinx was 4,500 years old. And the scientific data does not support that theory. The scientific data supports a theory that goes back possibly 12,000 years. So that's already not looking good for them and their theories and their interpretations. So then the confidence that we figured all this out is nil. We have Göbekli Tepe is another site, which we have no idea. It's another enigma. So, I mean, it's just mystery after mystery after mystery. And what it highlights is we don't know. Ultimately, as much as some people like to proclaim that they do because to support their egos, we don't fucking know. And we shouldn't be approaching things like this with too much hubris because there may be some people around that actually do know, and it might implicate us into a conspiracy here. But anyway, I just fucking, yeah. Trizzy, sorry, where was your question at? I didn't even see your name. I heard that in the pyramids there are small tunnels, and before they were noticed until a guy was knocking on the wall, seeing if someone lies on the other side. What exactly do you think those tunnels were like for the chemicals or the hydrogen thing I was talking about, Trizzy? Yes. No, it's not. No, it's not stupid at all. No. Yeah, that was. Who mentioned that? Yes. Well, so they sent these robots up into some of these smaller tunnels and that's actually how they initially found the evidence for these chemicals in the shafts. But they have no idea. There's still a bunch of chambers. They just did LiDAR on the pyramid like a year or two ago, and there's a couple chambers still that they haven't accessed, which is just extremely strange, right? And I mean, and again, it'd be one thing if there were these randomly, shittily put together fucking chasms, but they're put together with like great specificity. So then what does that imply, right? Like, yeah. It's my new album title. And it's Anunnaki shaped. Yeah, Göbekli Tepe, anyone. Let's get David Childers in the stream. Oh, Aaron, I've tried. I've tried in times past. Trust me. Yeah. I've got his. I'm using his likeness at times with these memes. Yeah. Where's his fucking? Where's my thing at here? Just a second. On my soundboard. Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
That's the follow sub button.
Literally wash these balls.
That's. I would love to speak to David. I'd love to see what David has to say. I'd love to see how woo we can get with David, like how unhinged things can get before he just taps out. Anyway, that's probably why I won't come on. Yeah. Yeah. The remnants of a lifting mechanism. Is that what it was? Yeah. I want to see ancient carvings of dinosaurs, Jim, brother. That's a fucking dream, though. Like, you know. It's weird how the tunnels were hidden. The whole thing's weird, Trizzy. None of it makes sense. That, again, there's different kinds of minds, right? I'm a strong proponent of that there are archetypes of people, right, out in the world, right? So like you get the fantasy archetypes of the wizard and the rogue and the warrior, right, and the archer and the thief, right? Anyway, the thief. There's different types of people as well, right? And the scholarly people that are interesting, they love to read, you know, they love stories, they love fantasy. They love these different mythologies, but when it comes to like interpreting something mechanically, right? They're not quite maybe particular enough, right? You need someone like who has an engineering background to go and look at the Giza Plateau and say, you'd think they defer to these experts and say, yeah, no, listen, like we researched the history and whatnot, and but like you guys obviously build shit. What do you think? No, they don't like that. And when you had people with an engineering background get in there and look at the place, specifically the Great Pyramid, and walk through it, what they know, and this is from Chris Dunn, who went on tours with people there. They brought like their protractors and their rulers and like their right angle rulers, and they were going around, and there's a video of this, and they were just like, their mouth was just like fucking open, like what the fuck, like it became a problem, right? And man, anyway, yeah. History for granted, folks. Checking it out on YouTube, pretty compelling stuff. Yes, I did, Edge. Yeah, I think I watched them before. I don't know if you linked that or not, but yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, some of their analyses of the site. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing. It's like I don't think we're proposing aliens here at all. Could have very well been a human effort. It's just who specifically was engaging in it. Right? I mean, the Egyptian people could have been involved too, but it's kind of like these other sites around the globe, like at Mesoamerica, like Teotihuacan, or down in South America, like Pumapuku, Tiwanaku, you know, Machu Picchu. It could be complicated. Like, was it just one people? Was it a group of people that, and I think Graham's narrative, and it's not by accident because this isn't the stories of like Viracocha and Quetzalcoatl, but that there were these survivors that arrived on their shores who were more advanced than they were. They had more advanced knowledge, at least, of astronomy and mathematics and construction and whatnot. That they literally went and lived among hunter-gatherers after a giant cataclysm. I think Graham may have literally hit the nail on the head, personally. I think most of these people, these dissenting voices, are just fucking smooth brains. Honestly. I think there's tons of people in archaeology who humor his theories and say, wow, maybe. Right? But the people that are like vehemently against him, I think, are just literally fucking idiots. They're everywhere. They're all over the planet. They're in all walks of life. They're just people that don't like to think critically and have these massive egos and just are just ridiculous people. And I think anyone looking at Graham and calling him a pseudo archaeologist is a legitimate fucking idiot. And they don't have good intentions either, because Graham is an accredited journalist. They give him no credit, right? They're not willing to steel man any of his arguments. They're just trying to straw man everything he does. You're a fucking idiot by definition. There you go. Yeah, the tourism's important too, man. You know, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's Zawe Hiwas, man. You know the whole thing probably, Aaron. Yeah, but it was with Zawe, who we watched recently with Mr. Beast. I mean, he was involved for a long time in deciding who's going to come and who's not going to come and see the pyramids, and you know, and they're desperately trying to hang on to that site too, which as a heritage site for Egypt, which it still will be, regardless, right? I mean, the Egyptian people may have been involved one way or another. Even if you go back and you try and proclaim that this site was built 12,000 years ago during Septepi, I mean, the stories still speak of the Egyptian people being there. I mean, it could have been a joint effort between them and some other group of people that were more advanced than them. And we don't know what skin color they were. They could have been blue for all we fucking know, right? Fucking, it's just so, man, just so fucking bad. Like, anyway, my bet too, and I don't know this with any conviction. I'm just placing a bet. Yeah, Flint. Flint's just, I mean, he's a fucking idiot. He is an idiot. He just is. He was, I'm not even going to go into it, but I commented on some of his comments, calling him out as being a fucking idiot on X. And before he went on Joe Rogan, he was commenting everywhere that Graham Hancock's a white supremacist, that he's supporting white supremacist ideologies with this theory of this lost civilization because he thinks it's connected to Nazism. And it's like, are you fucking dumb, bud? Like, you know, and anyway, right before he went on Joe Rogan, he went and deleted all of his comments. This is the kind of guy you're dealing with. This is the kind of character, right? This is a little weasel you're dealing with. Before he went on Joe's podcast, I was going to go back through because I saw the podcast go up. I'm like, oh, let me go back and see how many people replied to this comment of him being a fucking imbecile. And I noticed that he deleted it. And then I went back to the other comments that I commented on of him calling him a white supremacist, and he deleted them. And he went on Joe's podcast and said, I didn't call you that. I'm like, oh, you little fucking bitch. I said, if I was there, I would have had a hard time out to go slap him in the fucking head. That's the little weaselly games people play, though, right? Like, it's poor character. He is poor character. There's tons of people that has shown poor character development. I don't know if they didn't fucking go outside and actually, like, you know, interact with people growing up or what the fuck happened, but they developed poor character and they have bad intentions, right? They're just completely ego-driven. They're not after these objective truths. They're after their truth. Fuck them. Yeah. Yeah. You're considering good intentions. Odd thing happened the other day. Roommate found a pyramid with jewels in a suitcase and gave it to me. I don't know what it is. Holy fuck, man. That's fucking sick. Yeah. Yeah. People calling each other Nazis is just white kids do these days because they're detached from reality. Well, welcome to academia in the West, too. I hate to say this, but there's another reason why I didn't want to fucking back into it. After my professor I studied under left, I don't know what it's like now, but, you know, I just heard things and I was just like, oh my fucking God. I wouldn't have lasted 5 seconds in that program. I would have lasted all 5 fucking seconds. Yeah. It doesn't forget, man. I don't forget. I know what he said. He's a fucking dickhead. It just is what it is, right? I'd rather hang out and smoke weed with Graham than fucking, you know, hang out with Flint. It's at the end of the day too, right? It's like, man, anyway. I bet, same Aaron, I bet that there was a lost group of people there on the planet. I place a bet, just looking at all the stories, that they dispersed all over the globe after a cataclysm. And I'd bet that they settled, like Graham said, probably among these hunter-gatherer tribes. And they helped to set up civilization. And the other thing they did too was they worked with them and constructed these megalithic sites using advanced mathematics. And probably construction techniques as well, because we don't know how they built some of these places. And it would make sense. And it's no coincidence that you do see a trickle down of these different cultures from the mid-Atlantic. And it could very well have been from that place. And I would bet too, as a student of philosophy and who has gone through Plato's works fairly extensively, that the story Plato told in the Timaeus, in the Critias, right? Mainly in most of the Critias is lost. We only have like a portion of it, but in the Timaeus, the story he talks about was likely a real story from his ancestor Solon, that there was this lost group of people and he learned about it in Egypt, right? From these Egyptian priests. So, and that is an anomalous story in Plato's dialogues, right? Plato wrote these dialogues, these conversations, right? To get his points across. But the anomaly with the Atlantean story is Plato never mentioned anywhere else in his dialogues anything with any degree of specificity that he mentioned with Atlantis. He gave a breakdown of the size of the fucking city, what the city looked like, their culture. In the Critias, he goes over, their daily habits, like their laws. Like he doesn't go into that detail with any other account. So Flint was on Concrete trying to tell Buddy there, whatever the fuck his name is, Danny Jones, that, oh, well, You know, Plato liked to tell stories. Plato had dialogues to prove philosophical points. It was an anomaly in specifically Timaeus because the conversation with the priest, as Solon gets to, isn't about a group of people that had great hubris that died. It was about ancient records stored in Egypt that spoke of a civilization that was destroyed because the earth endures periodic cataclysms. And now a lot of knowledge we have about Egypt got destroyed in Alexandria. A lot of the records were gone. Right. And so that may have very well been a window, right, into what these ancient people used to know. And where did that knowledge come from? Anyway, so I'll just say that much, that I think him claiming that Plato got some shit wrong about some stuff they dug up in Athens. I mean, like, that doesn't speak to what's mentioned in the Timaeus as being an anomaly. It is an anomaly. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah. Anyway, fucking Christ, yeah. It's the YouTube channel mentioned earlier, yeah. Fuck me. That academic guy on Rogan that listened to Terrence Howard's theories called The Academia live on air. You should skim it. Oh, yeah, Eric Weinstein. Oh, yeah, I know Eric. I watched the whole thing. Yeah. It was like 4.5 hours, whatever, yeah. Oh, yeah, man, I know. Yeah, I've followed Eric for some time, yeah. Yeah, he's hit the nail on the head. Well, Eric got ostracized out of Harvard for some of his eccentric theories. Because he is this, I think it's geometric unity is his big toe, his big theory of everything. But yeah, he's had his problems with them too. And there's a lot of bullshit that went on in universities recently. They became very detached from reality, as they tend to do. And periodically they have to go through these resets because you get these fucking imbeciles in there that control these departments. And ultimately too, they're a businessman. That's the other thing too. So yeah. You're pea-sized brain. No, you're not, Drizzy. Yeah. Sorry. I'll read through all the comments here. Yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, anyway, I get worked up talking about it because it's just so fucking frustrating, right? Oh, this is it. This is what you found, man. 3 days ago. Oh, interesting. What's this all about now, huh? Welcome back, chosen ones. Some kind of a litmus test. Let's go back and watch it again because I see there's an extinction level event here. We'll see if we can figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't you brought this up before, did you? Didn't someone bring this up before? Yeah. The moon. Space. Asteroids. Was that the Shoemaker-Levy 9 that hit Jupiter? Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was the impact on Jupiter, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about cosmic catastrophes here, yeah. Okay. I know this topic a little bit. Yeah. Being bombarded with asteroids, yeah. Looks fun. Okay. Yeah. Space. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Talking about secret societies. Oh, interesting, yeah. Isn't the Vatican that supposedly has a chronovisor? What the fuck's a chronovisor? Founded a subreddit for it. Hold on. So we got a comet hitting, that's the moon? And a comet hitting the moon. Okay. This is just I'm assuming this is just a fun art project someone did. It's got a black hole. We've got a binary star system. Most star systems in the galaxy are binary, by the way, not singular. We're an anomaly here. Is that a Minecraft creeper head on a fucking... Okay. Yeah, okay. Solar system, okay. Yeah, probe. Interesting. Okay, okay. It's just the same thing over and over again. Okay. Interesting. Wow, okay. Intriguing. What does it all mean? What the fuck does it all mean? There was something about the moon I actually have up here, yeah. I don't know what brought me this video. I just got a notification and I'm here. If you randomly got recommended this video, that means we are just real people of the world. Everyone else is NPCs. Fuck. Oh, god damn it, yeah. How strange is it that random video on YouTube brought people together from all over the world? How many subscribers does he have? 37,000. He seems to have... Oh, yeah. You showed me this before, didn't you? Did you? Yeah. I am more NPC than not. Oh, my heavens. Yeah. It smashed the asteroid. Yeah, it fucking did. Yeah. What is this video? This is new info for me. What is this? This is another one from a month ago. Moonbase. 11 minutes. Oh, Christ. I don't know if I can go through 11 minutes of this. Ones and zeros. We're in simulation theory here. Information theory. All matters, just information. Fun space pictures. Oh, wow. Spooky. This one also got a fuckload of views. It piqued your curiosity. It's that simple, man. New marketing campaign. Like, make things complex and people will flock to it like a moth to the flame. Make something mysterious, probably. That's the thing. People love mysteries. I love mysteries. Yeah. I would 100% clicked on this fucking video. God damn it. Yeah. Just more weird. Yeah. Yeah. The asteroid belt didn't just appear. It's smashed. It's a smashed asteroid. It's a smashed planet, Aaron. Maybe. That's what some people think. It was an impact with maybe Earth. I brought that theory up here before. That Earth used to reside in the asteroid belt. That the Earth used to actually be a super Earth. It used to be a super planet. A lot of solar systems that we found so far actually have super Earths in them. They're, I don't know, between 3 to 5 times the size of the Earth, I think. And there's actually a giant wound of sorts in the Pacific on Earth. If you go to Google Earth, this is Sitchin brought this up, actually. There's a creation story, Sumerian creation story in Mesopotamia called the Enuma Elish, and it talks about gods warring in the heavens. And Sitchin thought that these gods, Tiamat, Marduk, were actually planets, and that Tiamat was actually Earth, and Marduk was actually this other planet he called Nibiru. And during the war, Tiamat lost as Marduk first invaded into the vicinity. And what happened was it got smashed, and after it got smashed, it got knocked out of its orbit into its current orbit. So if you look, these super Earths, there's a location for them specifically in solar system. So we've got like Mercury, Venus, Mars. And in between Mars and Jupiter, we'd have a larger object. But now there's just this asteroid belt. And that's what some people... This isn't just Sitchin's theory. This is proposed by a couple people, and I forget who the fuck they are. But that there may have been an object, the Earth at some point, a larger object, maybe even with our current moon, right? Got hit by an object, and the Earth and the moon were knocked into its current orbit. The moon's quite large for the Earth. It's too big, actually. Which is a bit of an anomaly. It's almost like the object the moon's orbiting around was at one time larger. Anyway, But you can see here on the planet, if you look really closely, oh my God, I hate these fucking little pictures, man. Oh my God, get rid of them. There we go. You can see here that there's a giant, almost looks like a scar in the Pacific. Like there's nothing in the Pacific. All the continents are on the other side. Right? You can see, look along the ridge too. Like, it's quite deep. It's almost like there was a giant fucking hole here at some point. So, it's interesting, yeah. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? I mean, we don't know. That's the thing. Yeah. T-Met was Earth number 1, Mars Earth number 2. Now we live here. Could be it, man. Who knows? Yeah. Okay, maybe that's the thing. Yeah. Yeah. Jim, what do you think of the tether incident? Do you think it was refractal ice, they said? Here is a vid. I bet Hendrix has a better video.
This television view now is of the mid-deck glove box experiment with ongoing operations there by Payload Commander Franklin Chang Diaz on the lower deck of...
Mute this? Oh, this is the...
Again, just moving into sunrise. 81 nautical miles now from Columbia.
Oh, okay. I know this now. Okay, yeah. It's hard to say, man. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of...
You can see the objects moving around like that one in the background, yeah.
There's a lot of stray light.
Yeah, and there's 17 minutes of footage of it. I was going to say there's a longer version of it, definitely. Yeah. It's hard to say, man. Who knows? There definitely is a lot of debris up there, maybe. Yeah. Who knows, man? There's been some incidents that definitely are anomalous that they've captured. Like, they definitely look weird, yeah. Early humans introduced Skinny Bob to the Wobble Pops, and he took Earth 1 out for a quick spin around the sun, smacked her into some shit. That's essentially the TLDR, I think, man. Or someone had some other Wobble Pops on another version of Earth and smacked into her. Yeah. But yeah, we've gone over this. I've gone over the remote viewing of Mars a bunch on here, and it's all very interesting. I know Sitchin's work fairly well. I have the Earth Chronicle series, although the books are kind of ripped up because I used them for fucking filters for a while there, the front of the page. Filters in my joints, but anyway, it's it's an interesting idea. I have a YouTube video up here from Randall actually about the moon, which is interesting. It's an interesting idea, the moon being an external hard drive of Earth. It really is, because it's a repository for maybe some of these cosmic catastrophes that happen, because it's hard to tell on Earth because everything's overgrown. We get a little water. It's hard to know for sure. But on the moon, there's no atmosphere, and so everything's just been sitting there. And that was one of the ideas of Velikovsky's stuff, right, back in the day, that if there was some catastrophe on Earth in the past, and let's say it encountered a large celestial object that deposited a lot of oxidized iron all over it, maybe it would have done the same to Earth. And if it caused firestorms, then there must have been like a large amount of petrochemicals, or there must have been a lot of shit in its tail, which are petrochemicals. What's the other hydrocarbons in its tail that were ignited, and so you might find these hydrocarbons on the moon too, in tandem with this oxidized iron. And so he had kind of a cult following at NASA. He was a Russian psychoanalyst back in the 50s. He wrote a book called Worlds in Collision. And he freaked people out enough that this cult following at NASA actually went up and looked for evidence of these hydrocarbons and the oxidized iron on the moon. And they did find some, but they didn't notate which direction it was deposited because he wanted to know where it came in from. But anyway, it's another schizo thing I'm not going to go into again, but yeah. If they were UFOs, we would be seeing them, that's for sure. They wouldn't let that shit out. Remember, there's significant video transmission delay from space, so they cut that shit off, much like they do with UFOs show up in the ISS feed. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Yeah. Legend of the 13 Crystal Skulls from Mars to the Maya. Oh, fuck, brother. That sounds like woo central. It's woo central, but should be dismissed. There's no Sitchin coherently made up that story. No, he's no Tolkien. We know he embellished, but it's rooted in truth. It could be, man. Yeah, Sitchin did a lot of like in the 12th Planet. Sitchin, the problem with his books sometimes is he would interpret the stories himself, and he would interpret the actual Sumerian cuneiform quite liberally. And so you're reading through these tablets thinking that this is like an official translation from like the British Museum, and you're like, holy fuck. Like they said this? It's like this Nibiru, this celestial object, periodically it comes in the, it's like, no. Like if you actually go through the scripts, it gets a bit confusing. Like if you feed the 12th Planet into ChatGPT, it's like, oh my God, oh well. But if you go to the actual translations, it's a little bit less convincing. But there's not completely, like there's no celestial object named Nibiru in Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Babylonian, Assyrian history. But, well, there is mention of Nibiru being this cross marking in the sky, this cross point. Which is interesting. Like that they studied cycles, astronomical cycles, and were aware of the ecliptic plane to some degree. But I mean, anyway, yeah, his stuff's really fucking interesting, man. Yeah, I still think it is too. I've argued that with people for years that they're like, oh, Sitchin's so full of shit. I was like sitchiniswrong.com, that guy had a website up for years. And I'm like, ugh. I was like, at the end of the day, he got some shit wrong. He elaborated on some stuff, but he was on to something, I think. Yeah, really compelling when he presented the idea and then presented the ideas that past civilizations may have already done it. Well, man, I mean, he had this idea. The most interesting thing that Sitchin did, I think, which I've been trying to figure out for years if this was an original idea of his, and I'm pretty sure it was that I don't think the ancient peoples knew this, but essentially, not to reiterate this 3,000 times in the fucking stream, but like for people here that don't know, our solar system. So it's here, like here's my level hand. This is the ecliptic plane of the galaxy, right? So like the galactic arms, like this is a level plane, right? So the galaxy sits flat here, right? This is our solar system. It's not level with the ecliptic plane of the galaxy. We're tilted up like this, which is kind of unusual. I think it's about like 30 degrees off from the ecliptic plane of the galaxy. So out in the outer reaches of like the Kuiper Belt, right, which is outside of like our immediate solar system, but still within the bubble of our solar system, there's material, but it's all off at this 30-degree angle from our solar system. So for our perspective, this is what everything looks like. But in actual fact, we're like this. And so what Sitchin had proposed when he proposed his planet Nibiru's orbit was that it was on a 3,600-year orbit, which was very quick. But it was called Nibiru because of this crossing point in the sky. Because Nibiru means point of crossing or cross in Babylonian or Akkadian, whatever. Sumerian, they're all kind of different, but anyway, they're rooted in Sumerian. And essentially, Sitchin, now the official search for Planet X and Planet 9, which we figured out through mathematics and observing through high-powered telescopes, figured this out as well, that the official Planet 9 also is at this angle. Now, I don't know if Sitchin would have known that this planet would have been off at the ecliptic like that. It's possible back in the 70s, well, the 50s and 60s when he was writing this story, that he went and studied some astronomical papers and maybe inferred that, well, if it's out, and he may have even talked to some people who were theorizing, because people have been looking for Planet X for years, like hundreds of years, that maybe they talked to him, but it was pretty impressive. Like, his Nibiru lined up, aside from the orbit being a bit off, very closely to Planet X that Robert Harrington and Tom Van Vanderen found using mathematics. And that still stands up to date at Planet 9, which is another iteration of it, which we found through deviations in the TNOs, trans-Neptunian objects, but they're objects way out on the Kuiper Belt. So It's interesting, and they thought it was interesting too, which is why they humored him. They talked with him. There's an interview where Sitchin interviews Robert Harrington, and he told Sitchin that he regularly would go back and he told him this personally, but he told him that he would regularly open back up the 12th planet for inspiration when he needed it. So yeah. We need to translate all the cuneiform tablets. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them that are. Yeah. We collided with Taurus, apparently. This was probably a Younger Dryas event, or maybe much earlier because planets do flatten out. Yeah. Well, it's funny, Aaron. Taurus is the place in the sky where the constellation Taurus is back in biblical times, or back, 3,600 years ago. Taurus was where he thought Nibiru entered in from, which is another interesting correlation, so that its orbit would pass through the constellation of Taurus for us. And that was another correlation, I believe, with Robert Harrington's Planet X, shared a similar trajectory. So not only did he have it, off at this 30-degree angle crossing the ecliptic, which I think he inferred from the ancient text referring to this object as a crossing the ecliptic plane, right, of our solar system, because it comes in at an angle like this for us. But he also had it, from researching ancient texts, coming into a similar trajectory to what Robert Harrington and Tom Van Flandern inferred from mathematical equations, which is why they talked to him, I think, which is they were like, oh, this guy put all this together based off what? They disagreed with him on the orbital mechanics, but he was on to something, man. He was on to something. Yeah. No way he knew that. And if we were in a binary system, the other planets might have an elliptical orbit around our sister star. Well, man, and who knows what this object's orbiting around too? That's Nemesis, right? Yeah, the Nemesis theory that there's a dead binary star out there. Yeah. That might be what Planet 9 orbits around. Who knows, right? I mean, I don't think we know. Yeah. We can't be binary system. We can't see the other sun. Well, it's dead, More Drinker. The idea that it's a dead star. So we've got a binary twin, but it died. It's dark star. Yeah. It's just dead inert mass. The only problem with it is it would have to be really far out or we would detect it. But it's possible that maybe it shrunk or that is Planet 9. that it became a brown dwarf, and that's what's been orbiting around this extreme angle. Who knows, right? Yeah. Big name for a game. Yeah. David Bowie's last album, I think, was called Dark Star, if I recall correctly. Maybe he knew something. Randall on the moon hard drive thing. Oh, sorry, Will. I read through all the comments here. Yeah. Really compelling when he presented this idea and then presented the idea that past civilizations may have already done it. Oh, yeah, Will, yes. Oh, well, that's something about to watch here right now. I wanted to go through it a little bit, but yeah, that's the idea that if there was this lost civilization on planet Earth, we might find remnants of them on the moon. There might be these crystal radio dishes, or maybe there's a building with crystal stuff in it, quartz crystal, stored, right? And the information's all stored on it. When we hear about these rumors of the astronauts running into stuff on the moon, or I think people instantly go to little gray men, but it might not have been just that. There's a possibility there could be remnants. I mean, now that you be getting into the civilization was very advanced, right? Way more advanced than I think even like the Graham Hancocks, the alternative ancient history proponents, have put forward, where like you're dealing with, a civilization more advanced than us possibly in the past. And that would be a bit strange. The only way I could reckon that would be if they weren't from here. And what we were dealing with were just visitors. And it's like, well, where's their stuff? Well, if there was only 5,000 of them in total, there wouldn't have been much stuff, right? And if they were super advanced, then it might not be discernible. Their stuff could have been some little device that someone mistaked as like a fucking, I don't know, relic or a worthless piece of junk when there's actually, in fact, some kind of like weapon. Who knows, right? You gotta use your imagination when you're thinking that far outside the box, because if we're gonna run into it, then how are we gonna be able to discern it? So, yeah. See roads in the moon in a telescope? Who the fuck am I, brother? People said they saw roads on Mars or tunnels on Mars back a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, it would be crazy. And I watched this show called 100, and the characters eventually found this sphere with like advanced text. It just reminded me of something could be on the moon. Yeah, I mean, maybe, Tracy, who knows? I mean, they may have found shit like this too. That's why I don't trust that there's been transparency with the general public when it comes to these things personally. I don't have faith that they've been transparent with the general public. There are people in academia that are childishly naive, I think, that think that, oh, well, yeah, they would have said something. It would have come out. It's like, are you fucking, again, it's like, yeah, they are just daft, right? They've been locked inside an ivory tower their whole fucking life and haven't gone outside. Their only interaction every day is with the fucking Starbucks barista for 3 minutes in the drive-through window, and that's it. You know, like that's an unfortunate reality, I think. But anyway, I'm going to listen through this. This is very interesting talk. People haven't seen it.
About that I recently heard you mention on a video about the moon. Could we talk about the moon?
Sure. Let's talk about the moon.
You got to dig it out of them.
I haven't looked into this.
Randall, he's salty.
I heard you mention that the moon could be hollow.
Well, that's an oversimplified model.
Oh.
There is this school of thought out there, the moon is hollow. And that goes back really to the Apollo days. But let's put it this way, there is a lot of, the moon is a relatively low density object. And what that means is there's probably lots of voids within the moon. That's very likely. That might be, to me, the best way to explain the nature of the moon. And I guess I could go ahead and pull up a few things here that
full of cheese, huh? Oh,
yeah, this looks good.
Hidden moon. My heavens.
So, but if we talk about it, Mark, it's not going to be hidden anymore, is it? When you are deciding to walk the path of knowledge and you're going to penetrate the ancient mysteries, the first admonition imposed upon you is this. What's he doing there? What's going on in this image?
I see an RC. Is that for Randall Carlson?
No, that's just
Nice.
a coincidence.
I
had nothing to do with the creation of this. Okay, look, what's this up here at the top?
That's a cross.
And what else? There's something else going on there.
Rose?
Is this in the
Rosicrucians?
It's
Rosicrucians?
a rose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, are you at your computer? Can you do this? Look up the Latin phrase, sub rosa. And then tell me what it says.
Sub rosa, happening or done in secret.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're getting spicy. Oh, you watched
But
it
you notice
yesterday.
He's knocking at the door.
Fuck, man.
At the same time, he's going,
Oh, it's Playful Secrets.
See,
I've been reading the damn Brown books.
You know, I started looking into the mysteries 50 years ago. 50 years ago. I don't exaggerate, 50 years ago. And I soon realized that there are some things that are best left unsaid until the time is right. And so there are certain things that I encountered and I didn't know necessarily whether I would put my 100% confidence in them. This is now going back 30 years ago, 35 years ago. A couple of things simultaneously. By immersing myself in the myths and legends and folklore of old and coming to the conclusion that, wait a second, this isn't the ravings of a pre-scientific, totally illiterate mind of savages and barbarians that are, conjuring up these stories about origins of the universe and origins of humans and great floods and great fires and angelic presences and gods and demons and all of this, that all of these are just the extrusions of a deranged mind that's projecting stuff onto the night sky out of fear, et cetera, the old, shall we say, the obsolete 20th century version of prehistoric mind. Well, I began to have serious doubts about that 35, 40, 45 years ago, about that model, right? Then coming to believe that the traditions, the legacy of inherited traditions that we've now got access to from all over the world, from many, many cultures, from many different historical epochs and so on, we're in a position now, in a unique position where we can decipher those on a level now and within the last, say, quarter century, last generation, say, in a way that nobody was able to do for, who knows, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 years. So now we go back and we see that, you know, I showed you that map. J. Hellenbrath saw that map in 1910. It triggered something up here. It raised such profound questions in his mind that he went on a lifelong quest to get to the bottom of, what am I seeing here? So what he did was he gave us this legacy of profound, catastrophic, biblical scale floods fought against the establishment for 2 generations.
That's a really good quote. Ideas without precedent are generally looked upon with disfavor, and men are shocked if their conceptions of an orderly world are challenged. Wow, there you go. Yeah.
They finally had to come and accept the reality. What they've tried to do now is straitjacket. We won't get into the details of that because I've covered it in depth elsewhere. Certainly reserves a revisit because we're constantly learning new things. But we're in a perspective now that we're beginning to see things. The earth is revealing, it's yielding up its secrets to us in a way that was never available before. See? And within this new framework of thinking, this new paradigm, yes, we have to go back and reconsider pretty much everything.
You should post it in the Discord War Drinker, the guitar guy, too.
Now and see that, well, why is there over 100 cultures that have stories about gigantic floods that almost wiped out the human race and left a straggling group of survivors that become the ancestors of this particular
Really,
Mort?
Really?
And we find that theme over and over and over again. Well, now we understand it. Yeah, planetary scale movement of water is real.
Just fucking terrifying to think about, but so I love watching Randall. It just freaks me the fuck out. Is there a new video, man? Holy fuck, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah. And David Norris, I saw lots of crazy tech here. Someone said that Musk is going after Pentagon with other billionaires to raid UFO tech. Well, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, man, but like, you know, him and Bezos, and they're all still using rockets to try and go to Mars. And then they're probably starting to hear whispers more and more from like Elizondo and Grush, and people have probably been reaching out to them being like, they've got fucking advanced tech from the civilizations they're fucking around with. And it probably pissed them off. And, you know, I'm sure Don, and they're more than happy to go and got out this deep state. So, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, man, at all, if that's happening. That's very fucking interesting, though. Yeah. Was it on Twitter people were talking about? That's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Freaked out by potential cataclysm. You give them immune to it. There's an exciting element too, Will. It's like some kind of perverted element me where I'm like, fuck, wouldn't it just be a meme tomorrow if like it all just like ended, you know? It's like, it'd be fun for like a day until like you'd miss dinner. And I'd be like, wait, what do you mean we don't get dinner, brother? You'd be like, what do you mean the liquor store's fucking closed, bud? Fucking, what do you mean?
It has happened. It's happened multiple times.
Fuck.
And it's caused the mass extinction of species. In fact, the evidence is now pointing to the fact that maybe we, the human species, came within a hair's breadth of extinction during the Younger Dryas and the surrounding episodes. Okay? Half the megafaunal species on Earth didn't make it across.
It's crazy. He's got the present warming. And then you can see in the medieval warm period, like, I mean, man, if we could fucking line these people up and politely tell them to fuck off. Who've been involved with freaking everybody out. Oh, God. And you see where recorded history starts too, huh? With the Sumerian civilization. Right at the bottom of that fucking dip. When she starts to come back up, it's interesting. Now, that dip is actually a little bit before. So that dip's at what? Like 7,000 roundabout? So it's around like 7 to 8,000 was that other meltwater pulse that happened. And right after that, around 6,000-ish years ago, 6,500 years ago, we the Sumerians crop up, which is very interesting, you know.
That boundary. You know that, right?
Fuck,
you know
yeah, man, I know. Naren, fuck, brother. Amen.
Of the mammoths and the giant ground sloths and the dire wolves and the saber-toothed cats and the woolly rhinos and on and on and on. Half of the megafaunal species on Earth did not survive over that threshold.
Yeah.
We now
Western
realize
camel.
that events that are catastrophic enough, you mentioned it, catastrophic enough to basically cause a complete reset of civilization happen far more frequently than anybody had realized.
Oh, did you actually, man?
A
Fuck yeah.
generation or two generations.
They're good shit. They're good. Yeah. Oh, man, they're good.
Now,
they smell like shit, but they taste good, man.
One of the
try
things that you know that, for example, if you're living on the coast of Florida and a big hurricane is coming. Now, 100 years ago, there was no radar. You couldn't turn the radio on or the internet and get the latest update of where the hurricane is moving. You pretty much had to sit there, and when it came, you had to ride it out. And this is one reason why so many orders of magnitude more people were killed in hurricanes 100 years ago than now, right? So, but what's the main strategy? You know, I was just down in Florida, down there near Tampa, in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian that had come through, right? The devastation was incredible. But so you know that this hurricane is coming, right? And you live on the coast. What are you probably going to do? What do you
Just
think?
hunker down.
Well, you hunker down, or you do what?
You stockpile? You prepare?
You evacuate.
Okay.
You evacuate. Yeah, I mean,
You run into the eye for fun.
You've got huge long lines of traffic now on these hurricane-prone areas. When the hurricane is coming, there's people evacuating. They're leaving.
Interesting.
Right.
Randall,
in fact,
yes.
you even have mandatory evacuations.
I hate to rush Randall.
Well, yeah, like you said, there's nowhere to evacuate to.
Are you sure?
So,
are you sure?
No, I'm now you're making me question that.
Oh, bro. Is he going here? What the fucking? They go to the moon. We missed a couple steps, Randall. How did we? We missed a couple steps, I think. How the fuck did they get to the moon? All right.
Question that.
Yes.
Do you think there's any potential place that humans, in the event of an impending global catastrophe, might evacuate to?
Well, God, if we could go to another planet.
Well, do you think, like what? Mars? You think there might, that'd be a daunting task. We're going to evacuate to Mars? Well, maybe 30, 50 years from now, maybe, but any place else possibly.
Okay, we got the moon.
Oh, the moon.
There you go.
God, I never thought of that.
Yeah, how did I not think of that?
I don't know, Mark. I was beginning to
I mean,
wonder.
Next time there's a hurricane or a flood coming, I'm on the next spaceship.
Well, of course, now we're getting into the realm of science fiction, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe.
Let's see here.
The guy didn't expect this fucking curveball from Randall to throw it at him like this in this way. I said, Randall, brother, we gotta go back through all the other steps. How the fuck did they get the technology to go to the moon?
You piqued my curiosity there with that those images. And
I said, Randall, I'm hard as a rock now. We're fucking going with this.
That was my intention.
We're going to the rocks on the moon?
I achieved my goal. Yes, I did. Well, I'll tell you, once you begin to put the pieces together, the whole story is laid out. And it's almost, I mean, it's so big and so profound that it's virtually unbelievable. And yet, the more you learn, the more you realize.
All right, we're just going to speed this up a little bit, all right?
That would be. But by then, scientists will have a cataclysmic cosmic impact, according to an international team of experts. NASA already
He is
has
a
moved
wizard,
to
man.
create a permanent lunar
So I love him.
outpost by the 2020s, but of course, politics has gotten in the way, and we should have had a permanent outpost on the moon decades ago, right? You know that our Apollo program got shut down because
Yes.
said Jim Burke is to forge links between an
Sorry, not to
impact
run
of
through
the
it, but-
size that wiped out the dinosaurs hasn't happened since long before the rise of humans, he pointed out. It's a mini disc inscribed with stories, art, and music about Mars. The Phoenix lander is a precursor mission.
Yes.
Terrestrial internet or asteroid back aegis hypothesis to think about. What if the secret has been all along
Playful secrets.
that we've already done that?
Hmm.
Not now, not in our modern incarnation of civilization, but once upon a time, we've already done that. Outrageous idea. We don't even need, it's so ridiculous we don't even need to think about it, right? It's so contrary to our conceptions of ancient history that we shouldn't even waste time considering.
Not here,
such
it's not, Randall.
outrageous
I
possibility.
love talking
right?
about this shit.
Well, the truth is
not.
stranger than fiction.
That's what
And
they
the moon does some weird things. Like,
Yeah, brother.
how it always stays one face facing the Earth always, and there's always that dark side. You know, I mean just the fact that it never rotates. It does rotate, but it rotates so perfectly that we always face the same size. That always seemed really strange to me, and that an eclipse is the exact same size as the sun, like perfectly. I don't know. There's a lot of things about the moon that just seemed
mystical.
maybe artificial, or
It's slowly coming
natural.
towards us, actually.
We get into some really strange territory there. If we say it's artificial, what does that even mean?
It means that an alien race built
That
it.
somebody constructed it, or
Yes.
something, or
Yes.
I mean, who or what would have some capacity to even undertake such a project?
Aliens, brother. I'd love to have Randall on. I mean, I don't know how long he put up with me for, but before he fucked off. But I would legitimately love to talk to him about Mesopotamia. I mean, I don't know how much he knows about it, but he's very knowledgeable when it comes to the stories of history. You know, like he was the one. He got me back on reading through Plato's account of the Timaeus, right? Where I'd forgotten that it mentioned the story of Phaeton. And I forgot that in that very passage, Phaeton was referred to as a celestial object. Now, I have a different bend. I think Randall thinks that maybe the Taurid meteor stream is what's referred to in some of these accounts, like the Ojibwa stories and of the long-tailed heavenly climbing star and these other mentions. But I'd love to hear his take on Velikovsky's stuff, because I'm sure he's read his work, and the idea of one object in particular being responsible for these catastrophes, like a comet like planet that we're currently looking for right now, actually called Planet 9. So yeah, I would love to have him on, man. Yeah, moon is a giant egg containing a space dragon. Oh, brother, that'd be fucking sick. Anyway, I'd love to have him dig into that. He'd probably just say, oh, wow. I would actually love to speak with him behind the scenes first. I would love to actually just talk with him. But then, yeah, having him on to talk would be very cool. It'd be cool to hang out with. He's like a modern day wizard. He's very knowledgeable. Very mystical guy. Yeah.
These are all great questions.
I've talked to him a little bit on Facebook years ago, before he was like really famous. I sent him some stuff and he responded back to me, and thought what I sent him was interesting, and you know, there was a little bit of correspondence, so which I appreciated, because he didn't know me through a fucking hole in the wall. But that was right after he went on Joe's podcast. I think the first time, maybe a bit around like 2016, maybe something like that. Maybe 2018, maybe might have been 2016. But anyway,
yeah. Your question. Yeah. So I pointed out on this particular slide, I don't know if did you see the slide when I pulled it up? Are we still sharing screen?
No, we're not sharing.
Okay. Well, This was August 2007, and my title for this slide is An Ancient Idea is Revived and Promptly Forgotten. Because it's 2007. What are we doing here? 10, we're 18 years later. And I'm here trying to revive, say, look, this was actually proposed 17, 18 years ago. Of course, we've done nothing except, not as the government so much, but at least the private sector now is stepping into the void. And I'm like 100%, 110% behind the private sector space programs. And I want to see NASA revived, not because I have any particular affinity for government programs, but I believe that
NASA.
The imperative on us now is to make this transition to a cosmic civilization as quickly as possible. And
Okay. That's essentially, all right.
I would like to set out a goal of saying 1 generation. The moon. And you know, some of this stuff gets really technical. In this particular program that I've got here, I've come at it from two perspectives. One, the scientific perspective, and then the other, the traditional, which is the accounts, the legends and stories.
Oh, you can speed it up if you hold it.
The moon and moon gods and moon goddesses and so on. And so what I find, though, is that those two...
So weird to listen to like this.
Which one would think from conventional framework of thought would be completely separate, following their own paths, right? I suggest that they're doing this. They're converging, because what the ancient traditions are telling us, they're actually providing some answers to us of some of the very mysteries you just raised, some of the questions you just raised. See, and there was a reason why our ancestors were obsessed with observing the moon. We know that, right? I mean, obsessed.
It was a giant fucking, I mean, it's hard to miss it, you know? Like, Jesus Christ, man. And what a fucking meme. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Anyway, yeah. An external hard drive, yeah. Humanity is a couple of orders of magnitude older than we currently believe. Well, that's where it gets complicated, I think, and a little more schizo, where, well, humans as a whole, like, we're Homo sapiens. There's Neanderthals, right? There's Homo florentes. There's, what's the other fucking version of humans that we also eradicated? There's a couple versions of them. Right? So that's humanity as a whole, but like we are a race, although we're different ethnicities because we evolved in like different areas, like with different, you know, exposures to melanin and whatever and environments, but we're all one race. Maybe there's another race that was here, right? That's where things get a little more weird, right? Anyway, yeah. Use SmartTube, no ads, good features. Dennis Ovens, thanks, Aaron. Yeah, it's the other proposed race. Yeah, there may be another that has yet to be discovered race, or maybe we already discovered them, but the anthropologists don't like talk about that because it was used to try and belittle the Native American people, although they probably lived among Native American people to some degree. Tons of stories of the explorers meeting Native American people, and a couple of the motherfuckers were like 8 feet tall. It's like, were they Native Americans? I get it's complicated, man. You know, like it's same thing with like, well, we're all Homo sapiens, but like, you know, different ethnicities of people intermingling with one another, and it's like in like a fucking probably like 10,000 years, we're all gonna look the fucking same, like, right? So it's hard to say, man. Yeah, no fucking all the midgets. Well, yeah, it's the giants here. That's the thing. We were the midgets. Maybe. Where it was the giants, man. You downloaded the Tesco vid today because I have a feeling it's gonna get scrubbed. Where's this on, man? I was gonna say inside the moon. There's another gym streaming to the aliens. You guys don't know that I'm not on the moon right now. That's what you don't know. That I'm actually on a ship right now streaming to you, and I'm just pretending to not know anything about the alien agenda. You have no idea. Yeah, you might have no idea. Yeah, TOS. Is it TOS to say the fucking yeah? It's 48 minutes, maybe next stream. Interesting. I would love to just look at it, man. Like, is it their website? Like, because you're saying anything that may have been abducted. That's very fucking. Oh, is it on Matt or is it another one? Oh, you sent it to Discord. Okay, it's a second. Let me take a look. Yeah. Feisty did you faux pas? I forgot the fucking. The Crystal Skull of Doom. I see that's the Y files. Interesting. Yeah. Wormwood. Jocko Willenick. Where the fuck? I don't know. Where the fuck did this go? Yeah. God damn it. They sent it. Oh, not Matt. At 30 minutes. Is it in? When did you just at some point today? You did? Oh, right here. I see it now. Sorry, I see it now. Yeah, I see it here. Drones, UAPs. Witness close encounter. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to get into this, but
first episode about the drone things that might happen, and concerned that if there was some anomalous flat, there were lights, multicolored lights in the green and yellow spectrum, and there were also some.
Whoa. Okay. Holy shit. Share a close encounter on the beach. So was this? They were abducted. You think? Holy fuck. I mean, they've been getting pretty intimately involved with studying these things. Physical effects: tingling on face, sunburn. Oh, brother. I'd be going to the hospital. If there's some other incidents, there's the Cash Landrum incident, I think was what it was called, where those fucking ladies got their face cooked with radiation. Supposedly, according to Stephen Greer, it was a human-made craft. Used glow sticks. A mile and a half to a remote location in dense forest. Oh, Jesus. For Christ, yeah. Holy shit.
Tingling sensation, and it sort of felt like he had gotten, like if he'd been out and got a really bad sunburn or something like that. So that's kind of, that's kind of how that all rolled out. And I asked John and Jerry to take a look at that video, which I think they have. And I just want to...
Temporarily paralyzed on the beach. Laying on the beach. Oh, fuck, man. I thought you were just like saying, like you inferred from like their attitude and the thing they may have been abducted, but like, yeah, they sounds like they were full blown fucking. Holy fuck, man. Well, yeah, you've talked about your experience here before. Holy fuck. What? This is crazy. How did you just find this too, man, today? I
get their thoughts on
well, they've only got 30 subscribers on this YouTube channel.
What they were thinking about it.
Yeah. First, I want to say, Richard, that we're happy to be part of AeroOps.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and
we feel the same.
Yeah, great. And yes, we did take a look at that video. If it was, I thought it was fascinating. We had to see that was on our.
For people that don't know who these guys are, they both have a background in some kind of scientific field, but they've been trying to collect very high quality data on these UAPs they've been seeing. I think they're off the coast of New York. And for a while, and they've got a bunch of data of them. They've been interviewed by a couple different people. I think Ross Coulter interviewed them, Matt from the Good Trouble Show. There's been a lot of people that have been keeping up with them because this is what we've been looking for, is high quality data of these UAPs, right? But they have almost like 500,000 of equipment in their van. Holy fuck. I mean, and then they have an encounter with these objects. Oh, man. Okay, well.
A central monitor within the RV, within the lab. It's an infrared camera. Yeah.
I don't want to jump around too much.
See, the thing, like he said that his phone wouldn't focus on it,
Yes.
And we've talked about that too. You have your theories about that, but you've experienced that where camera equipment won't focus.
Right.
You even had some of your stuff where it actually went in and screwed your cameras up.
Yes. Right. Yeah, firsthand. And that night we also had
crazy, man. Holy fuck. They had an encounter, yeah. Oh man, yeah, these guys are like, they're right on top of it, man. Yeah, at 29 minutes it gets juicy. Oh, really? Okay, nice. Well, let's go there and listen to this. This is fucking well worth listening to. Now that's an interesting tidbit. I wanted to stop there just for a second because I've heard this for years from people that have had encounters with UAPs. I've heard this anecdote before from people that I don't really know them too well, but I knew them, that had a sighting, but that you'll try and take a picture of the object and then the picture won't turn out. Right? And it's like, oh, no, this is a coincidence, you're panicking, whatever. But there's been other accounts from people where they've taken a picture of the sky, supposedly where this thing's hovering above them over, and it's not in the fucking picture, but it's up over them in the sky. Like, so figure that out. It's like, that's when this whole thing gets more complicated, and it's those incidents that imply potentially what we're dealing with here is incredibly complicated, which shouldn't really surprise us, considering with potentially, what we're dealing with, maybe a civilization a million years ahead of us. I mean, the ability that they have to affect our reality is potentially very disturbing, to where if they don't want to show up in a photograph, they're not going to show up in a photograph, right? Like that level of power. Or if they want to show up in a photograph, they can affect how clear it is, right? Or they're in control. What it implies with these incidents to me, when I hear them time and time and time again, is they're in complete fucking control at all times. And this is some kind of when we capture footage of them or we get some kind of a capture, it's because they're allowing it to happen. They may even show up just to facilitate that capture so that people have a conversation and move this forward. I mean, it might be to that degree, right? We're maybe just not putting the puzzle pieces together as to how complicated this all is. Like, yeah, the whole interview, but wait, 28 minutes part is when you get the chills. Oh, really? Fuck, man. Okay, well, there, let me go back and it's very interesting.
Extremely bright, too, in the infrared. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So we were watching this thing. It was fixed. There was 35 mile per hour wind gusts out there, and this thing stayed in a fixed position. It didn't budge, which was bizarre because
was it cold or warm out? Was it summertime?
It was cold. It was pretty cold. So we had made our way down to the beach line, and Gerald's camera, as he walked closer and closer to the water's edge, we noticed the color confetti, the noise level was increasing, both audio and video, and said something is amiss there, whether or not it was some kind of electromagnetic interference that was causing it, or something else, ionizing, possibility of ionizing radiation. So as we got toward the water's edge, I was looking through the lunar optics, and I said, I'm going to put my rangefinder on it, and I'm going to put my. It also has an infrared illuminator, so I turned on the illuminator, which goes out about 1,300 meters.
This is like a handheld rangefinder, right?
It's part of the lunar optics. It's integrated. It's integrated within the.
So now you're projecting the laser for the reading, but it's also got an infrared whatever
illuminator, right? So. Okay. When I
heard this before, I knew when you did that was when it was going to things were go south on you. Yeah.
So I have this illuminator running, and I'm taking a binocular and I'm moving the binocular back and forth to see if I can get a reflection from the object. And I got a reflection from the objects. They were reflecting, so I know they weren't that far away.
It didn't like it either, did it?
No. And after about the sixth or seventh time of doing this. We got an immediate response, So what I was seeing the whole time as I moved that beam across the field of view, and we were reflecting on that one object that was in the front, I got a rectangular view of a light that looked like it was it had some kind of reflective characteristic to it.
Now this looked like an object that dropped from below it. You had the three orbs, and then this other orb like object dropped from below it. And that's when John noticed the rectangular feature.
Right, and that moved in the front of the triangle, and that's what I was focused on.
Yeah.
And after the seventh time of doing it, I could see this rectangular window of light that suddenly moved to the shore, and every time the rangefinder flashed, 3 seconds went by, it was on top of us. So
now it's closing in on you.
Yes, I could see the second flash, and it was 3 times its size. And the rectangle.
Yes,
and then the third time it flashed, there was just nothing but light.
Yeah, so it crossed that distance within 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
How far distance would you say that was?
I figured about 1,300 meters.
Yeah, 1,300 meters.
Which I believe it comes out to was 15. I think it's like 3,500 feet or something like that. It was a quarter mile.
Mm-hmm.
It was a quarter mile.
Yeah,
and so it transversed that distance in a matter of 3 seconds. And the last thing I saw was this intense flashes of light, undulating light. And when I moved the binocular away from my eyes, I couldn't see anything.
Whoa! It was there, but it wasn't in the visual spectrum, right?
Nothing in the visual spectrum. So that at that point, I felt a level of panic. So
Really?
Holy fucking Christ, man! Now, what they should do? They should walk around New York with that infrared camera. Has anyone tried that? Now, the craft are invisible. I mean, maybe we should walk around the beach into the woods. Holy fuck, man. Like, you have a theory on that double slit experiment shows that particles behave differently when observed. NHI would be in control of variables like that. Could easily manipulate a reality, prevent themselves from being raw, recorded electronically. Well, Aaron, yeah. I mean, yeah, we could elaborate on that a little bit. Yeah. It possibly. There's a concept in philosophy called Descartes' evil demon. It's known as the Deus Deceptor is one way it's known as, but it was a thought experiment that Descartes did, and to try and think himself out of existence, but he couldn't. He realized that I think, therefore I am, right? That the demon could hypothetically manipulate your reality to the point where you have yourself doubting everything around you. But the one thing you can't doubt is the fact that you exist because you were thinking. You exist. So bare minimum, that you exist, you're a thinking being. You could end up being a brain in a vat, right? But you exist. You're thinking, at the very least, right? Now, when the aliens are doing things like this to manipulate people's perception of reality or reality itself, it pushes us into a very strange place because to what degree could they be doing that all the time? Right? Could they be hiding things? Could they be hiding a whole planet? Right? I mean, and there's people out in ufology that claim these things, that they're doing this, which is just very unsettling. Now, more than likely, no. We would just presume no. But when I hear these anecdotes, it's, yeah, we're not in control here. That's essentially what the TLDR of it is. What it suggests is that we, all of us, the military, human beings in general, are not in control at all. We're at the complete behest of these beings. So anyway, yeah, it's very disturbing.
So
I can just see you two are like, we got to get back to the van. Like, get the hell out of here.
When he yelled, it's all on video. John says, "We got, let's move." As the thing came to the shoreline, I noticed a circular pattern of light on the water, and it looked like maybe there was something above us that was shining light down on the water. That's what I noticed. That my camera wasn't picking up as it was coming to the shore. But I noticed it then, and I said, "What's that light?" to John, and John says, "We got to get out." John said, "Get out of here!" He says, "Leave, run."
It's on top of us.
Yeah, he said it was on top of us. So we started to run.
Actually, no, I didn't get a chance to run.
But John,
I turned my waist to the left to get away from the water, and as I did that, I collapsed onto the sand. My legs just gave out. And I couldn't coordinate them. It's like the signal wasn't getting from my brain to my to my legs, my lower extremities, and I couldn't coordinate my legs to get them under me to pick myself up off the sand.
So you're laying on the sand right now. You're on the ground.
I'm laying off the sand. Everything from my waist down, I had no control over, and I had the binocular. And I would just periodically look up, and I would see this intense flashes of light.
It's right on top of you, right?
And nothing in the visible. And then Gerald says to me, "What's wrong?"
Yeah, because I heard him hit a thud on the ground.
He already started running away.
Yeah, so I turned back. I went. I said, "What's going on?" He says, "I can't move."
Man.
So I went to grab him, pull him up, and as he was starting to regain his strength, I started to run towards the RV. But I turned my camera out towards the water, and I saw that we were engulfed by this infrared light that looked like a wave.
And it was on the sand. It looked like a chevron pattern.
Yeah.
A large chevron pattern on the sand. but it went very quickly. In a frame or two, you could see it grow.
Yeah, it was a growing wave. Yeah,
that was the last thing we recorded in his camera.
And when we were engulfed by the light, then I collapsed on the sand. I lost muscle tone in my legs. I had, like John, I had no coordination. I had no muscle strength. I actually tried to pull myself by my arms to try to pull my lower body to drag it through the sand.
Again, for people that don't know, these guys aren't bullshitters. Like, we've watched them multiple times now. I've been following them for the last couple months. Sleep paralysis, waking sleep paralysis. I mean, it could be they're freaking out. Like, the fact they're brothers, they may even be twins. Maybe it's a similar reaction, but man, holy fuck. Did that just randomly induce himself? Ketamine does that. These boys on the K hopped up on her, fucking.
And it lasted roughly about 45
Yeah, 45 seconds.
You know, but
So you're both
time,
like on the ground, kind of paralyzed, half paralyzed.
Yeah. It would, and during that 45 seconds, we could hear the electronic clicking of the camera.
Yeah, John's camera was clicking and making all kinds of noises.
You know, these artificial sounds that, well, where the electronics was being turned on and off, almost like somebody was manipulating it, or an electromagnetic field was interfering with it. But
so when you guys are laying on the ground, you guys be scared shitless, man.
Yeah.
It was. It was so startling.
Startling.
A little bit of shock too. It was like, you're trying to process what's happening to you, and at that moment, it's hard to process. You just don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, you're tossed between thinking this is some kind of a vehicle that moved suddenly on top of us. We're saying, are we going to get hit by this thing?
Our first impression was something flying towards us, or some kind of weapon.
Right, and or a weapon of some sort, and ultimately we believed it was some kind of possibly a threat assessment.
But later on, we didn't realize it then, but later on, when we looked at the video footage, John's camera is still working intermittently, so is mine. But it recorded these flashes of light going on inside the optics, and it at one point it showed like a beam of light scanning back and forth in the optics, and then we saw a sphere of light in the optics,
right,
that was moving around, but it looked like something might have got beyond the iris of the camera,
right.
But so now you guys are both laying on the ground, half paralyzed. Then how'd you get out of there? What happened?
So after about 45 seconds, we started to regain.
We were gaining strength, and we started heading towards the RV. We were still trying to pick up a camera to see where this thing was, and we did see occasionally see an orb in front of us on the camera. It moved outside the field of view, so we weren't quite sure where it was. It was moving quickly,
right? And
so we were heading towards the RV, and of course we were still struggling with our legs. So we yelled. One of the researchers was a nurse. We yelled. We needed assistance. So they heard us. We arrived there at the RV,
and neither one of those two researchers saw anything. They didn't see any of that lighting. They didn't see any of that stuff where they, from their perspective.
Well, were they outside where they could hear you two yelling or anything?
Yeah,
go looking for UFOs. Found fucking UFOs, brother. I mean, that's man. Holy fuck. They got to upload that footage. If they have it, they got to upload that fucking footage. Jesus Christ. Man, it's the thing. I don't know. You go knocking up these fucking trees. Yeah, sometimes you're going to find some honey. Might be full of bees, though. That's the only fucking problem, These boys went up the wrong fucking nest. Up to the wrong fucking nest for the honey. That's fucking... It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, I don't doubt they're going to post it. These guys don't fuck around. So, man, like, that's, I kind of got a shiver up my spine listening to that for a second there. I was like, holy fuck. Like, ooh, and they're fucking around with the camera too, maybe. That's interesting. Man, it's so interesting. It's intriguing to me. I mean, these are the guys that you would want to fucking, like, they got all the data. They're collecting all the data on them. They already presented some of it. We went over it, which is very interesting. They just get some high quality data on these fucking UAPs to confirm without a doubt that they're there and they're anomalous craft. But Jesus. I mean, that data seemed like to be pretty valuable, though. He got it in the infrared. I mean, that's a big fucking deal. Yeah. These are the boys. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to, man. I'll have to. Gee, 12 days ago. Man, that's crazy shit, huh? Holy fuck, dude. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, man, I can't even fucking imagine. Yeah, this motivates me, man. You have to, I don't know, man. You can probably find them, Tedesco Brothers, on, they got their website, they got their van and everything on there. Aaron, John Vivanco, a remote viewer I follow on Rise TV, said he looked at the drones and saw NHI orbs searching for data for underground telemetry. The drone story was a cover for that operation. Apparently, the NHI in this case don't care what humanity think. They were just going about their business. This series is interesting, in line with the above vid, something scanning the area. Interesting, Aaron. I know John's work. I know of John's work. I've talked with John in the past. I don't know if John would remember me or not. Probably want to forget me. Yeah, I've seen his show on Rise too. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, yeah. That's interesting. That's his take. Yeah, they were NHI searching for data for underground telemetry. What the fuck? What was that? Why did he go into what they were looking for? Like why they were like interesting. This Rise TV is dank. Oh, it's dank as fuck, man. It's dank as fuck, brother. Yeah, he's got another podcast. I just found that he had another podcast recently. I wanted John to task something for me. I was gonna fucking pay him. I would have paid him, but he stopped responding to my emails. But we have a mutual interest. Giants and Nibiru. We have a mutual interest. Yeah. John's worked in remote viewing for a long time. Yeah, I ran into him on YouTube because I saw he remote viewed COVID. And that caught my interest, what he got. Yeah. You not heard of it before? No, really? Oh, it's Nightcrawler. Sorry, there we go. Yeah. He said their data gathering was was as old as time, and it's been happening forever. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. Chemical lasers used as weapons. LA fire orbs. Holy fuck, brother. Yeah. Yeah, John, some of his stuff is pretty out there. I saw on Rise. I was like, oh my God. He had that whole thing about like the pigs being an Anunnaki genetic experiment because they liked eating people. I was like, oh, I'm like, who's doing your remote viewing? Who's on your team? Anyway, I don't know. I have no idea. I would love to talk with John. I'd love to have him on, and I would love to. I don't think I'd bother to actually, you know what? I think I did reach out to John. I think I did send him an email about the stream, but this is way back when I had literally no one on. But he never got back to me on anything. I mean, those guys are really busy, and they only have so much time that they can allocate to everybody, and they get emails every day, and he's gonna go take the leads that are gonna make him a living, right? So this isn't gonna make him any kind of a living here, but yeah. He makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they're just a bit woo. Yeah, there's some other remote viewers that I think are very. I think John approaches things in a very grounded way, but they just kind of go wherever the data leads them ultimately, right? I mean, if it goes to woo places, I appreciate that he's taking the time to do that. Oh fuck! I thought it was gonna bring me to their fucking Twitter page. Oh boys, you got to figure this out. This is wrong. The site's all fucked, for Christ's sake. Why is it getting me to? Okay, that's supposed to go to their Twitter page. It's not going to the fucking Twitter page. Anyway, interesting. Yeah. You could totally get Mark Sargent on, and I suspect you could get David Icahn too. Oh Jesus, he goes on a ton of smaller podcasts and some on. Plus, Mark would be awesome because so many people would blow up in the chat. Who's Mark? I have no idea who Mark Sargent? Is that his name? Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, David. Oh God. David went off the rails so hard though, like so fucking. Oh fuck. I don't think I can handle that guy, man. He's a flat earth proponent, so he's an idiot. Yeah, fuck. An American conspiracy theorist. Flat earth crew, the sky's the limit. Oh my God, man, I can't handle this level of smooth. Flat, it's flat. It's flat. Yeah, he's amazing. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Oh God. I'll tell you what, I can handle David, but I mean, like, David's no joke. David's got a huge following, man. Although his following crumpled and crumbled through COVID because he was trying to tell people the virus didn't exist, and I think a lot of people were just like, "Oh, okay, that's enough, David. That's enough." Yeah, where it definitely does exist. It's definitely. I just had it again. It's definitely real. It came out of a fucking bioweapons lab. 100% real. It's not 5G. Anyway, yeah. So far down the rabbit hole, they made it all the way down and fell to the other side, man. Yeah. A complete lapse in critical thinking. Yeah. There's a small argument of the virus not existing per se. Is there? I don't know, man. There's too many virologists who have like looked at it under a microscope. Like even people who are vehemently, if I can pronounce the fucking word right now in my brain, against the solutions, like Robert Malone. I mean, they were all completely convinced that it was a real virus. Like they had the data to suggest that it was. And we got a breadcrumb trail as to where it came from too, right? In the gain of function research, and a breadcrumb trail of them doing gain of function research on coronavirus in the United States. It was outlawed, and they offshored it to Wuhan because they couldn't do it in the States anymore. And then it crops up all over the planet. So the scary thing is that recently they were doing the same thing with the bird flu back in 2019. And everybody in Nevada is sick in concert with a bird flu outbreak. What's the next one? Want to take a guess? Wild guess? Place bets? Yeah. I'm not saying that it's a good argument, yeah, but it goes like this. In order to detect the virus, they overcycle PCR tests to the point where everyone would test positive. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I was gonna say that is a small argument, yeah. That the virus is real, but that they use that as a way to create hysteria. Oh, absolutely, I agree 100%, man. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that's absolutely something that happened, yeah. That they freaked people out with the PCR tests. Abso-fucking-lutely. There were tons of people who were asymptomatic or didn't have a problem with it at all and tested positive, and absolutely, man. Part of the fucking psyop. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. But very real too. That's the other thing. Like, well, you know, I got a bad strain of it. Like, man, I'm still honestly, I'm not, I haven't been contagious, but I don't think, hopefully not, but my body still is recovering from it. It's no joke, man. Like, yeah, in the event of the PCR test said so. What's his name? I follow him on, he's a really smart guy. I follow him on Twitter, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the virus doesn't exist, people use, and when this is denied, they go right down the rabbit hole. Oh, really? Yeah. It's complicated where, like, yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be the case where it still exist, and it's just a tool to try and ferment this reaction from the general public to stir the pot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, David needs to go out and get it. Like, if he doesn't think it's real, go and get it. You know, like, I'm assuming he has his house shielded from 5G. I mean, go out into public enough and you'll get it at some point. I mean, it's fucking real. I don't know. Yeah. David's had lots of problems with his logic in the past though, too. I mean, I followed David for years. I know his whole story. I know everything about him. I've gone through everything. I mean, you know, I give these guys their credit where their credit's due, and that David, is he a good researcher? I mean, he's a courageous guy who just kind of speaks his truth. I mean, I'm after the objective truth, not his truth ultimately. And, you know, the idea that the Queen's a lizard is just a tough pill to swallow. Could there be a race of reptilian type people from a past civilization that live on the earth? And I have no idea. Maybe there could be. I mean, is the Queen a lizard? Well, where's your logic? Oh, well, the Anunnaki, mate. The Anunnaki. I'm like, no. None of that follows. Sorry. And then they go through that bits and pieces of his research with the blue bloods. I'm like, David. No, that's not good enough, right? That's not good enough to run off a brother. It's like, oh, I've had people tell me they've seen her shapeshift. I'm like, okay. Listen. That's my motto, Jim. If you don't have it, go and get it. Man, that's it, though. That's a good motto to have, man. Stop beating around the bush. That's my motto. Beat around the bush. Beat around the bush. Beat it in and around the bush. Yeah. Yeah. Until you get a reaction and run out screaming. Yeah. Get Mark Sargent to talk with Drunk Physics. That'd be awesome. Oh, fuck. That conversation would last all of 3 minutes, I think. Last 3 minutes. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. I couldn't even talk to somebody like that. Like, it's just such a lapse in critical thinking. I was just talking about that the other day, that like the flat earth people don't understand critical thinking, because if they did know how to critically think, they wouldn't be flat earthers. Like, there's no way you get through synthesizing the antithesis to that argument. Yeah, you just don't, right? There's so many counterpoints to it that if you throw in the evil demon, like Descartes' evil demon, that I would be slightly impressed. But at that point, I'm like, brother, you're gonna be a mental asylum in no time. Like, I'll see you there in a couple of years probably, but you're gonna be there first, right? Eating the fucking rice pudding with a bib. Like, you're very close if you're humoring that to like win the argument. Like, you spoke with Mark. He's actually a good guy and gave me a couple of things to think about. Did he actually? There's some conspiracies about NASA definitely involved in the moon landings. And it could be true that there was some footage that was faked. Yeah. In regards to the Earth being flat, yeah, there's really there's no good argument. There's no good argument at all. Like, all of it can be refuted pretty simply. I mean, anybody that's flown on a plane will know, looking out the plane, that you can see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, I think it's one of those things. It's like people will hold on to it for, like, it becomes a part and parcel of his personality and whatnot. But yeah, there's no way to critically thinking through that. But I think, it just, you fucking love it for the meme, right? Like, the guy seems like a meme. I have a hard time with people like that. I would end up coming across as an asshole, probably. That's just what would happen. We've had a couple guys in here come in through before who were flat earthers, and I'm like, no, dude, there's no way you come across from that. They never go to the real schizo bits and pieces, though, about like some evil force manipulating us. Like, they go to that. You could take it to another level. You could take it to that other level, that the aliens are actually manipulating all of our perceptions, right? And that we've actually been on a flat disc the entire time. Like, and it'd be hard to really refute that, because ultimately we can't disprove that demon does not exist. It could exist. We can't see it, but they could exist. They could be doing that. They could be manipulating all of us, right? Same thing with like a simulation theory type argument, but you just apply that to flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah. I have to catch, guys. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, listen, brother. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. 2:51 a.m. Fucking early morning, brother. Yeah. Yeah. I told you the Earth was inverted concave, like the inside of a tennis ball. Oh, brother. Holy fuck. Funny thing is, I've flown internationally, didn't see a curve. I realized this might be due to flight height, but I didn't see one. Oh, I've seen it multiple times. Yeah. Depends how high up you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see it. There's some places on Earth you can go to where you can see the curvature of the Earth. Oh my God, where was I? Fuck. Some mountain somewhere. I can't remember the fuck it was now. But you can see the curvature of the Earth through that. You can see it on webcams and shit too. You can see it on all of the space footage we have as well. But yeah. Yeah, I know a guy on Twitch who talked about the firmament. Dude's a proper fundy. Oh, fucking Christ, man. Yeah. Buddy Stiglitz, I don't dismiss his theories, but he doesn't believe it's flat, but he doesn't believe it's a sphere either. Yeah, it's a spheroid, actually. Earth is a spheroid. It's not actually a perfect sphere. Yeah. This is what the Earth actually looks like. Where is it here? I didn't know this until, well, not that long ago, really. But Earth spheroid. It's kind of oblong, or sorry, it's this weird shape that you wouldn't really expect. kind of like this. That's kind of more. That's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but that's kind of what it really looks like. It's a bit strangely shaped. Yeah. But with the water and whatnot and how it displaces it, it kind of makes it look like a sphere. But there's some areas that are, if you were to remove all the water, that's kind of what it would look like. It would look a little bit strange. Yeah. Yeah. Which is, that might be slightly exaggerated, but yeah, it's not a perfect sphere. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's an argument against that, though, something to do with refraction. There is refraction to the altitude and the thinness of the air combined with the light, just like with water. Oh, how strong is that argument, I guess? There's too many, like, and that's on top of the argument that all of the footage that we have right now from, like, live feeds of space and the space station is all fake, and there's no one in the space station, and... You know, the other problem with the whole thing, too, is that we can look out we can look at other planets, literally. We can look at the moon, which is round. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just lying in the face of it. Yeah. Yeah. You can understand how people get down into this to begin with, that there are some things they can turn to. But yeah, that's the thing about like critical thinking, where what you're doing constantly is you're thinking, well, you're comparing these different ideas with counter arguments to strengthen the resolve of your arguments. So like it's called in philosophy, it's called Hegelian, from Hegel, dialectic. It's through this conversation, right? You strengthen the resolve of your argument, but you have your and this is what people use like when like they write papers or dissertations, but you get your thesis, right, which is your argument, and then you have something to refute it, to strengthen it. And you do that ultimately usually to strengthen your thesis. So you have your antithesis, right? Which is the antithesis of your thesis. And then ultimately you have a synthesis of those two things in the end of your paper. And the synthesis will be ultimately maybe to strengthen the resolve of your thesis.
Pretty interesting.
But the problem, Aaron, thank you, man. Thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Ultimately, it's to strengthen the argument, but when if something like flat Earth, there's no way you synthesize those two things together, all the counterpoints and the positive points, and come out still thinking it's flat. That's the problem. Because you just invoke a ridiculous conspiracy theory, and that's where you get into like the realm of like mental illness and like the Descartes demon too. You'll drive yourself insane with that kind of stuff. Ultimately, it's a concerning thing when you look at the UFO phenomena, which is why it's so concerning. Yeah, I like to hear these ideas and attempt to steelman them by doing them. Thing that we never do. Doing my own research. Please don't tell Uncle Joe. Well, that's what people should do, right, Golf? And that's the thing that's frustrating, right? But yeah. That people, you wish people would do more in an argument with somebody, is try and like give them some credit and not just kick them in the balls instantly, right? There's some things like flat Earth, I like to just kick them in the balls instantly with it though, because of that territory they're treading in, where it could just I know this, and when people that do philosophy or philosophers that constantly drive themselves fucking insane with all these ridiculous thought experiments, and they just end up locking themselves in a room somewhere and never leave it, right? Like Kant or Nietzsche, or but you have to like kind of nip that real quick. And that if they start humoring that stuff for too long, you become completely delusional, right? Like thinking that there's some conspiracy to that degree, that NASA and every amateur astronomer on planet Earth is just lying, or there's some giant facade put over all of us is deceiving us. And there's a possibility that's out there, but at the end of the day, you take reality for what it is, right? And it's just a dangerous place to tread. So I personally try to advocate, just as soon as I hear someone come in flat Earth, I'm like, no, because I just don't want other people to go down that road. But anyway, yeah. There's other examples of that. Nibiru is one of those, actually, that I meme about here constantly. There's a cult of people who think that Nibiru is right now outside the orbit of Venus. And I've gone through their arguments. I've gone through all the evidence. I've gone through it over the years. And none of it makes sense. And it's a doomsday cult that Nancy Leader literally runs, which is zetatalk.com. And she's had this cult running for 30 years, literally 30 years here soon. And she talks to the Zetas, and they're manipulating all the planets. They're manipulating our perception of the planet, its gravitational effects, everything. It's this crazy scenario, man. It's just like flat Earth. It's just like that kind of meme. Like, yeah. I think we live in a bubble at the bottom of another ocean, and we're a microscope to a degree. It's just a theory, though, brother. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Solar system blueprints look like an atom. Jim, would you still love me if I went flat Earth? I try and talk you out of it, man. Because I have love for you, man. I don't want to see you go down that fucking schizo rabbit hole. I don't want to see you fucking go that deep. Yeah. If people don't come back. Ever seen Animal House? Whatever, just living in another atom, and the thumbnail of a giant. That could be it, man. Yeah. Someone gonna need to show word ring at the door. Fuck it. Yeah. It's why we think critically. I think of the one thing I try and advocate for is just critical thinking. And I think it's not that hard, right? It's to look at things objectively and with that emotion as much as we can, and just look at them honestly, and then, you know, think about them critically, which is looking at counterpoints and then coming to a consensus, right? Synthesizing the ideas, and that's what we do, and that's what I like to do, and not crazy shit. Like, that literally drives people crazy. There's tons of people that get caught up in crazy shit every fucking day. Like, I've been there. I've been down these rabbit holes, like, you know, and it's a shame, but it is what it is, you know? So, yeah. It's freezing brains up, brother. It is what it is, you know? Anyway, everybody, listen, guys, take care. Thank you for coming around this evening. Great talking to everybody. I'm going to be playing some Monster Hunter this weekend, so... Yeah, boy. I'll be back on Sunday. I might try and stream the beta. I don't know, maybe on Saturday or something. Maybe if the boys are on tomorrow night, maybe I'll stream it. I have no fucking idea. I might try and do it, but yeah, no valid. Yeah, man, no, fuck. I'm getting ready for Monster Hunter. I'm fucking excited. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, until next time, take care.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.